Alotion, my friends, the Heinz Honey and Almond Cream Program. Starring George Burns and Gracie Allen with Frank Parker, Ray Noble and his orchestra, and Truman Bradley speaking. And now for those two friendly hands, George Burns and Heinz Honey, Gracie Allen.
Thank you very much.
Hello.
Hello, Gracie. Coming down to the studio tonight, I saw a big banner saying vote for Gracie.
Yeah, I know.
All over town, I see billboards saying put Gracie in the White House.
Mm-hmm.
It's in the newsreels. It's in the papers. Signs right here on the stage saying send Gracie to Washington. What does this mean?
Well, George, I'll let you in on a secret. I'm running for president.
You're running for president?
Yes.
Gracie, how long has this been going on?
Well, for 150 years. George Washington started it.
Gracie, why are you running for president?
Well, because that's the only way you can get to the White House. You can't just walk in and sit down.
The idea is preposterous.
And not only that, but it pays good money.
Look, you don't stand a chance. Presidents are born.
Well, what do you think I was, hatched?
Listen, there's nobody who'd be any happier about your success than I'd be. But in the entire history of the United States, there's never been a woman president.
Well, yeah, isn't that exciting? I'll be the first one.
But I tell you that...
Hello, George. Hello, Gracie.
Hello, Frank.
I tell you haven't got a Chinaman's chance.
Well, I don't know about that. Confucius say, lady who has eye on presidential chair pretty soon gets seat on it.
And George Burns say, girl who talk nutty Wednesday make good nut Sunday.
Oh, that's good.
How do you like that joke, Frank?
Egyptian monument.
Egyptian monument?
Sphinx.
It does, now. Gracie, have you any idea what a person has to be before they can become president?
Sure, elected.
The whole thing is absurd.
Oh, stop worrying, George. I may not even be elected until next November.
Well, that's a load off my mind.
I might not even be in the White House before 1941.
I see. In other words, you're as good as in.
I'm better than in.
What do you mean you're better than in?
Well, if I was in now, I'd have to be getting out next January.
You, the President of the United States.
And Mexico.
And Mexico?
Well, sure. It's just across the border from California, so it'll be easy for them to vote for me.
What about Canada?
It'll be a landslide.
You know, this may be a shock to you, but there are some places that don't belong to the United States.
So what? How many votes are there in Glendale anyway?
For president, it takes a person with tremendous stamina. A person with unusual ability and sound judgment. A mental genius.
Oh, thanks.
Thanks. The president has to have courage and show plenty of backbone.
Show plenty of backbone. Well, wait till you see my new evening dress.
Still doesn't make you a leader of men. You have to have plenty of followers.
Well, wait till you see my new evening dress.
Oh, quiet. The president must have determination. He must let people see what he's made of.
Well, wait till you
see my new evening dress. I know.
Say, Gracie, when you're elected president, you ought to change the income tax laws so all stars are allowed the same deductions.
Frank, in this country, everybody's allowed the same deductions.
Oh, yeah? Look what Sally Rand is allowed to take off each year.
How do I get mixed up in these things?
Well, Frank's helping me in my campaign.
Then it'll be a tremendous success.
Sure. You see, every day I have to go out and kiss a lot of babies. And Frank goes along with me to kiss the mothers.
He does, huh?
Yes.
Oh, yes, boy, and I'm a terrific speaker. Why, I addressed 500 mothers this afternoon.
What did you say to them?
Get in line there, kiddies. Get in line there.
Kiddies?
Yeah, he did.
Now, listen to me, Gracie. This thing has got to stop before it goes too far.
Say, George, didn't you know that Gracie was running for president?
Sure, I knew it. But I didn't think she was serious.
Why, certainly she's serious. So are Dewey and Garner.
Yeah, but Dewey and Garner have political affiliations.
Well, maybe that's because they weren't vaccinated.
You don't understand. Have you got a Republican or a Democratic machine in back of you?
No, that's a bustle.
A bustle? Well, I knew it looks good. Glad I asked.
Isn't it exciting, George?
Isn't what exciting?
Well, if Gracie gets in, it'll be the first time that a woman president has ever been elected for a third term.
A third term?
Oh, yes. Oh, she's done a splendid job. I mean, you show me any other country where you can get a double-decker ice cream cone for a nickel.
Ray, I've got a surprise for you. Gracie hasn't done her first and second term yet. You've got her mixed up with Roosevelt.
Oh, no, I haven't. Roosevelt lives in the White House in Washington, and Gracie lives in the Yellow House in Beverly Hills. I know.
Ray, sometime I'm going to have you psychoanalyzed.
Oh, thanks just the same, George, but I've already taken out my first papers.
Well, welcome to our country. That's the silliest thing I ever heard of.
Miss Allen, Jaime thinking the photographers are ready now to take those campaign pictures.
Oh, well, now don't go away, boys. I'll be right back.
Now, listen to me, fellas.
Stop worrying, George. Gracie's promised to give us all swell government jobs.
Government jobs?
Sure.
Are you sap enough to fall for that, Truman?
Sap? Just a minute, George. That's no way to speak to a Supreme Court justice.
Supreme Court justice? Truman, do you actually believe...
Just think, George, I'll be the only ambassador to Great Britain who ever played a violin.
Gracie told you that she would make you ambassador to Great Britain, huh?
Yes. Oh, I had my choice of that or Secretary of the Navy.
I see. But you didn't want to be Secretary of the Navy.
No, I look so silly in a sailor suit.
This whole thing is ridiculous. What did she promise to make you, Frank? Secretary of the Treasury?
Well, she wanted to, George, but I'm too smart to tumble for anything like that.
Well, I'm glad there's somebody left on this program with some sense.
I'm the new Postmaster General.
Postmaster General?
Sure, on account of my experience.
What experience have you had?
Want to play post office?
Oh, go away. Go away. Silly man.
Boys, wait till you see the picture I had taken.
I'm not interested in any picture. We're here to do a broadcast.
You know, the Democrats have a donkey and the Republicans have an elephant.
What have you got, a squirrel?
Oh, I wish I'd thought of that. But I posed with a kangaroo.
A kangaroo?
Well, it'll make a wonderful campaign picture.
I'll bet.
It was a mama kangaroo, and the little baby kangaroo was sticking his head out of the pouch. And it's
baby kangaroo sticking his head out of the pouch?
Yes, and it's going to be my election slogan.
What slogan?
It's in the bag.
It is, huh? Now, Truman Gas. Bravo, bravo, Frank. That was swell.
Ah, you're just saying that because I'm the Postmaster General.
Oh, stop.
Yes, you are. Silly man.
Frank, I just sent a telegram to my campaign chairman in the Middle West.
Oh, good.
He told me he couldn't get any support from the Farm Belt.
So what?
So I told him to wear suspenders.
What happens if the county seat has two pairs of pants?
Oh, George, you're just trying to say, to make me say silly things so people will laugh at me.
That's bad, huh?
Say, Gracie, what's going to be the name of your party?
Well, Truman, you've heard of the Democratic Party and the Republican Party?
Yes.
Well, mine's going to be the Surprise Party.
The what?
The Surprise Party. Surprise. S-U-R-P-R-I-S-E.
Yeah, S for screwy, U for useless.
Yeah, and R for reading, writing, and arithmetic.
P for pinhead.
Yeah, and R for oysters are in season. And I, an eye for an eye.
A tooth for a tooth.
And S for some fun, and E for pencil.
E for pencils?
Ever shop?
Well, that all depends on how you look at it.
Oh, the freaking pages.
Say, the surprise party's a swell name, I think. How'd you happen to call it that, Gracie?
Well, my daddy is a Democrat, and my mother is a Republican. And when I was born, I was a surprise.
So was the panic of 1907.
Gracie?
Yes, Bubble?
You know those temporary campaign headquarters we opened on Broadway this morning?
Yes.
Well, I'm afraid we'll have to move them.
Why?
There's a streetcar coming.
Oh.
Gracie, just tell the streetcar, believe it or not, you're waiting to be president.
Oh, Gracie, I'm working on your campaign song.
You've got a campaign song?
Oh, yes. It starts like this. I'll be down to get you with the taxpayers' money. Better be ready about 8:30.
Oh, dearie, don't be late.
Quiet.
Let's sing a song. What do you say?
Oh, by the way, Gracie, you know those pictures in Life magazine of that Republican candidate catching that big mackerel at Miami?
Yes?
Well, I just found out that he's just caught it again in Lake Michigan.
Ray, the whole thing was done to get votes.
No, really. What's the fish running for?
It's because it doesn't want to get caught.
Miss Allen, did you see this morning's paper?
No, what was in it?
My lunch.
Your lunch?
George, this is my publicity man, Gene.
How do? Well, I'll run along now, but don't forget, Miss Allen, you're jumping out of that plane in the morning.
You're jumping out of a plane in the morning?
Only 10,000 feet. It's just to attract attention.
You're liable to get killed.
Well, sure, but look at all the publicity I'll get.
Gracie, will you stop this?
Miss Allen, I'm a sign painter. Are the slogans ready for your campaign signs?
Oh, well, I'll make up a few right now. Bubbles, get a pencil.
Okay.
Number 1. Confucius says Gracie Allen for Prez.
Oh, that's wonderful.
I've got it.
Number 2. Gracie Allen for alderman.
Gracie Allen for alderman?
Yeah, and aldermen for Gracie Allen.
Hey, that's wonderful.
Yes, and baking powder for Burns.
Number 3.
Oh, well, that's great.
Yes.
Thanks.
Number 3, we'll make one sign with nothing on it.
A sign with nothing on it?
Sure, to get the nudist vote.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Gracie, why don't you have a doctor examine your head, and if he finds anything, have somebody examine the doctor?
Well, that would be a good idea for me, too.
Yes, do that.
You know, I think this would make an awfully jolly sign, Gracie. If you're 21, vote for Gracie Allen. If you're not 21, have your mother do it for you. If your mother isn't 21, ask your father. If your father isn't 21, then don't bother reading this sign.
Oh, I like that. That's good.
It's wonderful.
Sign painter, get out of here with that's wonderful.
All right, Mr. Boynes, but you'll hear from me when I'm Attorney General.
At least, Gracie, if you are elected, I'll get rid of you for 4 years.
12 years.
12 years?
For sure, I'm not superstitious about third terms.
You're not. Do you people realize that right now our sponsor is probably listening?
Oh, I say, Bubbles, I happen to see a drawing of you on the Republican poster. Quite flattering, too. Who drew that?
Mr. Noble, that was an elephant.
It's amazing. What will they teach him to do next?
Cheerio.
Oh, cheerio.
Yeah. You know, Gracie, I've been worrying about the speeches you're going to make at your rallies.
Have you rallied?
Yes, have you rallied? Well, wait till you hear the speeches through, and then you'll have something to worry about.
Well, I'm serious, George. You see, Gracie, a presidential candidate has to shake hands with millions of people.
If we don't know what's coming.
Why, in a single campaign, the average candidate shakes enough hands to milk all the cows in the country.
Is that so?
Mm-hmm.
And what do they do with all the milk?
They use it to whitewash their opponents.
Say, George, is it true that the whitewashes is
That's
more
enough,
than the
Gracie. You don't
blackwashes?
even have to finish it. Just stay where you
I want
are.
to know. Oh, hello, Tim.
Hello, Miss Allen. Well, they said I couldn't do it. Well, I couldn't get anywhere here in Los Angeles, so I flew right to Sacramento. I couldn't get to first base there. So without food or sleep, I went on to Jefferson City, Missouri. From there to Springfield, Illinois. On into Albany, New York City, and then to Washington, D.C., and I clicked.
Nice work.
Here it is.
What is that?
Horns.
Horns?
I've got to give them out at my convention.
Well, I give up.
These are $3 a dozen, Miss Allen, and they're a steal.
Okay, steal me a dozen.
Now, here's a horn that the Republicans and Democrats are using. Of course, this is very hard to blow.
Oh, well, they have more wind than we have.
Yeah, but not between the ears. And what is this convention?
For the Chamber of Commerce.
Well, where are you going to hold it?
By the handle.
Come on, come on.
Bubbles, sit down and take a letter.
All right. Now, is the letter important, or can I leave my gloves on?
Well, it's...
Gracie, you better talk quietly. She uses a soft pencil.
Oh. Letter. Frank, what's today's date?
Elsie, Edna couldn't make it.
February 28th.
All right, I'm ready.
Oh, good. To all other presidential candidates, semicolon, United States of America, period, gentlemen, question mark.
Gentlemen, question mark.
I've got it.
Well, boys, the jig is up.
Well, it's a nice opening.
Election day will be in November this year. Turkeys will cost you 38 cents a pound. Cranberries will be 50 cents a bucket. Plum puddings will be $2 each. But a good president won't cost you a nickel, so be sure and go out and vote for me.
You're asking the other presidential candidates to vote for you?
Well, sure, there's so many presidential candidates that if I only get half of them to vote for me, I'm bound to be elected.
I see what you mean.
Go ahead. Continue.
This letter is being dictated by a lady, typewritten by a lady, so don't forget to take your hats off while you're reading it.
I've got it.
All right. Sign it, Gracie Allen, President of the United States, and mail it out right away.
Gracie, you're not president yet.
Well, I will be by the time this letter is delivered.
That's some letter.
And Bubbles, make 50,000 copies.
One for each candidate.
Yes.
I thought so, yes.
Bubbles, address the envelopes in girlish handwriting. Mark it personal and send it to their homes. I want their wives to read it, too.
50,000 copies. Well, it's a nice hunk of postage to throw away.
What do you mean, postage? I'll initial the corners of the envelopes, and they won't need stamps.
Frank, will you believe this? For a minute, I forgot that you were Postmaster General.
Well, that's life, I guess.
Yes, I guess
People
so. That's
forget,
life.
you know.
Miss Allen, the reporters are here.
Oh, well, send them in.
The reporters.
Uh-huh.
This way, gentlemen.
Miss Allen, I'm Harry Crocker of the Examiner.
How do?
Matt Weinstock, Daily News.
How
Casey
do?
Shawn, Los Angeles Times.
How do?
Gracie, why are you shaking hands with your left hand?
Well, I'm saving my right hand for when I'm president.
How do?
How do?
Miss Allen, my newspaper wants to know just what your platform is.
Well, it's knotty pine trimmed with oak and inlaid with California redwood.
That's to match your head.
Yes.
I thought so, yes.
Miss Allen, what would be the first thing you would do if you were elected?
I put my daddy in the Senate.
Your daddy doesn't know anything about the Senate.
Oh, yeah? He's been making speeches from the floor for years.
He's still on the floor, I'll bet.
That's my daddy.
That's the kid, yes.
Miss Allen, my city editor wants to know what your opinion is on capitalism versus the little man.
Oh, I don't know. I never go to wrestling matches.
Are you in favor of monopolies?
Oh, well, I don't play Monopoly. I like Mahjong better.
And dominoes.
Yes.
What do you think of the neutrality bill?
Well, if we owe it, let's pay it.
Gracie, why don't you call this off? You know nothing about it. You haven't said one thing that's right.
Well, I'd rather be president than right.
Boys, there's no use trying to interview her.
Mr. Burns, will you stop balling her up?
I'm balling her up?
Yeah,
Quiet.
Miss Allen, all the other candidates are talking on how to bring back prosperity. Now, what's your point?
She doesn't even know what prosperity is.
I do, too. Prosperity is when business is good enough so that you can buy the things on credit that you can't afford anyway, and that way you can save enough money to pay cash for new things after they've taken back the things you've got on credit.
How are you doing, boys?
Miss Allen, would you recognize Russia?
Well, that's hard to say. You see, I meet so many people.
Don't have to meet them all on this program, do you?
What do you think of the British blockade?
Oh, we'll get by.
We will, Alan.
Look, I say, George, I don't mind being referred to as British, but I do object to being called a blockade.
Boys, this is Ray Noble.
Hello.
I do. He looks like a pipe cleaner I once threw away.
Well, now, that's possible. Where did you throw me?
Cheerio.
Oh, cheerio.
Cheerio,
Miss Allen, what do you think of our national debt?
Well, we ought to be proud of it. It's the biggest in the world.
Boys, either go ahead or just go so that we can do our broadcast.
Quiet.
Quiet?
Yeah,
quiet. Now, Miss Allen, how would you keep our gold reserve from shrinking?
Well, I'd wash it in luck.
Truman, maybe you can get these guys out.
Well, I'll try, George. Say, boys, I've got a bottle in my overcoat.
A bottle?
Scotch or rye?
High and sunny almond cream.
Thanks, Truman.
You're too late, Truman. I gave that bottle to my girl. She's got a couple of chaps I'm trying to get rid of.
Thanks, Frank.
Boys, this is Frank Parker, the Postmaster General.
He ought to be swell. He's got a face like an old-style 1-cent stamp.
It's a nice TL for you, Pinky.
Thanks.
Now, Miss Allen, just a few more questions.
Boys.
Is there anything
Boys.
we can actually...
Boys, are you through?
Not yet, Mr. Burns, but don't feel that you have to stick around on our account.
Well, this is the end. I'm going to call up the sponsor and explain the whole thing to him. I'm not going to lose my job.
Come on, boys, let's finish the interview.
Operator, get me long distance.
Hold the line.
Miss Allen, is there anything...
Now, please, boys, Mr. Burns is calling the sponsor.
Hey, this Noble guy looks very familiar. Mr. Noble, didn't I once see you in Yonkers?
I don't think so. I haven't worn a pair of Yonkers in years.
Long distance.
Get me Mr. Marvin of the Heinz Honey and Almond Cream Company, New York.
Hold the line.
Miss Allen, is there anything that you can actually promise the voters?
Oh, sure. I can promise voters that if I can't find a way to reduce the high cost of living, then we'll just have to do without it.
Here's your party.
Hello, Mr. Marvin.
Yes?
This is George Burns speaking.
Oh, yes. How are you?
Well, I just want to call you up and tell you that I have nothing to do with Gracie's running for president. I've been trying to do a broadcast, and all she's been doing is giving away political jobs.
Well, that's the president's privilege, and believe me...
Quiet. Let me get through talking. It's ridiculous, Mr. Marvin, making an orchestra leader an ambassador, making a tenor a postmaster general, and making an announcer a Supreme Court justice. It's not my doings, and I just want to tell you that I'm not going to stand for it.
Just a minute, Mr. Burns. Don't raise your voice to the Secretary of State.
Secretary of State? Well, Gracie, say goodnight.
No, wait. First, I want to thank Bill Coram for his lovely wire endorsing my campaign.
Well, good. Now say goodnight.
Well, good night. I'll see you in the White House.
Good night.
Hello, my friends, the Heinz Honey and Almond Cream Program. Starring George Burns and Gracie Allen with Frank Parker, Ray Noble and his orchestra, and Truman Bradley speaking. And now George Burns and Heinz Honey, our presidential candidate who threw her hat in the ring and forgot to take it off, Gracie Allen.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much.
Hello.
Hello. What are you laughing at?
Oh, at that sales girl at Bullock's Wilshire today.
Well, what happened?
Well, I told her I wanted 2 pairs of silk stockings, a brassiere, and a girdle.
And what's so funny?
Well, you should have seen her face when she asked who they were for, and I said they're for the President of the United States.
Oh, yes. Must have been a scream.
Oh.
Say, your campaign's sure been keeping you busy, hasn't it, Gracie?
Oh, yes, Truman. I've been giving interviews, posing for pictures, appearing on radio programs. Well, last Sunday I was on Jack Benny's program.
I heard you, and you were swell.
Oh, well, thanks, Don.
You're welcome, Mary.
You know, Jack called for me in his Maxwell, and it was so romantic. All during the ride to the studio, he drove with one hand.
Well, where did he keep his other hand? Around your waist?
Well, no, on the fender. It kept falling off.
I'd like to see that, Maxwell.
Well, they certainly are swanky on the Benny program. As soon as we arrived at the studio, Rochester rushed up and took Jack's hat and coat. And
Did he take your hat and coat?
Oh, don't be silly. Mine wouldn't fit him.
No, not nearly as well as Jack.
No.
Hello, Frank.
Hello.
Oh, my, but my new Postmaster General looks pretty tonight.
Thanks, Prez. Say, Gracie, when you were up there Sunday night, did you meet Dennis Day?
Oh, sure, I met him.
Well, confidentially, Gracie, what is he like?
What is he like? Well, he's got the most beautiful...
Well, never mind. Don't tell me.
Oh, say. You're not jealous, are you, Pinky?
Jealous? Say, what has he got that I didn't have before he got it? And if he has it, where did he get it?
Well, I happen to know that he gets hundreds of fan letters every day.
Well, he won't get them much longer.
He won't, huh?
No.
You seem to forget that he has a wonderful voice.
And you seem to forget that I'm going to be the Postmaster General.
Yeah.
I think I see what you mean. But, Frank, do you know what you can get for fooling around with the mails?
Well, my sister Hazel got a fur coat.
Oh, quiet.
Well, Dennis Day is cute. He said he has half a mind to vote for me.
Well, if you get enough people with half a mind, you're bound to be elected.
Yeah, I know. Mary Livingston's going to be Queen of England.
Mary Livingston is going to be Queen of England?
That's what she said. She says, Gracie, when you're President of the United States, I'll be the Queen of England.
But only she'll get there first.
Oh, yeah?
Hello, Ray.
Hello. I say, Gracie, I'd like to ask you this. Is San Francisco part of the United States?
Well, I wouldn't know, Ray. You see, I was born there, but I left when I was 12 years old, and I never found out.
Of course San Francisco is part of the United States. Why?
Well, my band is playing there at the Palace Hotel, you know, and the people there are continually asking, how do you like it in this country, Mr. Noble?
And what do you say?
Well, of course, I try to flatter them, so I say I like their country nearly as well as my own good old USA.
Oh, nice piece of flattery, Ray.
Oh, and last Thursday, I met Baby Snooks.
I know.
Baby Snooks and her daddy are going to vote for me, too.
No, they're not.
Why?
Vote for you. It's ridiculous.
Why?
Stop with that why. Baby Snooks is only 7 years old, and you've got to be 21.
Yeah, but she's got to vote 3 times.
Well, I never thought of that.
Say, you know, it's a funny thing, George. From where I was standing, I could have sworn Baby Snooks looked just like Fanny Bryce.
Yeah. You know, they're slightly related.
Oh, that's why.
That's why, yeah.
Oh.
Say, Gracie, I heard you last week on Rudy Valley's program, too.
Oh, yes, and is that Rudy affectionate?
Hey, wasn't that Francis Langford on the program?
Yeah, did you hear it?
No, Francis hasn't got a radio in her car.
Oh. Don't cancel your stamps.
Yesterday, a motorcycle cop stopped me for speeding, and I said, you can't stop me, officer. I've just been appointed to Supreme Court judge by our next president, Gracie Allen.
Oh, good for you, Truman.
Sure, right away, his whole attitude changed. He was very polite.
What do you mean by polite?
He took his hat off while he was writing out the ticket.
I thought so.
And last night, I met Fiddler McGee and Molly. And Harlow Wilcox, the announcer, made a swell speech all about me.
Did he mention Johnson's floor wax?
Yeah, he saved that for the finish.
Oh, that's a bright finish.
You know, Molly is going to get all the girls in Wistful Vista to vote for me.
So what? 3 votes in Wistful Vista is a landslide.
Well, she said she's going to make her husband vote for me, too.
Fibber?
No, she's telling the truth.
Gracie, don't you know when people are pulling your leg?
No. You know, once I thought somebody was pulling my leg, but it was only my girdle tugging at my heartstrings.
Did you ever have your knee tapped with a hammer to test your reflexes?
Oh, sure, by a well-known psychiatrist.
Well, how about the little jerk?
Well, he charged me $5.
And believe me, it was worth it.
Well, anyhow, Molly was very happy to get my recipe for spaghetti a la Rand McNally.
Spaghetti a la Rand McNally?
Yes, instead of a recipe, I used a road map.
I see. Sort of a detour to indigestion.
Yes. Well, you see, the spaghetti covered with red sauce are the main highways.
I do.
And the plain white spaghetti are the unpaved highways.
Sounds very interesting.
Yes, and the meatballs mark the state capitals.
Well, with a dish like that, I guess the speed limit would be 15 meals an hour. How's that one, Frank?
Cheap underwear.
Cheap underwear?
It shrinks.
It does, Why do I always ask you?
Hello, that's you.
I said, George, there's something I don't quite understand about politics.
What don't you understand, Ray?
This mudslinging.
Well, what about it?
Well, the money that the candidates use to buy the mud with, is that called the slush fund?
Yes, Ray, it's...
See, Ray, how's my campaign doing up in San Francisco?
Well, I didn't like the attitude of some of the people at the polls when I went to vote for you yesterday.
You tried to vote for Gracie yesterday?
Oh, of course, yes. I went into the booth and pulled the curtain across the front and turned that jolly little handle, and before I knew it, somebody was pouring water all over me.
Ray, that was a shower, and you turned it on yourself.
I don't care who did it. It was a dirty trick.
Well, the next time you see a voting booth marked laundry chute, step into it.
All right,
Righto, yeah.
You know, Bob Hope is going to vote for me, too.
All right, so we ain't neat.
Oh, George, you should have been with me last night when I was on his program.
It's bad enough to be with you on this program.
Yeah, isn't it?
I mean, I don't like it.
Yeah, don't we have fun?
Oh, quiet. What about the Bob Hope program? Did he make a speech?
Well, did he?
Yes.
Well, I
mean,
started
did you
to.
make a speech?
Well, I started to, but I stopped.
You stopped? Why?
Well, every time I opened my mouth, he brushed my teeth.
We'll do that every time. So Bob Hope was going to vote for you, huh?
Well, he said he didn't want to see me in the White House.
So what?
So I met him downstairs in the drugstore.
Well, that's nice. Did you meet Brenda and Cabina?
Oh, what station are they on?
They're on Bob Hope's show. The two female Draculas, two girls without shapes or teeth, and they both have beards.
Were they on the Bob Hope show?
Sure.
Oh, I thought I dreamt that.
Gracie, did anybody ever tell you that you were a little delirious?
Yeah, Dr. IQ Monday night. And he tried to quiz me.
He tried to quiz you?
Yeah, he put his arms around my waist and he quizzed me a little bit, and then I said I
Never mind. Gracie, I've heard enough. The whole thing is absolutely...
Oh, it's probably my campaign manager.
Probably.
Heinz, Honey, and Allen cream program. Heinz, Honey speaking.
Yes.
Who? Oh, hello. How are you? Fine. What? Can I recommend a good trucking company to move your things? Well, let me think now. How soon do you have to get out? Oh, that soon, huh? Well, I'm doing a program now, but I'll call you back later. Goodbye.
Who was that?
President Roosevelt.
It was, And now, Truman Bradley with a simple musical handout. Well, Frank, that was the best I've heard that song done. It was beautiful.
Thanks, boss. And just for that, I'll let you go through the post office as first-class mail.
Well, I'll sit right down and call myself a letter.
Oh, boys, I just found out a way to give all the other candidates a terrific licking.
A licking?
Uh-huh.
How?
Well, I'll put their pictures in all the stamps.
So to make them feel like 2 cents.
Yeah.
Hello, Gracie.
Oh, Bubbles, you're late.
I know, but your campaign mail has been pouring in by the bucketful.
Oh, good. Dry it off and we'll read it.
Yes. Hang it on the line outside.
And listen to this telegram. Dear Gracie, your name came up at the polls today. Signed Admiral Byrd.
Isn't that sweet? He's discovering me, too.
The polls will be about the only place where you'll knock them cold.
Oh, George, listen to this one. Atta girl, Gracie. Show them what's in you. Los Angeles X-Ray Company.
They think you're going to be president, huh?
Well, they know it. They've got a little inside dope.
You're telling me.
And, Gracie, before you do another thing, you better decide where you're going to hold your convention.
Oh, yeah.
The surprise party convention, huh?
Yeah.
Well, I think you ought to hold it on the water, and if nobody calls for it in 30 days, you can keep it.
Well, that ain't the way I heard it, Johnny.
Oh, quiet.
see, convention. Oh, Bubbles, take a letter to Boston.
Boston?
Oh, yeah, they got swell baked beans there.
Well, I don't like baked beans. I like a good stew.
And my brother likes you, too.
Well, thanks.
All right, I'm ready.
All good. Boston, Mass. Dear sir.
I guess Mississippi would be dear madam.
Dear sir, in answer to the letter that you're going to write me, tear it up, Bubbles. I'm too busy.
Yeah, she's busy. You mean dizzy.
Gracie, how about holding your convention in Topeka? What do you think, George?
Well, I think the whole thing is silly. It's like a fellow who owned a restaurant and had a lot of rye bread that he couldn't sell.
Oh, pardon me, George, but if Grace is elected, what are you going to do?
I'll take it easy. This fellow owned a restaurant.
Well, of course, if she's not elected, don't you take it too hard.
Yes, I'll kill myself. Or just kill myself.
And, Ray, I'm going to invite you to the White House for the Easter egg hunt.
Oh, you'll never regret it. I know how to color those eggs for you.
Do you? How?
Just put me on the dyes committee.
Oh, go.
Your convention in San Francisco. What do you think, George?
I think it's silly. It's like the fellow who owned a restaurant and had a lot of rye bread that he couldn't sell.
Good old San Francisco.
He had a lot of rye...
Good old San Francisco,
yes.
I used to know a model there. She had blonde hair, blue eyes, a gorgeous figure, and boy, could she wear clothes.
Beautiful, huh?
Beautiful? Well, I went with her for 6 months before I found out she was a wax dummy.
Oh.
Yeah, she probably melted in your arms.
Say, Bubbles, I think I will hold my convention in San Francisco.
All right, hold it in San Francisco.
Well, what's the matter with Omaha?
There's nothing the matter with Omaha.
And why shouldn't I hold it in Omaha?
Nobody said that you shouldn't hold it in Omaha.
Well, then what's all the argument about?
There's no argument.
Oh. Well, when I make up my mind where to hold my convention, I make up my mind. Bubbles, take a letter.
All right, ready, Gracie.
Kalamazoo, Michigan.
Oh, nuts.
Dear Cal. Tear it up.
Tear it up. She's too busy, yes. Bubbles, if I were you, I'd write with the eraser.
Gracie, how about holding the convention in Cleveland?
I think the whole thing is silly. It's like that man who owned a restaurant and he had a lot of rye bread that he couldn't sell.
I agree with George. That's where we ought to hold it.
Where?
In that restaurant.
What restaurant?
With that man who has all
Ray,
that
will you leave
bread.
me alone?
Say, Gracie, how about Atlantic City?
Oh, Atlantic City would be wonderful. Sure. That's where the Elks hold their convention.
Yeah, but you're not running for the Elks.
No, but the last time I was there, 2 Elks ran for me.
Well, Gracie, you remember that old saying, a rolling elk gathers no moose. Well, kind of like that, Truman, huh?
No.
What are you laughing at?
George, imagine Gracie elected and me a Supreme Court judge sitting on the bench selling Heinz honey and almond cream.
Yeah, I can see you now within that long black robe.
Yeah, and me alongside him holding his soft white hand.
Yeah.
Say, Bubbles, that settles it. I'll hold my convention in Omaha. Take a letter.
All right.
Omaha, Nebraska. Dear Neb.
Dear Neb,
Well, Miss Allen, you know our party emblem, the mama kangaroo with a baby kangaroo in the pouch?
Yeah, what about it?
Well, the baby is lost.
Well, how did that happen?
Mama's got a hole in her pocket.
Get out. Get out.
I say, George, what is a kangaroo?
Kangaroo is an animal that lives on mountaintops.
Really? What a strange diet.
Ray, do you know that you and Gracie are nuts?
That's what Jerry Colonna keeps telling them down at the office.
Oh. Now, what do they say?
They say, we know.
And so do we.
Gracie, your letter.
Oh, yes. Omaha, Nebraska, dear Neb. You know, George, I love Omaha. I'd even live in Omaha except for one thing.
What's that?
Too far from the White House.
Yes. Be too long of a walk to the office every day.
Yeah. Letter. Omaha, Nebraska. Dear Neb, I will see
Hey,
you...
Gracie, at your convention, are you taking a straw vote?
Yes.
Well, then I better not take my felt hat.
Oh, stop. I can explain how silly this whole thing if you... Just listen to me for 1 minute. It's like a fellow who had a restaurant and he had a lot of rye bread that he couldn't sell.
Now, please, George, Bubbles is writing. Bubbles, read back the letter.
Omaha, Nebraska. Dear Neb, it's just like that fellow who had a restaurant and he had a lot of rye bread.
Wait a minute. That's the letter?
Yes.
Doesn't make sense. It's ridiculous. It's stupid.
Well, then why were you trying to tell it?
Oh, come on. Ray? Oh, that was beautiful. Isn't that composition from your Indian suite?
Yes, darling.
Oh, go away.
Oh, come on in, Charlie. Boys, this is Charlie Henderson.
Hello, Charlie. How are
Charlie
you?
Henderson, George Burns.
How do you do, Mr. Henderson?
You're Mr. Henderson.
Oh, excuse me. I'm a little nearsighted. You mind if I sit down?
No. Chair is over there.
Oh, pardon me. I washed my eyes this morning, and I can't do a thing with them.
Gracie, where did you find this guy?
I got him in a raffle.
In a raffle?
Yeah, I lost.
You were framed. What does he do?
Well, he's a songwriter. He wrote my campaign song.
Campaign song? Mm-hmm. And he wrote it?
Yes.
If you don't believe me, I'll play the piano for you.
I'd like to hear it. You're supposed to open the piano first, you know.
Oh, gee. I washed my ears this morning and can't hear a thing with it.
Well, he's a great songwriter. You know how a songwriter needs a partner? One fellow writes the music and one writes the words?
Yes.
Well, he has two partners.
Two partners?
Yes, one writes the lyrics and the other writes the melody.
What does he do?
He turns the pages.
Smart as a whip.
Gracie, shall I play the campaign song on the bass fiddle?
Oh, sure, Charlie.
Boy, this is a beautiful bass fiddle. Well, here I go.
That's Bubbles, and get away from her.
Mind your own business, Mr. Burns.
Look, Charlie, will you go and sit down in the audience until we're through?
Okay. Mr. Burns, where are the steps?
Right over there, right here.
Never mind, I found them.
Probably washed his feet and couldn't do a thing with them.
Oh, Judge, you'll be crazy about my campaign song. You see, every president had a campaign song. Even George Washington had a campaign song.
Well, what was it?
The Song of the Cherry Tree.
Song of the Cherry Tree?
Yeah, well, chop, chop, chop.
Oh, all right, stop.
How about sailing along on Moonlight Bay?
For a campaign song?
No, to look for a place to hold Gracie's convention.
Yes, Ray, we'll go right now.
Oh, then I'd better run home and pack my rowboat.
Yes, do that,
yes.
yes.
You know, Judge, it's not easy to write a campaign song. Charlie was 6 months doing this song.
Why?
Well, they wouldn't let him out any sooner.
That's a smart kid.
Yeah, Charlie wrote this song by ear.
By ear?
Well, how else can you hold a pencil when you're in a straitjacket?
Well, he could hold it in his mouth.
Well, where would he put his fountain
I
pen?
don't know. You brought him in here.
Well, he's a fine composer. He writes for strings and for brass. One time he even got money.
Well, guess that was when he wasn't looking.
Say, speaking of campaign songs, the Postmaster General ought to have a little number. George, do you know Margie?
Yes.
Has she got a phone?
What about Edna?
Temporarily disconnected.
Get it.
Judge, I must tell you about Charlie.
I'd rather hear your campaign song.
Well, in a minute. You see, Charlie learned to play a saxophone by mail.
By mail?
Yeah, he didn't have a saxophone.
So what'd he do?
Well, he used to blow his lessons into an envelope and send it to a friend who had a saxophone.
Well, I've heard enough about him, Gracie.
Well, very few people know this, but Charlie played The Flight of the Bumblebee on the piccolo.
How did it leak out?
Through the hole.
Oh, it did. Well, I'm glad to hear that.
And now I'll introduce my new campaign song. Sing it, Gracie. Vote for Gracie. Vote for Gracie. She's the best little skipper in the land. Vote for Gracie. Vote for Gracie. Won't you please give this little girl a hand? That's me. Even big politicians don't know what to do. Gracie doesn't know either, but neither do you. So vote for Gracie. To win the presidential race, 100 million strong. That's right, you can't go wrong. Vote for Gracie. Keep voting all day long.
Keep voting all day long. Keep voting all day long. Fill up the ballot box. Keep voting all day long. Gracie, rah, rah, rah.
My friend, are you so Gracie? Well, thanks. Would you like to hear Frank Parker sing my song?
Ho, 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 Gracie! Oh, Figaro! Say, Gracie, there's something you ought to know. I'm for Gracie, to lead the boys of Mary Chasey.
100 million strong.
That's right, you can't go wrong. Vote for Gracie. Keep voting all day long. And now who'd like to hear George sing a chorus?
Thank you. Oh, vote for Gracie, so I can be by myself. Please vote for Gracie, so I'll be happy on the shelf. If she's elected, I'll be neglected, so I can stay home and play solitaire and keep that silly dame out of my hair.
Vote for Gracie. She's the best little skipper in the land. Vote for Gracie. Gracie, Gracie.
If you can't write your name, you can vote with the next.
Vote for Gracie.
Spell Gracie.
Accept no substitute.
She's pretty and she's cute.
Vote for Gracie. A rooty tootsie toot. Vote for Gracie. Yes, yes. Vote for Gracie. Yes, yes.
The country's going Gracie, so can you.
Hey! Vote, 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 vote.
Uncle Sam, let me paddle your canoe. I'm just like Joan of Arc. I hear destiny call. It's the call to the ballpark to throw out the ball.
Vote for Gracie. To win the presidential race. 100 million strong.
That's right, you can't go wrong. Vote for Gracie. Isn't it fun?
Keep voting all day long.
Oh, Gracie, say goodnight.
Well, good night. I've got to run home and knit a sweater for the little stranger who's coming to the White House.
What little stranger?
The Vice President.
Good night, all.
Hello, my friends. The Heinz Honey and Almond Cream Program.
Vote for Gracie! Vote for Gracie! Vote for Gracie! Vote for Gracie! Vote for Gracie!
Starring George Burns and Gracie Allen with Frank Parker, Ray Noble and his orchestra, and Truman Bradley speaking.
100 million strong, and trying to can't go wrong. Vote for Gracie! Keep voting all day long!
Presenting our presidential candidate who just flew back from Washington, where she was the honored guest at the Women's National Press Club's annual dinner, Heinz Honey, Gracie Allen.
Thank you very much.
And now presenting her partner, who just got back from the opening of a meat market, George Burns.
Thank you, my friend, and you are my friend.
Oh, he is not. It's your brother Willie.
Oh. I noticed that suit looked familiar.
Say, Gracie, we're all dying to know what happened in Washington.
Well, it's a long story, so I'll tell it.
Good.
Now, I met Mrs. Dewey, Mrs. Vandenberg, Mrs. Burton Wheeler, Mrs. Bennett Champ Clark, and I met, what's her name now? Oh, I know it so well.
Does she live in Washington?
Yeah, in a big White House.
Mrs. Roosevelt?
Yeah.
I thought so, yeah.
Oh, George, you should have been at that dinner.
What would I be doing there?
Well, all the wives of the other candidates were there.
Well, I didn't have what to wear.
You mean you had to stay home and watch the children?
Quiet. Gracie, you spoke at this banquet in Washington. What happened?
Yeah, tell us the details, Gracie.
Well, I got on the plane at Burbank.
Yes.
Oh, and what a plane. The cutest pilot you ever saw in your life.
Gracie, the banquet.
Oh, I'm coming to that.
Oh.
He had blue eyes and brown shoes.
Nice combination.
Yeah, weren't we?
Yes.
Say, Gracie, it was pretty cloudy that day. How was the visibility?
Oh, pretty fair. I was sitting on his lap, but he could see over my shoulder.
Gracie, the banquet.
I'm coming to that.
Say, George, if Gracie is elected, what are you going to do?
You think you're kidding, huh? I'm beginning to worry, too.
Well, don't worry. You can always write a column, and I can correct the spelling.
Well, thanks, kid.
Oh, and George, what a thrill I got. There we were flying 10,000 feet over the Grand Canyon, and the pilot let go of the controls and put both arms around me.
Did he start falling?
Oh, you said it, and I fell for him, too.
Gracie, did you ever get to Washington?
Well, where do you think I made that speech?
Speech?
Yeah.
What speech?
At the banquet.
Well, what did you say?
Oh, coming to that.
Well, come to it.
And we flew over Texas. Freddie the pilot, you know, he's the pilot.
Yes, so I know.
Well, he had a little trouble. He stuck his left hand out to make a left-hand turn and got it caught in the propeller.
Did he ever stick his right hand out?
Yeah, and Mr. Garner shook it for 20 minutes.
Well, that's fine.
I said, George, why is it that I always get dizzy when I'm up in a plane?
Well, Ray, it's the altitude that affects you.
Well, then why is it I'm dizzy when I'm not in a plane?
Maybe you were born that way.
Maybe you're right, old man. I know I was born.
Well, that's something.
Because I remember the stork made 7 trips with me.
7 trips?
Yes, my parents kept rejecting me.
Well, they shouldn't have given up so easily, and cheerio.
Oh, cheerio.
Cheerio.
Oh, George, isn't that Ray silly? You talk about one thing and he talks about something else.
But you're all right, huh?
Yes.
How about the speech?
Well, I didn't make that until I got to Washington.
Well, please get to Washington.
Coming to that. So the plane was going about 150 miles an hour, and we were flying upside down, and I said to Freddie...
Wait a minute. You were flying upside down?
Well, it was raining, and I didn't want to get my hat wet.
Well, Well, that's fine. A $10 hat and a $90,000 plane.
So I said to Freddie, that's the pilot.
I know that's the pilot.
I said to him, I said, stop at the World's Fair for a second, and we landed in front of the Hall of Mirrors.
You stopped in front of the Hall of Mirrors?
Yes, my nose was shining.
Oh, nuts.
So then we took off again and finally landed in Washington.
And you said goodbye to Freddie?
Yeah, but by that time we were engaged.
Well, did he give you a ring?
No, he couldn't afford a ring, so he gave me the plane.
Well, wear it in good health.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
And when I got off the plane, there were a lot of photographers there.
What happened?
Well, I took their pictures.
What about the newspapermen?
I interviewed them, too.
Did they ask you anything?
Did they? They kept firing questions a mile a minute.
Well, what do they want to know?
Whether Myrna Loy has really got red hair.
And did you tell them that Hetty Lamar has a 20-foot fence around her house?
Yeah, and they couldn't get over it.
Lots of things I can't get over, too.
Say, George, when Gracie goes to Washington and you're off the radio, don't worry.
Who's worrying?
Well, stop biting your nails and I'll tell you.
They're not my nails.
No. And they're not even his teeth.
No, quiet. I had to open my mouth.
I say, George, when Gracie's elected, you'll be the first gentleman of the land.
Well, you don't know what that means to me.
And, George, as Postmaster General, I'll be glad to give you a job.
Thanks.
Why, you're practically one of the family. I'll make you a letter carrier.
A letter carrier?
Yes, brother, when she's president, you'll be left holding the bag.
Oh, yeah, I can always get a job. I could try and... Hey, Frank, what does a letter carrier pay?
Oh, $1,800 a year and all the stamps you can eat.
Oh, goody. A thing like that, Frank, will stick to a man's ribs.
Say, Gracie, you went to Washington and met Mrs. Roosevelt and other important people. We're all dying to hear about it.
Well, I'm coming to that. So after we left the airport, I got into an official car and rode down Pennsylvania Avenue. And I was greeted by a man in a beautiful white uniform.
So?
So I bought a good humor from him, and
You bought a good humor?
Oh, yes, and I kept bowing and smiling to all the people, and the Republicans kept throwing confetti out of the window.
Well, that's nice.
And the Democrats kept throwing it back.
Well. They wanted to keep the streets clean.
Yes.
George, a street cleaner job pays $1,300 a year.
Will you go away? Will you go?
You know, Gracie, I wish I were with you in Washington last week.
Oh, so do I.
Must have been thrilling. I'd have given anything to be there.
Really?
Oh, rather. I love good humor.
Gracie, did you ever arrive in Washington?
Oh, I certainly did. I finally got to the Willard Hotel where the banquet was being held. And who do you think I met at the door?
Who?
The Secretary of the Interior.
The Secretary of the Interior?
Yes, and we had a couple of X-ray pictures taken together.
Well, I hope you remembered to smile. Well, I'm glad to hear that. And here's... Oh, Frank, that was grand.
You're just saying that because you think I'm wonderful.
Well, Frank, you are wonderful.
Let's go steady.
Oh, go away. Go.
Isn't Frank Parker cute?
Yes, it's a little dreamboat.
You know, he'll be the first Postmaster General with mail pouches under his eyes.
Well, never mind this talk. When you got to Washington, did you make a speech, and what did you say?
Yes, Gracie, get to the point, will you?
Oh, the speech.
Yes.
Well, I was sitting on the dais in this big banquet hall, and when Mrs. Roosevelt got through speaking...
Gracie, did you meet a lot of people?
Oh, everybody. And when she got...
Did you shake hands with them?
Well, certainly. And when she
Could you tell which ones used Heinz honey and almond cream?
Oh, sure. All of them had lovely hands.
Truman, I finally got Gracie where she's telling about her speech, and you're interrupting her.
Well, what are you getting excited about, George? How long can it take? I'm not talking about the dollar size. I'm only talking about the 10-cent bottle.
Oh, well, that's different. Gracie, what happened after Mrs. Eleanor Roosevelt's speech?
Well, they kept applauding and applauding and applauding, and there was nothing I could do but get up and talk.
What? They were applauding for her, so you got up and spoke?
Oh, sure. It was one of the biggest moments of my life. Well, if I hadn't been there myself, I wouldn't have believed it. Imagine me in Washington when the most important women in the country were gathered. There they were, hanging on to every word I said, and me trying to hang on to my salad. Oh, what a night. I'll never forget it. Why, it was wonderful. Just picture it. This is exactly what took place.
Wasn't Eleanor Roosevelt charming when she made her speech? She was simply wonderful and so down to earth. Look, Gracie Allen's getting up to make a speech.
Madam Chairman, members of the Women's National Press Club, Mrs. Roosevelt, and other honored guests. I hope you'll pardon me for reading my speech, but you see, I have to. Otherwise, how will I know when I'm through? Anyway, well, I'll just call you girls because I hardly know you well enough to call you ladies. So, girls, please don't expect me to tell you why I'll be the best president we ever had. There are too many obvious reasons why, and anyway, I'm too modest. It wouldn't be good to talk about politics either. I'm afraid you women couldn't agree with my opinions any more than you can with your own. And I certainly can't talk about the other candidates with so many of their wives here. And there's no sense about talking about clothes because none of us can buy any till the campaign expenses are paid for. And as far as I'm concerned, I can't even charge them till I find out whether I'm going to be elected or working for a living. So I guess I'll just have to wind up talking about men and why they should be repealed. Now, don't think I'm panning the men, but it's time we had a woman president. Millions of people tell me that. Well, maybe not millions, but thousands, or anyway, hundreds. At least my sister Bessie told me that. So what's my opinion against millions of people? So, of course, I won't be the first woman president. I'll be the first woman who's president officially. That's all. Now, we've been having unofficial women presidents ever since Martha Washington let George take all the credit. And in those days, there wasn't any Seattle to fly to, so she just ran a candy shop on the side. But where was I? Oh, yes. It's time we girls get together and go places. And why shouldn't we do our backseat driving from the front seat? Why are men the only ones who can get suits with 2 pairs of slacks? Because it's a man's world, that's why.
That's absolutely right.
Why, just the other day in Hollywood, a Scotchman he was in kilts and he got on a streetcar and an old lady in riding pants got up and gave him her seat. That's what this man's world is doing to us. But on the other hand, women will admit men aren't a total loss. Why shouldn't we? We're just as broad-minded as men, no matter how stubborn and narrow they are. Why, I'll be the first to give a man credit when he's done something really big, no matter how small it is. Even a man who gets to be president is surprised. His mother knows he'll be president before he's born, but he's never sure of it till he hears from Mr. Farley. And to show you this is a man's world, just before dinner, Mrs. Burton Wheeler was telling me about her husband. On top of all his campaign worries, his chickens are a big problem. She says Mr. Wheeler's rooster has been lying awake nights trying to figure a way to produce better eggs and more of them. Then in the daytime, the rooster is so tired, the hens have to wake him up to crow about the eggs that they have laid. But our day is coming, we hope. Women in all walks of life know what time it is, even if they're a little late in getting there. And you wives know what's going on, even if you can't prove it. And, it would be wonderful if men and women could play 50-50. But how can they? Half the time, the men think they're right. Now, why can't men and women be as friendly to each other as women are? Take 2 women. There you've got the most beautiful friendship in the world as soon as they find out they both hate the same girlfriend. And that friendship can't be broken till they find out they both like the same boyfriend. But I guess it's our own fault. We spoil men. Well, we shouldn't say men are just grown-up boys. It's bad for the men and very discouraging for the boys. On the other hand, how can you resist a man who does sweet, considerate little things for you? Like Mrs. Dewey told me about her husband. Only last month, while she was carrying his armchair over to the window, she dropped her handkerchief and he picked it up for her. Now, you know, it's things like that that make men worth living. So, in conclusion, girls, I can't actually promise that electing me will make men any better, but don't forget this. The most annoying thing about men is that they're so hard to catch. So, girls, with me in the White House, you'll at least know where to look for them. Thank you. So, you see, George, that's what happened.
Say, that was a good speech. How did they like it?
How did they like it? Well, I've never seen waitresses more excited.
Waitresses? What about those important women?
Oh, they'd gone home.
You mean you made the speech after they left?
Well, you know me, George. I'm strictly an after-dinner speaker.
Well, that's all I
want. Oh, Gracie, you want it out here on the telephone. Omaha's calling.
You better hurry. It's a long distance.
Oh, no, it isn't. The phone is right out here in the hall. I'll be right back.
Did I hear correctly? Was that a call from Omaha?
Well, it might have been, George, but we thought we were playing Woods Could I But Kiss Thy Hand, Oh Babe.
And I thought it was Dipsy Doodle without the dips.
Oh, by the way, George, I may not be at rehearsal next Tuesday. You see, I'm taking swimming lessons.
Swimming lessons?
Yes. Well, you see, old boy, it'd be quite embarrassing for the Secretary of the Navy to be drowning all the time.
Well, don't worry about that, Ray. The fish will always throw you back.
Yes, and Ray, while you're down there, don't forget to call up Blue Point, 9908.
Who's that?
Minnie the Mermaid.
And if a man answers, it's Johnny Weissmuller.
You know, when Gracie's president and goes out fishing, I'm going to supply her with a submarine.
What's that, to keep the sun out of her eyes?
No, that's so she can see whether the bait is still on the hook.
I wonder who could be calling Gracie in Omaha.
Me too, George. I'd give the 25-cent bottle to know.
Well, I say, George, can a person get vaccinated against seasickness?
Yeah, but only on his father's side.
Why, Ray, don't you know that seasickness is nothing to worry about? Well, you know what hiccups are.
Yes, Frank.
Well, it's the same thing with bumps.
Look, let's drop the whole thing and not even talk about the Navy.
You mean goodbye, Mr. Ships?
Yeah, goodbye. Secretary of the Navy, taking swimming.
I'm back.
Oh, Gracie, who phoned you from Omaha?
Oh, I was talking to Dan, and I said to him...
Dan?
Yes, and I said to him...
Who's Dan?
Dan Butler, mayor of Omaha. And I said to him...
The mayor of Omaha?
Well, sure, every city has a mayor, you know.
Oh, thanks.
And they want me to hold my surprise party convention there in May.
You mean to say the people from Omaha actually want you to hold a convention there?
That's what Dan Butler said.
Have the people gone out of their minds?
Yes, but they'll be back in time for my convention.
St. Clair Lewis says it can't happen here.
Oh, it's going to be more fun. Union Pacific is going to have a special train for me. The mayor is having a special key to the city made for me. The businessmen are going to have torchlight parades for me. And the people will have street dances for me. Oh, there'll be about 300,000 visitors there to cheer for me. And my sister Bessie's going to be there.
Bessie?
Well, she's going to vote for me.
Well, then you can't lose.
Hello, Pres. Oh, hello, Bubbles. What's new since I've been gone?
Oh, nothing much. But when I was crossing Vine Street the other day, I was hit by a truck.
Hurt?
Yes, but they'll be able to get it fixed.
Well, that's a load off my mind. Come in.
Pardon me, is Miss Allen in?
I'm Miss Allen.
Oh, Miss Allen, I met you in Washington last week.
Oh, I remember you. Congressman Bloom.
No.
Oh, Senator Hatch?
No.
Oh, well, I give up. Who are you?
The good humor man. You forgot your change.
Oh, isn't he honest?
And she's running for president.
Say, Gracie, he's got pretty eyes.
Say, if you think his eyes are pretty, you should taste his orange sherbet.
Well, tell me about the banquet, Gracie. What were the candidates' wives wearing?
Well, I couldn't tell. They all had big signs in front of their dresses.
Signs?
Yes, saying, vote for my husband.
And, Gracie, what did you wear?
Well, it was very formal, so I wore that evening gown with the champagne stains.
With the champagne stain?
Yes.
What was it, Mum's, 1928?
No, Bessie's, 1395.
That's the beer barrel polka dot dress.
Yes.
Oh, it must have been a thrill meeting and talking to those famous women at the banquet.
Oh, it was. I had the nicest conversation with a congressman's wife, and she was telling me about her children, and I kept asking her to pass the salt.
Well, that was a smart piece of conversation.
Yeah, well, I had to ask her 6 times. Even those congressmen's wives won't pass anything.
Bubbles, I've got a little news for you. Gracie is holding her surprise party convention in Omaha.
I love Omaha. I lost 3 pounds there.
Is that so?
Is it definitely settled, Gracie, that we're going to Omaha?
Oh, sure, Ray.
Oh, then I'd better go home and start shaving.
Shaving? The convention isn't for 2 months. Is it going to take you that long to shave?
Oh, maybe longer, George. There's no blade in my razor, you see.
Oh. Well, you know that old saying, Ray. You can't get blade out of a turnip.
Oh.
How do you like that, Frank?
Anchor.
Anchor?
It sinks.
It does,
Say, Gracie, on that trip to Omaha, do you mind taking my mother-in-law?
Well, not at all, Truman.
But thanks. My wife and I'd like to be alone for a while.
We're not going to Omaha for 2 months, and everybody's getting ready.
So is Laura.
Who is Laura?
My kangaroo.
Oh, your kangaroo. The one you're using, the
Party
emblem.
Yes,
I thought
that's
so.
right.
Don't tell me a kangaroo is going to Omaha with you.
Well, she's home right now packing her bag.
She is,
George wants me to do my campaign song again on account of he sings the chorus in it. Vote for Gracie. vote for Gracie. She's the best little skipper in the land. Vote for Gracie, vote for Gracie. Won't you please give this little girl a hand? That's me. Even big politicians don't know what to do. Gracie doesn't know either, but neither do you. So vote for Gracie to win the presidential race. 100 million strong. That's right, you can't go wrong. Vote for Gracie. Keep voting all day long.
Keep voting all day long. Keep voting all day long. Fill up the ballot box. Keep voting all day long. Hey, Gracie, run, run, run.
My friends, are you for Gracie? Well, thanks. Would you like to hear Frank Parker sing my song?
Ho, 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 Gracie. Oh, Figaro. Oh, Gracie. It's awfully high, don't you know? I'm for Gracie. To lead the boys of Mary Chasey.
100 million strong.
That's right, you can't go wrong. Vote for Gracie. Keep voting all day long. All right, George, here's what you've been waiting for.
Oh, vote for Gracie, so I can be by myself. Please vote for Gracie, so I'll be happy on the shelf. If she's elected, I'll be neglected. Then I can stay home and play solitaire and keep that silly dame out of my hair.
Vote for Gracie, vote for Gracie, vote for Gracie, vote for Gracie. Her hands are the softest in the land. Vote for Gracie, vote for Gracie, vote for Gracie, vote for Gracie.
Now let's have Truman Bradley take the stand.
Why don't you be like Gracie? Be fair to yourself. Keep Heinz Honey and Almond right there on your shelf.
Goodbye to chap hands.
Let's get together now and clap hands.
And for a thrill let's do. We'll tell you what to do. Vote for Gracie, and she'll shake hands with you. Vote for Gracie, yes, yes. Vote for Gracie, yes, yes.
If the country's going Gracie, so can you.
Hey! Vote, 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 vote.
Uncle Sam, let me paddle your canoe. I'm just like Joan of Arc. I hear destiny call. It's a call to the ballpark to throw out the ball.
Vote for Gracie to win the presidential racing. 100 million strong. That's right, you can't go wrong. Vote for Gracie.
Isn't it thrilling?
Keep voting all day long.
Would you like a copy of Gracie's campaign song, Vote for Gracie? Yes, I mean the actual sheet music, complete with lyrics and verses. Well, here's how you can get a copy of this song. Just write your name and address on the back of a Heinz Honey and Almond Cream carton. That 25, 50-cent, or dollar-size carton, or 2 10-cent size cartons, and mail it to Gracie Allen, Hollywood, California. That's all. Then in a few days, you'll receive your copy of Gracie's campaign song, Vote for Gracie. Oh, I almost forgot. This sheet music has a swell picture of Gracie on the cover, too, which shows how sweet and lovable Gracie really is in person.
Well, Gracie, say goodnight.
Well, good night. And when I'm in the White House, you're all invited to come and have tea with me. But don't forget to bring your own lemon, as I'm cutting down on the budget, you know.
Good night.
Hello, my friends. The Heinz Honey and Almond Cream program.
Vote for Gracie. Vote for Gracie. Vote for Gracie. Vote for Gracie. Vote for Gracie.
Starring George Burns and Gracie Allen with Frank Parker, Ray Noble and his orchestra, and Truman Bradley speaking.
100 million strong. That's right, you can't go wrong. Vote for Gracie. Keep voting all day long.
And now I bring you George Burns and our little candidate who has a song in her heart and a kangaroo in a dressing room, Heinz Honey, Gracie Allen.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much.
Hello.
Well, Gracie, how's your campaign coming along?
Oh, it's been keeping me so busy, I haven't had time to think about it.
Your campaign's been keeping you so busy, huh?
Well, no, the trouble at home. The maid walked in last night and caught my aunt kissing my uncle.
The maid caught your uncle kissing your aunt?
Yeah, it was her day off. They didn't expect her home so soon.
Well, what happened?
What happened? The maid said to my aunt, one of us will have to go.
So?
So the maid left.
Well, good.
And my uncle left with her.
Your uncle left with her?
Yeah, well, what did he have to lose? It was downhill anyway.
What did your aunt do?
Oh, what could she do? She went to see a picture with the butler.
With the butler?
Well, you see, the gardener had already seen the picture.
Look, while this was going on, what was the chauffeur doing?
Oh, he was in Reno getting a divorce from the maid.
Nice little family you got there.
Hello.
Oh, hello, Frank.
Hello, Pinky. Oh, I'll never forget how my uncle met my aunt. She went in Bullock's to buy a girdle, and he sold her a lawnmower.
Must have been a beautiful romance.
Oh, it was love at first sight. She had never seen a lawnmower before.
Well, those things are pretty rare.
Yes.
But did she ever buy the girdle?
Oh, of course. And when she wears it, she's got a lot of class.
She has, huh?
Yeah, it sticks out all over her.
Yeah, she's probably got her good point.
Yeah. That's good, Judge.
Like it, huh?
Say, Gracie, when you're elected and I'm Postmaster General, I've got a great idea to simplify the postal service.
You have?
Sure, I'm going to put my picture on all the stamps.
That'll make telegrams very popular.
You see? And by the expression on my face, you'll be able to tell what's in the letter before you open it.
Oh, well, give me a for instance.
Yeah, give her a for instance.
Well, now, look, if the stamp shows a picture of me smiling,
Yeah.
it's a love letter. And if I'm crying, it's a bill. If it shows me winking, I met a new girl. And if it shows me with both eyes closed, I met a husband.
You know, Frank, my Pardon me. Hello?
Gesundheit.
Well, thanks.
Say, that stamp idea is great, Frank. Suppose I want to write a letter and tell people how to make rough red hands soft, smooth, and white. What would I use?
A 2-cent stamp.
I'd use Heinz Honey and Almond Cream.
Yeah. You know, I'd give my right arm to have somebody say something sensible on this program.
George, old man, would you give your left arm?
Why my left arm?
I've got a right arm.
You had a head. You could scratch it.
Maybe we're better off talking about my aunt and uncle, huh?
Gracie, will you stop with your aunt and uncle?
Well, I can't. They're stopping with us.
Well, we're back, folks.
Oh, but I'll never forget their honeymoon. They went to Niagara Falls and stopped at this lovely hotel.
That's it.
And after a wonderful champagne dinner or two,
Yes.
at about 11 o'clock, after everybody was asleep,
Uh-huh.
my uncle went over the falls in a barrel.
Gracie, that uncle that went over the falls in a barrel, is that on your father's side?
No, it was on the Canadian side.
And you're a little on the nutty side.
Oh, George.
Oh, yes.
I say, Gracie, I've been reading a lot about these pocket battleships, and as Secretary of the Navy, I think they're absolutely absurd.
Why, Ray?
Well, I think it's jolly difficult for a sailor to swim with a battleship in his pocket.
Well, Ray, you can always put a zipper on it, and it won't fall out.
That's right.
There's an idea.
Yes. Oh, and when the fleet is out at sea, I'm going to put Venetian blinds on the portholes.
Venetian blinds, huh?
Yes, those peeping toms are quite annoying, old boy.
Say, Ray, why don't you have my party emblem, the kangaroo, tattooed on all the sailors' chests?
I say, that's not a bad idea.
Yeah, then they can keep their tobacco in the pouch.
Say, a thing like that can grew up to be a fad.
That's good.
How do you like that, Frank?
Curly hair.
Curly hair?
It kinks.
It does,
And Ray, when you're Secretary of the Navy, I'm going to make my uncle your first assistant sailor.
First assistant sailor.
Well, why not? His middle name is Yacht.
Yacht, that's a pretty
Yeah,
name.
well, we only call him Yacht for short. His whole name is Idiot.
Oh, Idiot. That's the one that eloped with the maid.
Yes.
Gracie, we can't allow your uncle on my ship if he has that maid with him. It's against naval regulations.
Well, what do you want me to do, Ray?
Just send the maid down alone.
Oh.
Gracie, stop giving out jobs. You know nothing about politics.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah. What would you do if a senator tried to filibuster?
Well, I'd give him bicarbonate soda.
Well, I'm sorry I brought it up. President. You don't even know what the amendments are.
Yeah? Which one?
Anyone. The 14th.
You mean the one about not abridging citizenship rights?
Well, is that the...
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, well, the gist of that amendment is, no state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States.
Well.
Nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law.
That's amazing.
Nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protections of the laws. Proposed June 13, 1868, adopted July 21, 1868, ratified by July 28, 1868.
Oh, Gracie, how did you happen to know all of that?
Oh, I just took a wild guess.
A wild guess,
Well, Frank, that was grand. I never heard you in better voice. Well, nice of you to say that. Well, you seem to be getting better each week. Really? Do you mean it? Well, if I didn't mean it, I wouldn't say it.
Frank,
Frank,
you're talking to yourself.
Well, it's the only way I can get an intelligent answer on this program.
You're certainly stuck on you, and I do mean glue.
Mm-hmm. The feeling is mucilage.
Oh, get out of there.
Oh, I'll take it.
Take it, Gracie.
Hello. This is Hines Honey, also known as Gracie Allen, presidential candidate on surprise party ticket holder in our convention in Omaha, May 15, 16, 17, 18. Who's calling, please? Oh, just a minute. I'll see if she's in. Gracie, it's for you.
You're Gracie.
Oh, I am.
See what you started, Frank?
Hello? Who? Oh, hello, Andy. I didn't recognize my voice. What? What? Talk louder. Where are you talking from? Well, you better go in the other room where the phone is. George, my aunt is so very silly.
You'd never know it.
Hello? Oh, hello, Andy. That's much better. Our uncle and the maid back? Oh, you are. Oh, that's good. That's bad. That's good. No, that's bad. That's bad. That's good. That's bad. That's good. That's good. That's good. That's bad.
Gracie! What's going on there?
Oh, my aunt is sorting a box of strawberries. That's good.
Give
That's bad.
Give me that phone. Goodbye. I wish your relatives would stop calling.
Oh, hello, Bubbles.
Hello, Bubbles.
Oh, hello. How do you feel, Mr. Burns?
Well, how do I look?
Maybe it's something you ate.
Oh, yeah? Well, I feel just as young as Georgie Jessel acts.
Say, that's right. I read that. Say, is it true that Jessel's going to marry a 15-year-old girl?
Said so in the papers.
Oh, maybe he's marrying her for her money?
Yes. Either that or she's a swell cook.
Yes. Say, Frank, did you know they're each bringing a school chum to act as best man and maid of honor?
Really?
Yeah, she's bringing Shirley Temple and he's bringing George Alice.
Yes. And if I'll tell you something. If she marries Jessel, she couldn't marry a nicer fella.
Well, you're perfectly right. You know, he proposed to me about 32 years ago.
Really? What did you say?
Da-da.
I saw a picture in the paper, and she's certainly a beautiful young girl.
Oh, she certainly is. And you know, she comes from a very young family. Her grandmother's only 19.
19?
And her father isn't born yet.
Isn't born yet?
That's what it said in the New York papers. They're expecting him to arrive any day now.
Yeah, that's what Dr. Kildare keeps telling them down at the office.
Uh-huh.
I don't know what the papers are so upset about. When she's 92, he'll only be 147.
Well, that's nice. Then they can grow old together.
Now, you take my drummer. When he was 55, he married a girl of 14.
How did that happen?
Jessel was out of town.
Probably playing Lowe's Afghanistan.
George, we'll have to send the bride and groom a nice present.
Yeah, something they can both use.
Yeah. How about a lollipop with a cigar on the other end?
Well, I don't know. The difference between 15 and 40 is only 25. That's not so much.
No.
If it is, George, you can always get the 10-cent size.
Well, who said that?
Or if that's too little, get the 50-cent size. And then, of course, there's always the dollar size.
Of what?
You know, that soothing stuff that you can get at all toilet discounters.
Yeah, but what is it?
You know, it comes in bottles.
Yeah, but what is it?
Oh, George, you made me say it. Heinz, Honey, and Almond.
Yeah, I forced you.
Say, Gracie, do you know that 25,000 members of the Whiskerina Club in Omaha have passed a rule that all men have got to have whiskers to come to your convention?
25,000 sets of whiskers?
Oh, that ought to sweep me into office.
I don't like the idea of a beard, but it might grow on me.
Oh, George, that's a scream.
Yes, I'm another Boris Karloff.
You know, George, a beard would be very becoming to you.
Well, thanks.
You look like a Airedale peeping through a hedge.
What's the matter with my face?
George, do you shave yourself?
Well, certainly.
Do you ever cut yourself?
No.
Isn't it a temptation?
Gracie, I still can't see why we have to all have beards to go to your convention.
Well, that's my slogan. Vote for Gracie and see America Fuzz.
America Fuzz.
And Gracie,
You know, your campaign mail is pouring in. Now, here's a letter from the engineers of the Colorado State College at Fort Collins. And at their annual banquet on March 23rd, they endorsed you for president.
Oh, am I honored.
And Indiana University has also endorsed you.
Oh, am I thrilled.
And the Miami University in Florida has endorsed you.
Am I pale?
Pale?
Yeah, from being endorsed too much.
Well, how do you like that, Frank?
Garbo's feet.
Garbo's feet?
Plenty of sock.
Well, I certainly put my foot in that.
Oh, George.
Yes, I'm the devil.
And I know this is wonderful. 4,000 students at San Jose State College are holding a Gracie Allen Ball on March 29th.
Oh, isn't that wonderful? I'll be able to dance 4,000 times.
You mean you're going to dance with 4,000 college boys?
Sure.
Isn't that pretty strenuous?
Well, not as strenuous as sitting them out, if you know what I mean.
I think I know what you mean.
Gracie, in raising this beard for your convention now, how often do I have to water it?
Well, a convention should be watered once a month.
Well, that's a nice piece of dialogue.
Well, Gracie, I'll raise half a beard, and if the people in Omaha like it, well, I'll raise the other half.
Yes.
Well, that's fair
Do that
enough.
and go and talk to Austin Wells.
And, Gracie, did you know that the Delta chapter of the Phi Kappa Sigma at Washington and Jefferson College is nominating you for president April 27th at their quadrennial convention.
At their quadrennial convention? Isn't that wonderful? I didn't even know quadrennials were in season.
Gracie, do you know what quadrennial means?
Quadrennials, let's see. It's,
How do you spell quadrennial?
very poorly.
That's
It's a sort of bluish white, more like a green.
Sort of like a circle.
Yeah, and the more you shave it, the longer it grows, and the longer it grows, the shorter it gets, and the shorter it gets, the longer quadrennial.
Gracie, Well, Ray, that was simply
Say,
grand.
Gracie,
You know.
the newspapers all over the country are waiting for your party platform.
Oh, yes, I was working on it last night, and I'll read what I've written. A text of the surprise party platform is outlined by candidate Gracie Allen. Plank number 1, unemployment and where to get it.
Unemployment and where to get it?
No, please, Judge, I thought of it first.
Yes, that's yours.
Under my administration, the government will give free correspondence courses so that people who can't find jobs in their own line will soon be without jobs in 3 or 4 different types of work.
Well, that's nice work if you can't get it.
For instance,
Yes.
I'll teach people to milk cows by mail.
By mail?
How to raise mushrooms under twin beds.
Oh, that's amazing.
How to get good bridge hands when it's your deal.
Well, you must be elected.
200 things to do with an old toupee, and so forth.
Well, that's not a platform. That's a laundry chute.
Now, George, I'm reading.
Oh, yes.
I'll even give a home course in barbering if I can get Montana to cooperate.
Well, I'll talk to him.
My plan is to send each student barber a live sheep and a razor.
That's a lovely plan.
Then when he's learned to shave the sheep, he can write his own diploma on the sheep's back.
Where does he learn to write?
No, please.
Oh, you're coming to that.
This is better than having a sheepskin in a picture frame, because with a live sheep hanging on his wall, a barber will have something to wipe his hands on.
Well, that's not bad.
Now, plank number 2.
Yes.
It's based on a moral.
A moral.
Moral. To prevent wrinkles, hang your face up at night. You don't wear your pants to bed, do you?
That's just what this country needs.
Of course. And it's covered under this heading. My plan for sociable security.
Sociable security?
Yes. To be secure sociably, stay away from society.
Say, that's good.
It's terrific.
Dinner parties are getting so ritzy that even if you find the right soup spoon, you're still puzzled. You don't know which fork to pick it up with.
That's why they put pencils on the end of erasers.
George, do you want to hear this or don't you?
I don't.
Well, then listen. There are more rules of etiquette than traffic laws. For instance, if a gentleman is lying under a table in a nightclub, should he rise if a lady comes in?
No, just tip his ice bag.
And
say, how do?
Yes.
Yes.
And, yes. George, and what should a girl do after a gentleman brings her home from a cafe? Should she ask him in to meet her husband?
Well, should she?
Well, that's the Republicans' answer that.
Gracie, I'd like to ask you one thing. What does your surprise party stand for?
Well, because it would look silly lying down.
Well, it
Plank
would not.
number 3.
You know, I don't think Social Security is any problem at all. All you have to do is have trousers come with 2 pairs of suspenders.
Yeah, and that could hold up the budget at the same time.
Now, Gracie, in your platform, aren't you going to say anything about finances?
Finances, I certainly am. I think every girl should have one.
One? Frank Parker has 3.
I have 4.
4 sweethearts? Who are they?
Don Wilson.
Yeah, that male quartet with 6 delicious flavors.
And now for prank number 3, which is also based on a moral.
What's the idea of all these morals?
Well, they're mostly to fill the cracks between the planks.
So that it matches your head. Thought so, yes. Just a minute, to take it. Hello.
Hello, you remember me, Charlie Henderson, the fellow who wrote the campaign song?
Oh, yes. Hello, Charlie.
Hello, Mr. Henderson.
You're Mr. Henderson, and what is it you want?
I want to talk to Charlie.
Look, I'm George Burns.
Oh, wait, I'll see if he's in.
Here, Gracie, you talk to him. I'm going nuts.
Oh, hello, Charlie.
Hello, Gracie. Well, look, I'll be a trifle late. On my way to meet you, I got on a one-way street, and it took me a little out of my way.
Well, where are you?
In Salt Lake City.
Well, don't worry. Instead of an 8:30 dinner, we'll make it 8:45. Goodbye.
Bye.
He came down to meet you here, and he's in Salt Lake City?
Well, you see, he washed his car this morning. He can't do a thing with it.
Well, he ought to trade it in for a rattle.
Prank number 3. Bigger figures for small businessmen.
Bigger figures for small businessmen. That's to keep their bustles out of the red, I guess.
Yes.
Yes.
Chicken in every pot is fine if you're not the chicken.
I see.
But what this country needs is a pretty girl on every lap.
Say, you've got something there.
Sure, idle knees are the root of all evil.
Idle knees.
Prank number 4.
Hello, Gracie.
Oh, hello, Charlie.
Do you mean to say you came all the way from Salt Lake City in 2 minutes?
I would have been here sooner, only I had an accident.
An accident?
I went through the windshield.
Attaboy.
Please, don't pat me on the back. My head keeps falling off.
Well, I've had enough of this.
Prank number 4. Immortality.
And I've had enough
profit.
of that, too. I've enough of these things.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hellotion, my friends. The Heinz Honey and Almond Cream Program. Starring George Burns and Heinz Honey, Gracie Allen, with Frank Parker, Ray Noble and his orchestra, and Truman Bradley speaking.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hello.
How's your campaign coming along?
Oh, fine. Only I've been getting a little impatient with Congress.
Impatient with Congress?
Yeah, where did they come off passing a law that you can only spend $3 million for your campaign fund?
Oh, yes. I saw that on the front page this morning.
Did you see the second page?
Uh-huh.
How did Dick Tracy make out?
He escaped again.
Oh, good.
Good.
$3 million for a campaign fund. Well, where can you go on that? Why, they spend more than that to run the government.
Gracie, stop worrying. The Republicans and the Democrats are limited to $3 million, too.
Yeah, but does Jim Farley have to spend $17 for a permanent?
Well, I wouldn't know.
And does Mr. Garner have to pay $10 for a snood?
Well, you've got me. You've got me.
And does John L. Lewis have to spend $3 to have his eyebrows plucked?
Well, you've got me. I really would.
Do you know what's wrong with this program?
You've got me.
You guessed it.
You were tricked. I was tricked into that.
$3 million, Gracie, is enough to run any campaign.
Oh, yeah? Why, the last convention I went to, I wasn't even running, and it cost me $10,000 for tips.
$10,000 for tips?
Well, it was a Shriners convention, and I thought they were red caps.
Well, I'll bet were their fezzes red.
I'll bet.
And a badger, too.
Say, Gracie, exactly how much money have you got in this campaign fund of yours?
Oh, I've been getting checks from all over the country.
Really? How much have you got?
Oh, let me see now. 8 from Boston, 15 from Chicago.
Well, how much have you got altogether?
And 10 from Omaha, 18 from Philadelphia, 1 from East Philadelphia.
How much have you got, Gracie?
30 from New York, none from Brooklyn, and 3 from Akron.
How much have you got?
Well, altogether, I've got about 190 checks.
Well, that's a lot of money.
Oh, well, it would even be more if they were signed.
What good are unsigned checks?
Oh, they'll be signed.
They will, huh?
Oh, my brother's home working on them right now.
You haven't got a dime and you're upset about millions.
Oh, well, sure I'm upset. The government says that they'll allow you $3 million for a campaign fund, and so far they haven't sent me a nickel.
Gracie, I'll explain it.
So you'll understand it.
Yes. When they say that they allow you $3 million, they don't mean that they allow you $3 million. They mean you're allowed to have it if you have $3 million.
You feel all right, Daddy?
Quiet, Parker.
Hello, Pinky.
Hello. Say, Prez, I saw you at the Hollywood ballpark the other day, throwing out the first ball.
Oh, did you?
Yes, Gracie. I heard you opened the Pacific Coast season.
Oh, yeah, and was I excited.
Really?
There I was with a hamburger in one hand and a baseball in the other, and I didn't know which one to throw.
Well, what'd you do?
Oh, what did I do? What could I do? After I'd eaten the baseball, I had to throw out the hamburger.
Tell me, was the catcher mad?
Oh, was he? He held the game up for 20 minutes.
20 minutes?
Well, yes, it's hard to eat a hamburger through a mask.
Oh, yes. Those things get in your eyes.
Yes. Did you enjoy the game, Frank?
Oh, yes, I had a swell seat. Johnny Weissmuller couldn't go, so he gave me his seat.
Oh, where was it?
Up in a tree.
Must have been very uncomfortable.
No, I was sitting on a bird's nest.
Sitting on a bird's nest?
Yeah, one of them bit me in the second inning.
Oh, George.
Ago, the bird died.
George, there certainly were a lot of celebrities at the ball game. Robert Taylor was in a box, and George Raft was in another box, and I had the box of honor.
Box of honor?
Yeah, it was full of Cracker Jack.
Full of Cracker Jack? It's the kind that have those little prizes in them.
Yes, one had a little tin whistle, and oh, it was delicious.
Delicious?
You said it.
Oh. You can also whistle for your campaign fund, too.
Oh, don't worry about me. I'll get the $3 million, even if I have to accept it from strangers.
Strangers, huh?
Gracie, it's very simple. Just go to one of those loan companies that advertise on the radio. They'll loan you $3 million and no questions asked.
Oh, well, that's wonderful. I wonder how much interest they'll pay me.
Well, my trumpet player is thinking of going down there to get some money.
Well, maybe he's got collateral.
No, he's got asthma, but you can't hear it when he's playing trumpet.
Well, on him it looks good.
Maybe I can get my campaign money from your fans, George.
$3 million from my fans?
Well, that's not very much. It's only $1 million apiece.
And I thought I had 4 fans.
You lost one. Singing ain't misbehaving,
yeah,
remember?
I'll sing it again.
Say, Gracie, I'll tell you how to raise the money for your campaign fund. You know, when you use the $1 bottle of Heinz Honey and Almond Cream, you save a lot of money.
Uh-huh.
So you get 10 million people in your party using it, and at the end of the week, you know what you've got?
What?
Soft
white hands. I thought so, yeah. I don't know about your party, but it'll certainly keep your hands out of the red.
Thank you.
Thank you.
George, did you know that Sally Rand is campaigning for me?
Sally Rand?
Well, you should have heard her the other night making a speech. She got up and she said, "My fans, and you are my fans."
Oh, your fans? Yes.
Yes.
Well, that covers everything.
Well, doesn't it?
Gracie. I say, Gracie, if you went around barefooted, you wouldn't have all these financial troubles.
Barefooted?
Oh, rather. I read where John D. Rockefeller started out as a barefoot boy, and he wound up with hundreds of millions.
Yes. But he had a few oil projects on the side.
Well, with all that money, he could have gone to a doctor and had them removed.
Probably wouldn't hurt a bit.
Well, anyway, I'm not going to worry about it. If I can't get $3 million for my campaign fund, I'll just have to get along on $2.5 million.
Yeah, just rough it a little bit.
Yeah.
Yes.
Say, Gracie, when you get to the White House, what are you going to do with your family?
Well, my little nephew can stay in the Library of Congress, and my uncle will live at the Smithsonian Institute.
Nice place.
And, I know my brother will just love the Mint. And my sister...
Your uncle in the Smithsonian Institute?
Yes, and my sister...
That's a museum.
Well, that'll be a nice change for my uncle. You see, for the past 7 years, he's been living in a broom closet.
In a broom closet?
Yeah, but 3 years ago, he came out to make a personal appearance on We the People.
I see. And went right back into the broom closet.
Yes.
You know, a very funny thing happened to me in Washington. I went to a very swanky affair, and I had one of those red, green, and yellow diplomatic sashes across my chest, and they kept calling on me to make a speech.
Well, why didn't you make a speech?
Because I'm not a diplomat.
Well, then why didn't you take off the sash?
I couldn't. It was holding up my pants.
Yes, and it wouldn't look very nice for a diplomat to be without his portfolio.
My uncle it would.
Oh, yes, the one that lives in the broom closet.
Yeah, with the vacuum cleaner.
With a vacuum cleaner?
Yeah, he's a Hoover man.
Oh, he is.
That number was for Sam and Edna, for Harriet, Elsie, and Joe, for Mabel, Becky, and Agnes, for little Mickey O'Toole, who'll be 2 years old next February, and for the girls in the pool room.
You, too, can have a new spring outfit like Smiling Frankie Parker is wearing. Complete with hat, suit, overcoat, shoes, 3 pairs of socks, double-breasted undershirt and watch, all for $3.85.
Yes, sir. George.
Hey, yeah?
George,
Who's the man Gracie's talking to over there?
I don't know. She's probably trying to get $3 million for a campaign fund.
Hey, it sounds like that, doesn't it?
Well, Miss Allen, I don't think I'll have any trouble raising it. I've raised it before, and I don't see why I can't do it again.
Well, how long do you think it'll take?
Well, it all depends on a lot of things. I'll go out and start working on it right now.
Good. The sooner you start, the sooner you'll raise it.
That's right. Gracie, who's that?
The elevator boy. His elevator's stuck in the basement.
So was your campaign.
Say, Gracie, I typed that speech for you.
Thanks, Bubbles.
But, you know, I had a little trouble with the typewriter. Some of the O's are upside down.
What speech?
And you'll notice, Gracie, I've got farmers in caps.
Farmers in caps? Well, I always thought they wore straw hats.
Look, don't tell me that you're going to make a speech.
Just to the farmers.
Dewey and Garner made a speech to the farmers last week.
Oh, copycats.
Yeah, they stole the stuff
Well-
they haven't done yet.
Now for my speech. Farmers, farmers' wives, and Sammy Cohn.
Sammy Cohen?
Oh, pardon me, it's semicolon.
A semicolon. That little dark fella.
Yeah, well, I'll start again. Farmers, farmers' wives, farmers' sons, farmers' daughters, hired hands, and tractor salesmen.
What about the boys in the back room?
See what they'll have.
Truman, see what they'll have.
My subject tonight is the care and feeding of farmers and how to cook it.
How to cook it?
My opponents have said that they're going to fight me until the cows come home. Oh, so they admit the cows aren't home. Oh, why aren't the cows home? Because they don't like conditions on the farm. The cows are smart. They're not coming home until there's a woman in the White House.
I see. Well, how do you, Gracie, what I'd like to know is how do you know what the cows think about?
Bubbles tells me everything.
Oh, go ahead. Go right ahead.
So, if you farmers want contented cows, have your wives knit each cow a glove. And in that way, my friend...
one glove for each cow.
Well, sure, so that when the cow isn't being milked, it can keep its fingers warm.
I guess you figured that out for yourself.
Oh.
How do you like that, Frank?
Cocktails for two.
Cocktails for two?
Yeah, it's drinks.
It does,
So, my friend...
Gracie, when you're through, can my drummer have a copy of your speech? He's a farmer, you know.
Why doesn't he listen to it?
Oh, he can't right now. He's reading Rebecca.
Well, have him read it out loud. It'll help the farmers more than the speech.
Oh, right.
So, my friends, what the American farm needs is the touch of a woman's hand. Therefore, I say the hand that rocks the cradle should pull the plow.
That's what you say.
Yes. Friends, it's women who have made history. You said it.
Yes.
When Romeo drank the poison, who got the nickel back on the bottle?
Jack Bennett?
No.
No, I'm wrong.
No. After Julius Caesar was stabbed, who darned up the holes in his sweater?
Mary Livingston.
No.
I'm wrong again.
When Paris gave Helen of Troy a wooden horse, who put $2 out its nose?
Bing Crosby.
No.
Wrong again.
When Napoleon was losing at Waterloo, who was Josephine playing rummy with?
Well, who?
Oh, don't ask me. Write to your congressman.
I say. Well, what are you trying to prove? That women should run the farm?
Well, the least they could do is have scarecrows wear dresses instead of pants.
Well, that's a nice compromise.
Oh, thanks. I got it at Bullock's.
Oh, and it's pretty, too, yeah.
Say, Gracie, I think you're overlooking a big point. What the farmers need most is water.
Bubbles, make a note of that.
All right.
Have you forgotten what Secretary of Agriculture Wallace said when he addressed the farmers during the drought?
Oh, what did he say?
Greetings, Gate. Let's irrigate.
That's what Yehudi keeps telling him down at the office when he ain't neat.
So, my friends, I could point out several things that are wrong with farm conditions, but it isn't polite to point.
Yes, so you won't.
The trouble with farms today is they're overcrowded. Asparagus only has standing room.
And mushrooms are living in cellars.
Yeah.
I thought so, yeah.
Gracie, my drummer won't be able to let his wife run his farm.
Why not?
Well, she ran away with a hired man about a week ago.
Oh, that's awful.
Oh, it's even worse than that, Grace. The hired man is the only one that can run the threshing machine.
Well, what's your drummer going to do about it?
Oh, not a thing until he finishes reading Rebecca.
Oh, now, please, boys. The farmers are waiting for the finish of my speech.
So are we.
Friends, the following are a number of things that women will do for the farms. Number one, we'll put a chalk mark in every chicken coop. Number
chalk
two,
mark in every chicken coop?
so the hens can lay it on the line.
Well, really, darn wide of them.
Say, Gracie, why don't you have milking stools with rumble seats so that the cows can sit down, too?
Cows can sit down. Bubbles, pull up a chair. Like that one, Frank?
Dodo bird.
Dodo bird?
Extinct.
It did. Gracie, your speech.
Oh, number three, bustles for farmers' wives.
Wait a minute. What's that? Who's that?
Oh, that's my drummer who's been reading Rebecca.
Oh, And they just found out about his wife running away, huh?
Oh, no.
What's he crying about?
Oh, the book has a sad ending.
Gracie, your speech, please.
Well, number 3, bustles for farmers' wives, so that they can be well-dressed and have something to carry the coal in at the same time.
What's 4?
2 and 2.
Oh, I always thought it was 3 and 1.
Oh, well, you see.
I'm wrong.
And in conclusion, my farmer friends, it has always been my custom to leave my audience in a good mood. So,
Gracie, what's that?
I'm leaving in a good mood.
I say what.
Well, George has been trying to convince Gracie that the public thinks her presidential campaign is silly. So we've got a microphone out in front of the studio, and we're about to interview the man in the street. Now, step back, ladies and gentlemen. Will you step back and give us some room?
Quiet,
Thank you very much.
everybody. Oh, what's your name, mister?
Who, me?
No, you.
My name is Benny V. Rubin.
Oh, what does the V stand for?
Volter.
Hot Volta or cold Volta?
Oh, please, George. Mister, who do you think will be the next president?
Why change? Isn't McKinley doing a good job?
Volta probably hasn't seen today's paper, Volta.
Oh, George, give the gentleman 2 tickets to Grauman's Chinese and a box of Mars bars.
Gracie, let me ask these questions.
Next gentleman, what's your name, mister?
Harriet Brown. I'll take care of her, Gracie.
Step away, Frank. Miss, I've been trying to prove a point. Have you heard anything about Gracie Allen's campaign for president?
Oh, yes, I'm going to vote for her.
Oh, George, give the girl 2 pounds of coffee.
Quiet. Miss Brown, do you really think that Gracie Allen has a chance of being elected?
Do I? And I bet this girl does, too, don't you, miss?
Do I? Oh, I certainly do.
Well, this is fine.
George, give Gracie 2 pounds of coffee.
Quiet, Bubbles.
Say, here's a nice-looking young man here.
Oh, he's pretty hot, dude.
How do you do?
Oh, well, I didn't catch your name, but my name is Gracie Allen.
Say, aren't you the girl?
Oh, I certainly am. You're not bad yourself.
Look, Gracie.
So where do you live?
In Pasadena, but
Oh, I'll be glad to, but I have to be home by 12 o'clock.
Gracie, let me do the talking.
Oh, it's awfully nice of you to say that, mister. George, give the gentleman 2 pounds of coffee.
Mister, are you a Republican or a Democrat?
He is. George, take back the coffee.
Gracie, we haven't got any coffee.
Say, are you nuts?
Yes, and I'm his partner, Gracie Allen.
Stop rubbing it in.
Say, Gracie, here's a little boy 6 years old who knows all about your surprise party.
You betcha, and I'm going to vote for you, Gracie.
Well, thanks, Sonny.
Hey, who's that guy
Oh,
over
that's
there?
George.
Oh, I know. That's your party mascot.
The party mascot is a kangaroo.
Gee whiz, he talks, too.
Oh, that's cute. George, give him 2 pounds of Ovaltine.
I'll give him a hot foot in a minute. Imagine mistaking me for a kangaroo.
Well, that's because you've got that cigar stuck in your pouch.
There must be one intelligent person in this crowd.
Coming. I say, Gracie. I couldn't get anybody to be interviewed, but I'll be glad to answer any question.
Oh, good. What's your name?
Raymond O. Noble.
Well, what does the O stand for?
Volta.
Volta. Can you imagine what I stand for?
Yeah. Mr. Noble, where are you from?
Oh, the crowd over there.
That's the spot, yeah.
Well, now, why do you think I'll be the best president?
Well, now, that's a coincidence. You know, I asked myself the same thing the other night.
And what did you answer yourself?
Well, I really don't know. Now that I'm an American, it's very difficult for me to understand an English accent, you know.
Oh, George. Give the gentleman 2 pounds.
2 pounds of what?
2 pounds of flesh. He can use it.
You said it.
Step aside, one side there. Just step aside there. This way, sweetheart. Oh, Gracie, here's a young lady from Erie, Pennsylvania. Her name is Florence Gould. Her phone number is Federal 8388, and she's going to vote for you, aren't you, honey?
And how?
Come on, baby. I told you I was going to put you on the radio.
Frank, where are you going?
I don't have to tell you any more, do I, brother?
Oh, go away.
Pardon me, Miss Allen. I've noticed you're interviewing a lot of people about your campaign, and I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Oh, well, all right, but only 2 at a time.
Is your administration going to do away with the New Deal?
No, I'm going to continue the New Deal. But to make it more exciting, I'm going to have Deuces Wild.
Except repairs and flushes.
Yes.
Yes.
How do you feel about the youth movement?
Oh, I just love it. Jitterbugging is my favorite stuff.
Oh, yes.
Are you going to do anything with the SEC, NLRB, WPA, CCC, CIO, or AFL?
Oh, no, my good man. I haven't played with blocks since I was a baby.
Oh, Miss Allen, what do you think of the Wagner Act?
Oh, well, it's all right, but my favorite act is Olson and Johnson.
Have you anything to say about Secretary Hull's reciprocal trade agreement?
Well, no, but I'd have plenty to say about it if I knew what it was.
Look, let me handle this. Mister, would you step up to the microphone, please?
Yes, sir.
Are you in favor of the surprise party?
Well, my wife says I'm a Republican.
Would you elect a woman to the presidency?
I'll have to ask my wife.
Well, do you think a woman president would be better than a man president?
I've never heard my wife say.
Your wife? Haven't you got a mind of your own?
Yes, sir.
Well, where is it?
Standing over there in the blue dress.
Oh.
Oh, George, I'll interview his wife.
That's a swell idea, Gracie. And say, ask her about INP, Unihe, and Omde Imcre, will you?
Oh, yes. Madam, I've been admiring your beautiful hands. What makes them so soft and smooth?
My husband does all the housework.
Oh.
George, give the man 2 pounds of soap chips in a dish bag.
Well. Here's a nice-looking gentleman. One at a time.
No. You. Where were you from?
Well, I travel a lot, Missy. As a matter of fact, I just come from Omaha.
Oh, that's where we're holding our surprise party convention.
Oh, yes. My niece wrote me all about it.
Oh, did she?
It's going to be held May 15th, 16th, 17th, and 18th.
That's right.
They're running a special Union Pacific train to take the party from Los Angeles to Omaha.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to have torchlight parades, and 25,000 men are raising whiskers.
Well, your niece certainly must be a smart girl.
She is. And so are her sisters, Bessie, Hazel, and Pearl.
Yeah, Bessie Hazel and what? Uncle Charlie!
Well, Gracie, say goodnight.
Oh, good night. Oh, and when I'm in Washington, don't forget to drop in for dinner. And if I don't serve the best 60-cent dinner in Washington, may I never see a third term.
Good night, all.
Hello, my friends. The Heinz Honey and Almond Cream Program.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much.
Hello. Oh, George, what'll it be tonight? Shall we talk about you, or shall we talk about something interesting, or shall we talk about...
Gracie, let's talk about me.
All right. Tell me about you. What do you think of the way I upset them at the Wisconsin primaries last week?
You upset the Wisconsin primary?
Yes.
What about Dewey?
Dewey? Who's Dewey?
He's a Republican.
Oh, he's the one.
Yes, he's the one. He's the one who's running against you for president.
Oh, the poor fellow. What's he going to do for a living?
Oh, he'll do all right. It happens that he carried Wisconsin.
Well, he won't carry it far. If you saw the front page of the Milwaukee Sentinel, you know it was a landslide for me.
A landslide for you?
I got 63 votes.
63 votes out of millions of voters in Wisconsin?
Oh, well, that was only in one copy of the paper. And that paper has a circulation of 187,000. 187,000 times 63 is 402.
All right, Gracie. That's bingo and never mind.
Just imagine me getting 63 votes in Wisconsin
Yeah.
last Tuesday, and I wasn't even there.
I see.
The whole thing's silly.
Yeah.
I was at the Pantages Theater seeing Too Many Husbands.
All right, so it was silly.
Oh, it certainly is silly. There's no such a thing as too many husbands. You know what I mean?
I think I know what you mean, yes.
Now, if the Republicans and Democrats are going to keep nominating me at their primaries, there'll be nothing left for my party to do. And you know I'm a one-party girl.
Hello, Gracie.
Oh, there's my party now.
I say, Gracie, I brought you a little remembrance.
Oh, Ray Noble. Why, they're Easter lilies.
Yes, I want you to remember Easter.
Oh, thanks. Spring, spring, I love spring. You know what Tennyson said?
No, what did he say?
Well, I don't know. I wasn't listening, but I just love spring.
Look, what's going on here?
Spring.
Spring.
George, old boy, would you mind taking Truman and Frank out into the hall? I'd like to talk to Gracie, and it's very confidential.
It is, eh? There are millions of people listening in.
Well, would you mind taking them out with you?
Yeah, well, come on, folks. Let's go out.
Hello, Fred.
Hello, Pinky.
Oh, hello, Frank.
Well, what does the man on the street think about tonight?
I'm not the man in the street.
Well, you will be, brother, when Gracie's elected.
First of all, Gracie is not going to be elected, and when she is, I'll be able to take care of myself.
That's right. George can always follow in his father's footsteps.
Yeah. What was his father?
A ski jumper.
He was not. He was a baseball player.
And you were his first error.
Oh, quiet. Don't worry about me. I don't need a job. I've saved my money.
Oh, you said it.
All right. Never mind. I'm not so cheap.
You said it first.
Oh, stop. Well, didn't you all just have lunch at my house this afternoon?
Well, we haven't eaten out of paper plates since we ate over at Jack Benny's.
What's wrong with serving lunch on paper plates?
Well, at least you could have served it on today's paper.
Today's paper?
Yeah.
It wasn't a formal lunch, you know.
Oh.
Don't you worry about George getting a job. He had the sponsor to dinner last week.
You said it. I had him eating right out of my hand.
Oh, no plates at all, huh?
Gracie, I happen to have a set of plates, and they're beautiful.
Oh, especially when you smile. Smile for the lady. Go
Quiet. I may have my faults, but on me they look good.
Oh, yeah. Especially the eye teeth.
Yeah, the gut tooth there, yeah.
As it, George, you know that saying that a wise man changes his mind, but a fool never?
Yeah, I know that saying, Ray.
Well, would you change your mind and take Truman and Frank out into the hall so I can be alone with Gracie?
Oh, yeah, will you, George?
Look, what's going on in here tonight?
Well, you see, it's spring, and I want to ask Gracie to help me with my income tax.
Ray, anything you want to ask Gracie, you ask me.
Well, will you kiss me, George?
Will you go away? Go away. Silliest fellow I ever met in my life.
Hello? Hi, Sonny, Gracie Allen speaking. What? You called up to say you're going to vote for me? Oh, thank you. Well, I certainly appreciate it. What? Well, sure, I'll be glad to send you a picture. Where shall I send it? Oh, just bring it home with me? Oh, hello, Mother.
Oh, it's your mother. Fine.
What? The census taker was there? Well, did you tell him I wanted to ask him some questions? Oh, he's on his way down, huh? You called him what? A loafer, a tramp, a hobo, a bum, a good-for-nothing, and a heel, and he liked it? Oh, he gets 4 cents a name.
If your daddy was there, he could probably retire.
What, Mother? Laura? She's sick? Oh, isn't that too bad, George? My kangaroo is sick.
Oh, yes, Laura, the party emblem.
Oh, you don't say, Mother. She has a fever of 115? Well, what are you going to do about it? Oh, I see. You're putting some potatoes and a leg of lamb in bed with her. Oh, yeah. Well, let me know when they're done.
Yes. Ought to be delicious.
Well, I'll be home right after the broadcast. But don't let that lamb burn. Keep turning Laura over. Yeah, goodbye.
Gracie, your family was nutty enough before you got that kangaroo.
Well, it's really serious, George. Mother said they had 8 doctors there today, and they all said the same thing.
What do they say?
$2 in advance.
Yes, that stuff is contagious.
Oh, what fever is nothing, Gracie. Why, once I had a fever of 120.
Fever of 120? How did you live?
I got an annuity.
Gracie, how did Laura, your kangaroo, get sick?
Well, she caught a cold. She slept all night with her pouch open.
She did, well, that's all I want.
Here's a grand way to keep your hands feeling comfortable when you're spring cleaning. Smooth Heinz Honey and Almond Cream all over your hands often during the day. It takes just a moment, and it's certainly worth it. For Heinz is extra creamy, extra softening to dry, chapped hands. And it contains 2 vitamins, too, A and D. Use Heinz before each cleaning job. It helps guard your skin against the drying effects of dust, harsh cleansers, and hot water. Then after each job, get out your bottle of Heinz again. Smooth this creamy emulsion over your fingers, especially around the cuticle, over the backs of your hands, on your dry, hard palms, up the wrists and arms. Heinz quickly coaxes back that softer look and feel. You'll find that even one application of Heinz helps your tender, work-abused hands look much nicer. So get Heinz Honey and Almond Cream tonight. The 10 or 25-cent size is handy to carry in your apron pocket as you work. The 50-cent or the big dollar-size Heinz is economical for the whole family to use. Ask at the nearest toilet goods counter for Heinz, spelled Hinds. Now, Frank Parker.
Thanks, Prue. The scene is from the musical play The Girl from Utah. The time is the year 1914. The song is They Didn't Believe Me, composer Jerome Kern, The Boy Me, The Girl You.
Frank, I never get tired listening to your singing. You know, every week you seem to get better.
Ah, George, you make me feel like a dog. You're always saying nice things about me, and here you are without a voice, without a future, very little personality, or hardly anything else.
Kid.
But really, I'm serious, George, and I'd like to say something nice about you.
Well, why don't you?
Well, I will as soon as I can think of something.
I'll remember that when your option is due.
Oh, don't pay any attention to Frank, George. He only repeats what everybody else says.
Well, now I feel better.
Oh, dear, where's Bubbles? There's so much campaign mail to answer. I've been getting letters from colleges, mayors, governors, politicians, executives, farmers, doctors.
How about pajamas?
Third floor, please. Lawyers,
Quiet.
And not only do I get letters, today I got an oil painting. It was a picture of Sally Rand.
Must be valuable.
Valuable. It was a whistler.
A whistler?
Yeah, every time my daddy looks at it, he goes...
You whistle with your mouth closed like that. Well, we've covered everything except Sally Rand.
Come in. I say, come along in.
Come in. Ray. There's nobody knocking.
Oh, yes, there is. I'll answer it. Hello? Who? Oh, just a minute. I'll tell him. George, somebody wants you, Frank, and Truman out in the hall.
Who wants us out in the hall?
I do. I'd like to talk to Gracie.
Ray, after the broadcast, you'll have all the time in the world.
My, Bubbles, you've got on a new dress.
Yes, it came from Saks.
The Avenue Saks?
No, potato sacks.
Certainly looks sexy,
Yeah, I
Bubbles.
know. Say, Gracie, what are we going to do with all these letters from important people?
We'll just write and invite them to my surprise party convention in Omaha in May and tell them they can all be my guests.
Well, that's nice.
At popular prices.
Well, and they'll surely come.
And sign it, what's that name again? Oh, yes, Gracie Allen.
Oh, yes, that's the name.
Hey, you! Stop thief! Leave those cars alone. Those cars belong to George, Frank, and Truman.
What's going on there, Ray?
Oh, nothing. Somebody's trying to steal your cars.
We haven't got any cars.
Really? Well, you three fellows can borrow mine if you want to go someplace.
So you can be alone with Gracie.
George, you're psychic.
Cheerio.
Oh, cheerio.
Cheerio. Come back here, Gracie.
Oh, well, I'll see you later, Ray, and give me back my chewing gum.
Huh?
And, Gracie, here's some more letters. The Silver Lake Young Democrats, the New York State Young Republican Club.
Did we get a letter from Clark Gable?
Clark Gable? What's he got to do with your running?
Well, who do you think I'm running after?
He happens to have a wife.
Oh, she can be repealed.
You know, Gracie, I do wish you'd get elected. Then I'd have nothing to do.
Nothing to do, but then you'd really have your hands full.
Full of what?
Shoelaces, newspapers, pencils, whatever you're selling, brother.
Yeah.
Say, George, I just made a bet for us. I bet Ray Noble $6 against $6 bottles of Heinz Honey and Almond Cream that he can't get Frank, you, and me out in the hall.
Well, that's one bet he'll lose.
Ray, you lost.
All right. Well, I'm not a welcher. I'll pay off. My secretary will give you the money. She's in my office.
Where's your office?
Out in the hall.
Will you get out of here? Come in.
Good evening. I'm the census taker.
Oh, yes, my mother phoned me about you. Come in and pull up a chair.
I can only sit down a second.
Oh, well, then pull up a splinter.
My name is George Burns.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Burns? This is indeed a pleasure. Tell me, do you smoke?
Why, yes.
Soothing, isn't it?
Huh?
Mister, you say you're a census enumerator? Have you got a card to identify yourself?
Oh, he doesn't need one. He knows who he is.
Gracie, why did your mother send him over here?
Well, I'm being elected president, and it's very important that I find out how many people over 21 are old enough to vote.
Well, I wouldn't be without a piece of information like that.
You know, Miss Allen, all the information I get is confidential. In fact, it's so confidential that half of it goes in one ear and comes out the other.
Oh, isn't that kind of drafty?
Yes, he'll probably catch cold sleeping with an open mind.
Now, you know, what I'm asking for isn't very confidential. All I want to know is what goes on with our neighbors after they pull down the shades.
That's all you want to know.
That's all.
Gracie, these census takers are pledged to secrecy. They can't tell anybody anything.
That's right. So whatever I tell you is in strictest confidence.
What?
Of course, I'm not the one to talk, but the last 3 days I gathered enough dirt to raise my own vegetables.
Oh! Isn't that exciting? Now, look, Mrs. Jones across the street, is she a Republican, or is that her natural hair?
Oh, you don't need to worry about her. She was 38 last October, and she looks it.
38? That's her waistline. Her hips are 10 years older.
Well, her husband certainly ought to know how old she is.
Oh, her husband tells you.
No, I found out from the maid.
Oh, the husband told her.
Mm-hmm.
Ah.
Mister, I thought all your information was confidential.
It is, so don't breathe it to a soul.
Look, you're here to take Gracie's census and not to gossip about her neighbors.
Oh, yes, I'd better get to work. Now, Miss Allen, what is your name?
Gracie.
What's your surname?
Sir Gracie.
I mean your full name.
Oh, Gracie M. Allen.
What does the MMM stand for?
Emily. I was named after my aunt and she stutters.
Oh, yeah, that's the one who looks like last year's calendar.
Yes,
the pretty one. The one without the face, yes.
Do you live in Hollywood?
She goes out with George Burns, if you call that living.
Oh, quiet. Toto.
I live next door to Nelson Eddy.
Oh, yes, I just took his census.
Oh, tell me, are they really happy? Or is that the vacuum cleaner I hear humming all day?
Well, did you know that Nelson Eddy sings in the bathtub?
How did that leak out?
No plug in the tub.
Say, tell me something. Does Nelson Eddy have a shower besides a tub?
Yes.
Does he have a rubber curtain?
Yes.
Does he have hot and cold water?
Mm-hmm.
See, George, what's he got that I haven't got?
Certainly, Brett.
Miss Allen, are your parents natural-born Americans?
Well, my mother was natural born. The stork brought her, but my father had a hitchhike.
Regarding income, what do you get a week?
Well, it all depends. Now, 1 week I get a cold, 1 week a headache.
No, I mean, what do you earn?
Oh, Georgia salary.
Watch out. What are you laughing at?
I don't get it.
You said it. And here's Ray Noble's arrangement of Gracie's campaign song. Well, that was grand, Ray. How is it that you're always able to make such swell arrangements?
Well, George, if you'll step out into the hall, my section...
Never mind the hall. Just tell me right here.
Well, it's very simple, old boy. You see, whenever I see spots in front of my eyes, I just write them down and the boys play them.
These spots that you see, are they dots?
No, they're mine.
Dot.
You know, my brother used to see spots in front of his eyes, but he cured himself by drinking.
By drinking?
Yeah, now pink elephants hide the spots.
Now, if we can just get something for the elephant to hide behind.
If you're looking at me, Mr. Burns, I'm not available.
I never mentioned you. That's for you, probably. You might as well answer.
Hello? Heinz Honey speaking. Yes? Yes. Oh, how old is the little girl? Oh, really? Well, around that age, they can eat solid food. Oh, she does. Oh, well, she'll get over that. You have to expect things like that from little girls at that age. Oh, thank you. Goodbye.
Who's that?
Georgie Jessel.
I thought your kangaroo's cold was getting worse, I hope.
Say, Gracie, I read a great remedy for colds that might help Laura.
Oh, good.
Yes, sir. You take an old stocking, rub it with mercurochrome, and tie it around your throat.
Oh, of course, you take your foot out of the stocking first.
Naturally.
And then you rub your forehead with a gold wedding ring.
Where did you read that, Truman?
At lunch today on one of your dinner plates.
Look, let's settle this once and for all. If you fellows didn't like my food, why did you come to my house for lunch?
Well, where else can you get a 35-cent lunch for 40 cents?
All I know is that half of my personal silverware is missing.
You mean that stuff marked Beverly Wilshire Hotel?
Yeah, my personal silverware.
Well, it's the first time I ever saw a sandwich made out of a slice of ham between two pieces of confetti.
It's daintier that way and quiet.
Well, I really enjoyed your luncheon, George. It wasn't just the food, it was also the hospitality.
Thanks, Grove.
Although the hospitality could have had a little bit more meat on it.
Huh?
Well, you know, at most luncheons, there's a very little conversation. All you hear is pass this, pass that, pass this. But at your luncheon, it was really marvelous because there was nothing to pass.
I don't know what you're complaining about. The dinner didn't cost you anything. The food was on the cup.
Well, it wouldn't have been if you'd served napkins.
Oh, quiet. I've had enough of this, and it's going to be a cold, cold day before
George, instead of serving meals for a living, you can always be a singing announcer, you know. Why, with your voice, you can open up a new field.
And plant corn.
Oh. Singing commercials. Well, you think you're kidding. It's not a bad idea.
No. What song would you use, George, to sell Heinz Honey and Almond Cream? Huh?
Oh, there are thousands of songs that I can sing.
Yeah, there's only one that you know, ain't Misbehaving.
Yeah? Well, what about this one? If your hands are up and right and you're all by yourself,
Get Heinz honey and almond cream. You'll find it on the shelf. A dollar could count it. What does it amount to? 10, 20, about $15 size, and it'll be popular with all the guys. You ain't misbehaving all by myself. I ain't misbehaving. I'm happy.
Hello.
Quiet.
How do you like that? It was the wrong number.
Yeah, any number you sing is the wrong number.
Oh, yeah?
Say, Frank, I think you've got a little too far. Kidding is kidding, and George, I wouldn't stand for any more. Of course, there's no harm in what he says to the elevator boy, but when he stands right here in front of me...
Elevator boy?
Yes. When he stands...
What'd he say?
Well, yeah, I couldn't repeat it.
I'm going out to find out. I'll take that.
Gracie, I didn't say anything to the elevator boy.
Oh, well, then you better go out and tell George. It was Truman.
I will.
Gracie, I didn't say anything to the elevator boy.
Oh, well, then you better go out and apologize to Frank.
I certainly will.
You know, Gracie, this is the first time you and I have ever been alone.
Well, would you rather be alone with me or alone with Maine and Vermont?
Well, I'd feel a little strange with them. I don't know them as well as I know you.
Yeah. People are funnier than anybody else.
Mm-hmm. I say, Gracie, I just love your campaign.
Oh, thanks. I got it at Magnan. It's a copy of a 3750 model.
Mm-hmm. I notice it's made of odds and ends.
Yes, isn't it odd where it ends?
Rather.
Say, Ray, when I have my convention in Omaha next month, you'll make a wonderful delegate.
Oh, I won't always be delegate. I'm going to drink a lot of malted milk, and I'll be big and strong.
Well, would you like a malted milk now?
With an egg?
No, I'd rather have it with you.
Well, I say, Gracie, when you're in the White House, will you forget all about me?
Well, I will if you forget about me.
Well, let's just forget about each other, then.
Oh, well, let's write it down, and then we'll remember it.
Yes, we might forget it.
My daddy always ties a string on his finger.
Why?
To keep it from falling off.
Hey, Gracie, would you like to sit on my lap?
No, I'd rather sit on your lap.
All right, then you sit on my lap.
Oh, now you see? Isn't it better my way?
Gracie, put your arms around me.
Like this?
Mm-hmm. Do you mind if I whisper something in your ear?
Now, what is it?
You're stepping on my foot.
Do you mind if I whisper something in your ear?
No, what is it?
Pardon me.
Hey, what's going on in here?
Oh, Mr. Hazen, all by myself.
Well, Gracie, say goodnight.
Well, good night.
Good night.
And when I'm in Washington, don't forget to drop in and see me at the White House. I don't know the address, but I'll leave a congressman burning in the window.
Good night, all.
Hello, my friends, the Heinz Honey and Almond Cream Program.
Vote for Gracie. Vote for Gracie. She's the best little skipper in the land. Vote for Gracie. Vote for Gracie. Won't you please give this little girl a hand?
Starring George Burns and Heinz Honey, Gracie Allen, with Frank Parker, Ray Noble and his orchestra, and Truman Bradley speaking.
Vote for Gracie. She'll win the presidential race.
100 million strong, that's right, you can't go wrong. Vote for
Gracie. Thank you very much.
Well.
What are you laughing at?
This is a comedy program, isn't it?
That's right.
Well?
But Gracie, the audience is supposed to laugh.
Oh, well, then do me a favor and laugh, folks. Come on, a little louder. Oh, come on, let's scream, everybody.
Wait a minute.
No, we can only find a joke that fits that laugh and have something.
You said it. Come in.
Burns and Allen program?
Yes. What are you laughing at?
I was a little late getting here.
Well, that takes care of the first joke.
Yeah. Why, George, you look like a breath of spring. That's a beautiful serge suit you have on.
Well, thanks.
You look like a picture.
Really?
Yes, the shining hour.
Well, I get compliments on this suit wherever I go. And I've worn it out in a lot of places.
Yeah, I can see the places.
You can even ask Frank Parker. I'm considered a very smart dresser. Isn't that right, Frankie?
That's right.
There you are.
To dress on $10 a year, you've got to be smart.
How did I get into this mess?
By walking up 2 flights.
Let me tell you something.
Say, George, what do you do with your old clothes?
He wears them.
This happens to be an English import.
Say, it does look a little like an Eton jacket.
Eton? What Eton?
Moth-eaten.
Oh, go away.
Say, George, do you know what your suit really looks like?
What?
It looks like it's going steady with Bing Crosby's shirt.
Well, I really resent that because Crosby's shirt is really from Dixie.
Ah, George, stop worrying. A suit like that is nothing to sneeze in, and furthermore...
Quiet. Let's talk about something else.
All right, but don't ask me about my campaign.
Believe me, I won't.
I've been so busy with my campaign, I haven't even had time to be elected.
But we're not going to talk about it.
No, I'm not even going to think about it.
Good.
If I think about it, I'll talk about it. And I hate to talk about anything I've got to think about.
You're telling me...
And the more I think about it, the madder I get. Imagine asking the next president of the United States to pay cash for a thing like that.
Pay cash?
Yes. They wouldn't even take the Supreme Court as a credit reference.
Well, who wanted this cash?
The conductor on the bus.
It was probably a Hoover man.
I was on government business, too.
Government business?
Yes, I was on my way down to get my daddy's relief check.
Why doesn't your daddy get his own relief check?
He can't. He's picketing the Swiss embassy.
He's picketing the Swiss embassy?
Yes. That Swiss cheese gives him hiccups.
Well, that wouldn't happen if he ran the hole through a meat grinder. And that
Hey, Gracie, look what I've got for you.
Why, Ray Noble.
Yes, I saw it in the window, and it just seemed to be the real you.
Oh, thanks. I'll unwrap it. Oh, Ray.
Oh, what is it?
Why, Ray, you shouldn't have done it. But it's just the thing I wanted. I was born in June, so it's simply perfect.
Well, what is it?
Bubble gum.
Ray, how did you happen to pick that out?
Well, George, oh boy, I've been around. I know women.
What did it cost you?
It cost me $46, and I got it at Magnum's.
Well, I just don't know how to thank you, Ray, but I'll certainly chew it next to my heart.
This isn't a romance. This is a contortionist act.
Oh, Gracie, I'm going over there to write a poem about you.
Under the spreading chestnut tree?
No, under the piano.
Well, so long, fellow. Come in.
Remember me, Mr. Boyens? I'm the tailor.
Oh, yes, I remember. Yes, sir.
I was listening on your broadcast, and I heard them making comical remarks about your suit, and it hurts me. Because the suit cost $125.
See, wise guys, and you thought I was cheap. Go ahead, Adrian. Tell them about the other suit that cost $125.
Thank you, yes. And an overcoat he bought for $150.
There you are.
He bought 2 suits and an overcoat for $410. This was 2 years ago. And I've yet to see a nickel.
Get out of here before I kick you out.
You and who else?
The door is closed.
What am I, a genius?
Will you get out of here?
See, George, if you didn't want to pay him, you could have given him one of your checks.
Oh, yeah? I paid for those clothes 2 years ago. Hello?
You should live so.
That's the last time I'll ever get a suit from him.
You said it.
Gracie, cheap. I'm not cheap. Didn't I take you to Ciro's restaurant the other night?
Uh-huh.
Well, what do you think that cost?
Oh, $30,000 without the awning in front.
That pheasant, wild rice, endive salad, crepe Suzettes, all that food went into a pretty little figure.
Oh, well, thanks, and I've got a neat little face, too.
Oh, don't worry, George. You can get credit any place. Why, everybody says you've got an honest face.
Oh, thanks, Pinky.
Everybody that looks at you says, honest, is that a face?
I'd just as soon not hear about my face or my suit.
No, and I'm not going to mention my presidential campaign either.
Well, good.
And on the top of all my campaign worries, in the middle of the night, my mother gave out the biggest scream you ever heard.
What happened?
What happened? Her feet turned black.
Turned black? What did you do?
What did we do? We sent for a doctor.
What did the doctor do?
He just took off her stockings and we all went back to sleep again.
Well, I'm glad to hear. Thanks, that was grand.
Listen, everybody, I forgot to tell you that at my convention in Omaha, the women are wearing old-fashioned calico dresses and the men are wearing suits like they wore back in 1870.
But, Gracie, where can I get a suit like that?
Oh, George, lend him the suit you're wearing.
This is not an 1870 suit.
Oh, don't answer it, it's the tailor.
Don't I know?
And another thing, don't forget, you boys have to grow beards for the Omaha convention.
Is it compulsory?
No, it's apple.
Apple?
Yeah.
What's apple?
The pie I had last night.
Gracie, the whole thing doesn't fit.
Well, that's what you get for walking up 2 flights.
Stop with that suit.
Say, Gracie, if I raise a beard, it'll cover my personality.
Is that bad?
No, it's apple.
Way to get out of here.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. If it wasn't for a beard, my aunt wouldn't be able to keep my uncle home nights.
What does that got to do with it?
Oh, she winds his beard up in a clothes wringer and hides the handle.
Yes, a thing like that is infallible.
No, it's apple.
Well, folks, we finally got a piece of plot in the show.
Say, Ray, how is the poem coming?
Oh, pretty well, Gracie. I'll read what I've got written so far. The title is Spring is to Sing, But I Sigh, Oh My.
Oh, that's beautiful, Ray.
Isn't it?
Yes, nice title for a seed catalog.
Well, here's the poem. A day in spring is like a rose, and a rose is like a honeybee, and a bee can sing you with his nose, but only God can make a tree.
Is that all?
Oh, no.
Oh, there's more.
Yes. A tree is like the stars on high, except it's in the ground, and stars are like your bluish eyes, except your eyes are brown.
Look, Ray, where are you trying to go with this?
Well, old boy, I'm trying to get I Love You, Gracie into the poem, but I can't seem to make it rhyme.
That must be difficult.
No, it's apple.
Go away. Go away.
Say, George, the next time I see Shakespeare, I'll tell him about Ray Noble's talent.
This may surprise you, but he's dead.
So is Shakespeare.
Well, that's a nice TL for Ray.
Hello, Gracie.
Oh, hello, Bubbles. Did you get the plane tickets for Dallas?
Yes, and did you hear the good news?
No.
I just got an offer from the Group Theater in New York.
The group theater. What do they want you to play?
The Group.
The group. Plane tickets? What are they for? Where are you going?
Oh, this Friday I'm flying to Dallas to make a speech at the Variety Club get-together.
Well, Gracie, I'm sorry, but they won't let you take your kangaroo Laura on the plane.
Oh, isn't that too bad? And she had her bag all packed.
Dallas will certainly be disappointed.
Oh, no, they won't, George. I'm taking you.
Well, thank you. Why don't you take Bubbles with you to Dallas?
I can't go. I've got to make a guest appearance on a radio program.
What program?
Me the People.
Me the People?
Yes.
Either that or Hippie Lobby. I finally have the one line and they tried to kill it.
I've got to finish that typing.
Oh, did she go? Well, you're gone. You're gone. Go already.
Oh, you should have been over the house the other night. Bubbles had a date with Don Wilson, and you should have seen the three of them when they went out together. There was more excitement.
The three of them went out?
Bubbles, Don, in the front of the house.
Those kids really go places and through things.
Say, George, I must tell you this. It's very amusing.
Well, Truman, we can use something like that on the program.
Yeah, well, the other night at the party,
Yes.
I got up and told a very funny story.
Uh-huh.
Where the guests surprised when I didn't mention Heinz Honey and Almond Cream.
You didn't mention it?
No. And when I got to the punchline of the story, it really knocked them for a loop. Because I didn't say a word about how Heinz Honey and Almond Cream will make rough red hands smooth, white, and soft, and thrilling to touch.
I see. And where was this party?
At the sponsor's house.
Well, the next time you tell a story, don't mention the hand cream either.
Oh, I won't, George. That would kill the joke.
And you're just the guy who can do it, too.
Now, George, is that nice?
No, Apple. I finally got it. Dr. Cyclops in the house.
Oh, Gracie, I've rewritten my poem, and it's much better now.
Good.
Yes, listen. A robin has a breast of fiery red, and so has a bowl of chili. But chili has no feathers on its head, so it must feel rather silly.
Oh, Ray, that's good.
Isn't it?
Yeah, but it still doesn't rhyme with I Love You, Gracie.
No, George, but it's getting closer.
Oh, I think so. It certainly is. Getting closer.
Hello, I'm Sunny Gracie Allen speaking. Yes, I'm still running for president. What? Do I think farmers should be subsidized? Well, sure, if you can do it where it won't show.
Gracie, will you guarantee that?
No, I'll just have to take my word for it.
Yes, take your own word for
Well,
it.
say that again, please. Oh, how would I take care of emergency relief? Well, I'd just build more gas stations. What? Oh, thank you. And I think you're great presidential timber, too. Goodbye.
Who was that?
Charlie McCarthy.
Charlie McCarthy. Ray, that was grand.
No wonder you're such a big hit at the Palace Hotel in San Francisco. It's a pleasure.
Gracie, I think I've got it.
Well, I always knew you had it, but I didn't know where.
Ray, I just gave you a compliment.
Oh, thanks, old boy. I'll smoke it later. But first, I want Gracie to hear my poem.
Yeah, but don't drop the ashes on the rug.
Well, here it goes. If I could sing like a meadowlark and lay 2 eggs of blue, I'd rather be just a silkworm and knit 2 socks for you. I'm inspired.
Here, take my handkerchief. It is rather warm in here.
Ray, did that come out of your own head?
Oh, rather.
Sort of a wood carving.
Well, I put it over.
I thought so, yeah.
Say, Gracie, I just finished typing that speech you're going to make at Dallas.
Already? Why, Bubbles, it only took you 3 days.
Well, you see, every time I got to the end of the line and heard the typewriter bell, I went out to lunch.
Don't I know?
Let me have it. Oh, and boys.
Yeah.
Now, I want you boys to tell me what you really think of the speech.
We'll be glad to do it.
Hello, everybody. I'm glad to be back in Dallas. And before I go any further, I want to announce that all promises in this speech are fictitious, and any similarities to persons living or like George Burns is purely coincidental.
I'm not dead.
You want to bet?
Give me odds.
Wake up, America. Your country needs me. So pop out of bed. Mom out of bed,
Yeah,
too.
everybody out of bed.
Now is the time for all good men to come to the aid of a certain little party, if you know who I mean.
We have an idea, yes.
I think I know what you mean.
It's our catching on week this
Yes.
week. We know it.
This country is purely utilitarian. Are there any questions?
Gracie, what does utilitarian mean?
Are there any answers? Then I'll continue.
Yeah, continue. That'll be fine. Yeah.
It's true that this is a baby's country, and every baby needs a change.
Is that true?
My political rivals say that what this country needs is more milk for the babies without delay. They say, let's take the bull by the horns. Well, that's foolish. They could never get milk that way.
I don't think so. Although I'll try it.
Fellow voters, what this country needs is plenty. And even though it's impossible, I'll be glad to do it. Hello?
Hooray!
Thanks.
What was that?
My friends, today millions of people are living who will never do it again.
Hooray.
Millions are being born for the first time.
You've got something there, sister.
And millions are doing nothing because it's the best offer they've had this week. And when you listen to the radio every 10 minutes, what do you hear?
My way is the spry way.
Quiet, Angela.
If you want an honest president, don't forget Gracie Allen on Election Day. I've never stolen a nickel, and all I want is a chance. Thank you.
Hey, a speech like that is even bigger than Don Wilson.
Oh, you mean Fatty?
Yes, Tiny, Fatty, yes. That's what I mean.
Say, Gracie, I loved your speech, especially where you mentioned Heinz Honey and Almond Cream.
Well, Truman, she didn't mention Heinz Honey and Almond Cream.
But I did, yeah.
Well, and a big boy, too.
How'd you like it, Pippi?
Well, Gracie, I don't think it fits.
You don't?
Well, what can you expect? He walked up 2 flights.
Frank, just exactly. What's the matter with my suit?
Well, I don't know, George. It's not the color because pale fudge looks good on you.
Oh, thanks.
Not the fit because, George, that's the way you're built.
Well, that's nice.
Not the style because those suits may come back again.
Then what is it, Frank? Jealousy?
No, it's Apple, and I'll see you later.
I think I'll go get myself run over.
Oh, don't mind him, George. Frank, I think you've got a lot of nerve to say things like that. Someday you may be old and worn out like George's suit, too.
Well, now I feel better. Whoa.
Hello? Oh, how are you? It's Georgie Jessel.
Georgie Jessel?
Yes, I read it in the papers, Georgie, and congratulations. But I thought you were going to get married Friday. Oh, your wife made you wait till Saturday? Oh, there's no school Saturday. Goodbye.
Well, how do you like that? And I didn't think Jessel went to school.
I say, Gracie, I made a new start with my poem, and I think it's much better now.
Oh, good.
Here it is. If I had the wings of a butterfly, I could flutter here and there. A butterfly never has to shave, for it has no whiskers anywhere.
Ray, if you're trying to rhyme, come in.
Good evening, Miss Allen. Remember me? I was here last week. I'm the census enumerator.
Oh, well, I'm glad to see you again.
I just heard a choice bit of gossip, and I can't keep it to myself any longer.
Well, I'm sorry sorry, but we're not interested in other people's affairs. What they do is their own business.
Atta girl.
Their secrets belong to them, and it's no concern of ours. What did you hear?
Well, I don't know whether I should say anything or not, but that woman who lives around the corner from you.
Oh, you mean Mrs. Hemingway,
Yes, Mrs. Hemingway.
Oh, it's so funny. I always forget the second name.
Well, my dear, it seems... How far does this program go?
To New York City.
Good. I wouldn't want this to go any further.
Well, I wish this didn't go any further.
Mrs. Hemingway's husband.
Which one?
Which one? How many husbands has she got?
George, don't be nosy. Go ahead, mister.
Well, it seems that every time he goes to San Francisco...
Yes?
He doesn't go to San Francisco.
No?
No.
Isn't that just like a man?
Yes.
Well, tell me all about it. When he goes to San Francisco where he doesn't go, where does he go?
Oakland.
Really?
Yes. Fortunately for Mrs. Hemingway, Sally Rand is a very good friend of the family.
Well, that's a photo of his cat.
What's going on here? I thought all census information was strictly confidential.
Oh, poor Mrs. Hemingway. All the time that her husband is away, she does nothing but pace the floor.
No.
Yes, every night at the Coconut Grove.
You know his secretary, that beautiful little blonde?
Oh, you mean that pretty one who always leaves lipstick on his collar?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, she's a wonderful typist.
Yes. Probably takes 120 kisses a minute.
But it's too bad about her shorthand.
What's the matter with her shorthand?
Well, his wife's gloves won't fit her.
Well, I've got to run along.
Wait a minute. Before you go, the house that the Hemingways live in, is that a one-story house or a two-story house?
Please, Mr. Burns, how dare you? We census takers are pledged to secrecy. Good day.
Where did you meet him?
Oh, isn't he cute? When I'm elected, I'm going to give him a much better job.
Is that so?
Yes, in the Secret Service.
As an undercover man, and he can stay there.
At last I've got the poem, Gracie. Here it is. When springtime knocks upon my soul, my heart sings like a joyous rabbit. But rabbits don't appreciate love. To them, it's just another habit.
Oh, Ray, there's no use going on. There's no way to make that rhyme. It's absolutely impossible to get a rhyme with birds and bees and skies of blue above you. You can write and write and write and write, but you'll never rhyme, Gracie, I love you. Yeah, but I did it.
You do it, huh?
Once more, an opportunity for you to get a copy of Gracie's campaign song, Vote for Gracie. Everybody's humming it and wants it. Now, all you have to do is this. Listen. Just write your name and address on the back of a Heinz Honey and Almond Cream carton. Send one carton of the 25-cent size or one of the 50-cent size or $1 size carton. Or, if you use the 10-cent size, send 2 cartons. Address your envelope to Gracie Allen, Hollywood, California. And say, when you buy your Heinz, you'll find out what an extra creamy lotion can do for your hands. Why, even one application of this fine, fragrant lotion helps make chapped hands feel softer, look smoother right away. Heinz contains 2 vitamins, too, vitamins A and D. Use Heinz regularly for soft, thrilling honeymoon hands, the kind of hands he wants to hold. You can get Heinz Honey and Almond Cream at any toilet goods counter. Get Heinz tonight. And send the Heinz carton tomorrow, sure, to Gracie Allen for your copy of her dizzy campaign song, Vote for Gracie. Address your envelope to Gracie Allen, Hollywood, California.
And now Gracie will sing Sweet Potato Piper.
Oh, I'm dedicating my song to the members of the Axar Ben who are holding their banquet in Omaha tonight.
Oh, good.
Good night.
Good night.
Hello, my friends, the Heinz Honey and Almond Cream program.
Vote for Gracie. Vote for Gracie. She's the best little skipper in the land.
She's going all day long.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hello. Well, folks, we're having the same unusual weather here in Southern California. It was raining so hard this morning that even the footprints in front of Grauman's Chinese Theater were wearing galoshes. Then it started raining.
Wait a minute. Unusual weather. Well, it's a beautiful day. As a matter of fact, it's been beautiful all week.
Oh, isn't that too bad? Now Bob Hope won't have anything to talk about.
Of course, he can always talk about Crosby's horses.
Yeah, doesn't he?
He does at that.
Oh, and by the way, I saw one of Crosby's horses at the racetrack today.
Did you say hello?
No, I said goodbye. I was walking too fast.
Probably one dark horse talking to another.
Yeah. Oh, hello, Ray.
Hi, Gracie. I brought you a little present.
Oh, Ray Noble again?
I hope you like it.
Well, I can't wait to unwrap it.
It was a long time growing it. This morning I cut it just for you.
Oh, it's beautiful.
What is it?
It's a lock of Ray's hair.
That's some present.
Well, Ray, I adore it.
Well, I'm glad that's off my chest.
Well, there's a pretty little thing.
Oh, to give a present like that certainly takes a lot of pluck.
Oh, by the way, Gracie, I reserved that table for two after the broadcast.
Oh, in the same old place?
Yes, on the same old table.
Oh, good. I'm just dying to shoot a game of pool.
You can meet him at 9 o'clock behind the 8 ball.
Hello, Prez.
Hello, Pinky.
Well, George, how's the Secretary of State this evening?
I'm not the Secretary of State.
Well, I don't know. You look like Hull to me.
I
do, huh?
Variety clubs like your political speech in Dallas.
Oh, grand, Drew. But George's speech was a riot.
Really? Well, I'm dying to hear it, George.
Well, all I said, Truman, was members of the Variety Club.
Yeah, isn't that a scream, Frank?
Yeah, it must have killed the people.
I didn't say anything.
Gracie, when you got home, was your kangaroo glad to see you?
Oh, you mean Laura? Oh, I'll say. She wagged her tail so hard she knocked my sister Bessie out of bed.
Kangaroo sleeps with your sister Bessie?
Oh, what's the matter with that? Bessie's very nice.
Must be a nice little family.
Of course, Monday night is Hazel's turn, and Friday night...
To sleep with the kangaroo?
No, sleep with Bessie. And Friday night...
Well, why? Why does everyone want to sleep with Bessie?
Well, she's the only one who's got a bed.
The only one who's got a bed?
Yeah.
Please, everybody, I'd like to hear George's speech.
Oh, thanks, Truman. I got up and I said, members of the Variety Club.
Gracie, you mean there's only one bed in your house?
Well, you know how small our apartment is.
Oh, yeah, I forgot.
Well, it's so small, my daddy has to shave before he can get into the bathroom.
Then where does he shave?
On his face.
Does he use a lather?
No, he stands in a chair.
Members of the Variety...
Gracie, how many of you live in this apartment?
Oh, no, let me see. There's my little nephew, Porky, and there's my
Porky?
mother and my father. Yes.
His name is Porky?
Yes, and my father and my mother.
What was he named after?
After he was born.
That's a nice name, Porky.
Yes. He's the one with the revolving head. Then there's my
Just
mother
a
and my
minute.
father.
Just a minute. Your nephew has a revolving head?
Yeah, he got that from wiping his face in a roller towel.
The family certainly gets around.
Yes.
And so does that kid's head.
Oh, and then there's my Uncle Max, an old Indian fighter.
An old Indian fighter?
Yeah, but he's not fighting anymore.
Why not?
He can't fight any
The old Indians, I thought. Uncle Max, he's the one with the flat feet.
Yeah, he got that way having his hat blocked while he had his shoes on.
George, please, the speech.
Well, I'll try again. Members of the Variety Club, stop me if you've heard this before.
Stop.
Why?
I've heard it before.
Oh, quiet. A very funny thing happened to me on the way to Dallas.
Oh, I thought you were born on the way to Cleveland.
That was another speech.
Oh.
How many of you live in this apartment?
Well, there's 16, including Laura and my Aunt Clara.
Your Aunt Clara. That's the one with the wart.
Yeah, she married him last March.
I mean, the one with the wart on her hand.
That's him, all right. She's been supporting him since they were married.
Well, all right. So 16 live in your house. A very funny thing happened on the way to Dallas.
Oh, 17, including Mr. Phillips.
A very funny thing Mr. Phillips?
Yes.
Who is Mr. Phillips?
Oh, he's been living with us for 12 years.
Well, who is he?
Oh, we don't know.
He's been living with you for 12 years? You don't know who he is?
Mm-hmm.
How'd he get there?
Well, we asked the landlady to bring us another bed, and he was in it.
Members of the Variety Clubs are very...
Quiet, George. I'd like to hear your speech.
What do you think I'm trying to do, Truman? But never mind.
Oh, go on, Judge. We're only kidding, aren't we, boys? And the speech was really a big hit in Dallas.
Well, members of the Variety Club.
It would have been just as good in Oakland.
Members of the Variety Club.
It would have been good in Glendale, too.
Members of the Variety
I mean,
Club.
South
Quiet! Well, never mind. Let's forget it.
Oh,
okay,
let's forget all about it, huh?
Well, wait a minute. It's a great speech. It'll only take me a second. Members of the Variety Club. A very funny thing happened to me while I was flying to Dallas. I said to the pilot, "Hello, Palsy Walsy."
George always stops with a funny crack like that, huh?
I said, why do all pilots wear black belts? And guess what the aviator said?
To hold up their pants.
How did you know?
I used to be a pilot.
So we hurried out of Dallas, and when I got home, guess what my cousin Mabel was doing?
She was mowing the carpet.
How did you know?
George used to be a pilot.
Oh.
Is there anyone here with a little intelligence?
Oh, coming, old boy, coming.
Well, you've got as little as anybody.
You know, that's what my mother always says.
Oh, she admitted it.
Yes, she used to be a pilot.
Oh, go away. Go.
And while my cousin Abel was mowing the carpet, my kangaroo Laura was in the kitchen laughing and laughing and laughing and laughing.
What was she laughing at?
Oh, my little nephew was sitting in a rumble seat tickling her.
He was. Frank, how do you reach those high notes?
My singing teacher used to be a pilot.
I thought so. I knew that was coming.
Say, Frank, Kenny Baker was in Dallas, and he sang the same song you just did.
Kenny Baker?
Uh-huh.
Who's that?
Isn't that a coincidence he asked the same thing about you?
For your edification, Frank, Kenny Baker has the same tone qualities in his higher register as Nelson Eddy.
Yeah, how would you know that?
I used to be a pilot, yes.
Oh.
And not only that, he has no stoop, no squat, no squint.
Who, Kenny Baker?
No, Philco.
Oh, Philco Baker, yes, that's that tall fella, yes.
Well, a lot of people like to hear Coming Through the Rye by Kenny Baker, but I'd rather hear Ain't Misbehaving coming through the nose of George Burns.
Is that so? I'll probably end up as the secretary of the nasal.
Oh, George. Hello, Bubbles.
Hello, Gracie. I'd have been here sooner, but I was out with the boys.
What boys?
Don Wilson.
Oh, yes, the fellow who Jack Benny works for.
Say, Gracie, was your family glad to see you when you got back from Dallas?
Oh, yes, especially my grandfather, who doesn't live with us anymore.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
He lives on a desert.
He does.
He's very wealthy. He's a half owner of a Mirage.
Of a Mirage? Who owns the other half?
Oh, some crazy guy.
That's very interesting.
He made a lot of money selling water holes to thirsty people for 20 cents apiece.
Must have made a fortune that way.
Well, of course, he really only gets 15 cents apiece because you get a nickel back on the hole.
If he ever gets out of a hole, he'll go broke.
Yeah.
Hey, why, Gracie, a business like that is better than the Taj Mahal.
Taj Mahal? What is that?
I don't know. Clark Gable mentioned it in the picture and it got a laugh.
That's because you wore a funny hat.
Clark Gable. Say, in some places they think I'm bigger than Clark Gable.
In some places you are.
Say, George, I just as soon you wouldn't say those things about Bubbles' figure.
No?
No. You know how a thing like that spreads.
Well, don't worry, Bubbles. Just keep your chins up.
You know, I just can't wait for you to be elected, Gracie. Can you imagine me on the floor of the Senate making a filibuster like Jimmy Stewart did to Mr. Smith Goes to Washington?
Do you realize that he spoke for 23 hours?
An amateur, George. I can talk for 23 days. I can hear myself now saying, Gentlemen of the Senate, the moment you finish the dishes, give your hands the creamy comfort of Heinz Honey and Almond Cream.
Truman,
Heinz is so nice and fragrant.
Are you going to do this for 23 days?
Maybe longer. It feels good and soothing
Frank,
to
open the
tender
door.
hands. It's the
Truman, you're a little too close to the mic. Step back a little further. A little further, True.
You know what?
A little further. Frank, close the door. Nice work, Frank.
Really? That's the first time I ever closed the door on a broadcast.
No.
Yeah, look, I can even do it left-handed.
Frank, close the door.
Well, and now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll not only do it blindfolded, but I will drink a glass of water at the same time.
Get away from that door, Frank.
I say, Gracie, did you ever see this album of pictures of me?
No, Ray.
See if you recognize anybody in this picture. It's a group of us in the country.
Oh, what a lovely group. Well, you're all holding up oatmeal cookies.
No, those are our faces.
Yeah. Because oatmeal cookies have more expression.
Who's this little chap with the accordion pleated face?
Oh, that's me when I was 4 years old.
And who's that silly-looking sap next to him?
That's me when I was 9.
Why, Ray, the one standing behind them is you, too.
Yes, that's when I was 12 and a half.
In other words, all 10 in this group are you.
All except the old man with the gray hair.
Who's he?
Oh, that's me when I'll be 60.
Well, that's a nice future for you, Ray.
I've got a picture of me at home when I was 3 years old. I'm all covered with ice cream.
You're all covered with ice cream?
Yeah, my nurse was trying to put me in a good humor.
That was eccentric, wasn't it?
No, vanilla.
That's a better flavor, yes, vanilla. Come in.
If your hands are rough and red and you want soothing...
Good evening, Burns and Allen program.
Oh, that's a coincidence, so are we.
I'm George Burns. What can I do for you?
Well, you see, I've been listening with great interest to Gracie Allen's presidential campaign. I'm Dr. Schmierbach, a psychiatrist.
Well, is that anything like a Republican?
I know nothing about politics.
Oh, a Democrat.
Doctor, Doctor, you mean you're interested in her campaign because you're a psychiatrist?
Exactly. I'd like to ask her a few questions to see if she's capable of running the government.
In other words, you want to test her IQ?
Well, all right, but whether I Q or I don't Q, I'll be elected.
I'll vote for you, Gracie.
I'm a specialist in mental therapeutics. I watch the mind and see what makes it tick.
What if it doesn't tick?
No ticky, no watchy.
No watchy.
Miss Allen, would you object to a little psychoanalysis?
Well, make it a small one. I only drink to be sociable.
Gracie, what he means is, how are your reflexes?
Well, they're all right, but I get better pictures with my brownie.
A reflex is sort of a jerk.
George, you're just self-conscious.
Oh, go.
Well, if you are self-conscious, Mr. Burns, you're what we psychiatrists call a manic depressive with a touch of schizophrenia.
Is that so? And how can you tell?
He used to be a pilot.
Everybody has got that one.
Now, Miss Allen, do you ever feel taut?
Taut?
Yes, tense, like you were being held in a vice and slowly strangled to death.
Oh, yes, lots of times.
What do you do to overcome it?
Oh, I just take off my girdle.
He means, is it a mental contraction or a muscular contraction?
It's a silk one. I got it at Bullock's.
Nice day, isn't it, Doc?
Miss Allen, yours is a very unusual case. Tell me, when you go to sleep at night, do you see strange things in your dreams?
No, just plain everyday things. Last night I saw a green leopard with pink stripes.
Now we're getting someplace. Miss Allen, did it have an electric fan for a tail?
Yes.
Did it have ears made of hot water bottles?
Yes.
Doctor, what are you crying about?
She stole my leopard.
Get out! Get out! Well, every screwball happens to me, especially that doctor.
Oh, he's a very brainy man and polite, too. Before he left, he gave me his hand.
He did?
Yeah, here it is. You want to shake it?
How do, Doctor? Come on. Silly. Well, that was grand, Ray, grand.
Say, George,
Yeah?
when Grace is elected president and I'm appointed postmaster general, I'm going to wear my hair pompadour style, so I'll have something to keep my stamps in.
Well, Frank, when Gracie's elected, you won't have any hair.
Well, then I'll part it in the middle like Jim Farley does.
Yeah, Jim Farley's hair is a goner.
Oh.
How do you like that, Frank?
Beautiful Chinese flowers.
Beautiful Chinese flowers?
Pretty smelly.
Pretty smelly, is that so? Come in.
You too can have beautiful, appealing hands. Was there a man in here who said he was Dr. Schmierbach, a psychiatrist?
Would you recognize his hand?
Quiet.
He's an escaped lunatic, and I'm his nurse.
A lunatic in here? Well, of all places.
Yes, you said it.
Do you know what he does? He gets thermometers, breaks them open, drinks the mercury, and throws away the glass.
He must be crazy.
Certainly, that's the best part.
Well, just leave your address, and that's the door right over there. Yes?
Yesterday, I killed a man.
You killed a man? Why?
I was mad at him. He killed me first.
Look, let's get to the door, mister.
Have you noticed I've been whispering?
Uh-huh.
I lost my voice when I was Caruso.
Well, don't let it get around, but here's the door.
Gentlemen of the Senate, if your hands are ready.
Those guys give me the creeps.
Oh, don't be silly. They're no more crazy than I am.
That's what I'm worried about.
You know, George, you might not believe it, but when I was a young fellow, I was crazy, too. But I took some treatments, and in no time I was cured.
Completely cured?
Sure, just every once in a while I go, whoa! But outside of that, I'm all right. Nothing happened.
Is that so?
Say, Gracie, did you hear Dewey's speech at the Hollywood Bowl Saturday night? Oh, yes. So where does he come off telling the people he doesn't like the way I'm running the government?
He never said such a thing.
Oh, we better not.
I say.
Criticizing our national debt. Why, we ought to be proud of it. It's the biggest one in the world.
Gracie, you know nothing about politics. Do you know anything about the RFC? Are you familiar with the Dice Committee?
Oh, please, George. When a girl's running for president, she can't be too familiar with anybody.
I can't wait not to vote for you.
Say, Gracie, I forgot to tell you we received our calico dresses.
Oh, you mean for my Omaha convention next month?
Yes, but mine is too big. After all, I only weigh 300 pounds with my girdle on.
Well, what do you weigh without your girdle?
I don't know. I've never been able to get it off.
Well, don't worry. Someday he'll snap out of it. Come in.
Honey and almond cream is known by everyone. Good evening. I'm looking for two men. One says he's a psychiatrist, and the other says he's a male nurse.
And who are you?
I'm the chief deputy from the Lunacy Commission.
You'll never guess who I am.
Who are you?
I'm going to be the next first lady of the land. And the reason I'm whispering is because I lost my voice when I was Caruso.
Mm-hmm.
And this is our next postmaster general.
Oh, is that so?
I should hope to scare you.
Whoa! Well, you're the two guys I want. Now, come on.
Wait a minute.
Now, don't fight me. I'll put you straight, Jack.
You know, Gracie, this is the first time you and I have ever been alone.
Yes, you and me both.
Are you happy?
No, I'm Gracie. You must be happy.
No, I'm Raymond.
Then we're still alone.
It's wonderful sitting next to you.
Is it? I've never sat next to me.
You know, I'm rather ashamed to admit it, but I've been dreaming of a wife.
Why, that's nothing to be ashamed of, Ray.
I'm afraid it is. It's the drummer's wife.
Oh. Well, I thought maybe you were dreaming that I would be your wife.
Now, tell me, would you love me when I'm weak and helpless?
I do.
I'm afraid you wouldn't find me a very affectionate sweetheart.
I would if you'd find me one.
Well, I'll be glad to try.
When you're near somebody you care for, do you ever get goose pimples?
Are they anything like cranberries?
Well, that's what you make pies out of.
Oh, really? I never tasted a goose pimple pie.
Oh, they're very good, and I love potato chips.
So do I. Do you believe in taking potato chips to bed?
Well, I do if they're sleepy.
You know, I must stop this elopement right now.
What elopement?
Oh, my heart's running away with my head.
Oh, isn't that romantic? I hope they'll be happy together.
No, but Gracie, wouldn't you like to run away and leave the whole world behind us?
Yeah, but could we be happy in Glendale?
Well, we could force ourselves.
Sometime, Ray, maybe you can make my dream come true. Maybe you can grab me in your arms and carry me away from this tinsel existence, away from this phony life in Hollywood. I'd like to go to a place that's real, where people live on the level and there's no make-believe.
I'd love to, Gracie. Where do you want me to take you?
To the wrestling matches.
Well, Gracie, say goodnight.
Oh, good night. In leaving, I want to quote the words of another great woman, Laura, my kangaroo, who says, Gracie will be our next president. I hoppa, 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 hoppa.
Good night. Good night.
Vote for Gracie. Vote for Gracie. She's the best little skipper in the land.
Hello, my friends, the Heinz Honey and Almond Cream Program.
Vote for Gracie. Vote for Gracie. She's the best little skipper in the land.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hello.
Well, Gracie, this is probably the biggest moment in your career. Right after the broadcast, we're leaving for your convention.
Oh, yes.
Well, what do you think about it?
Well, in the first place, it's surprising.
Well, let's say, what's surprising in the first place?
The Brooklyn Dodgers.
The Brooklyn Dodgers. Well, aren't you thrilled? The train goes to Omaha in 45 minutes.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Really, it's wonderful.
Used to take 2 days.
Are you excited about all this?
Oh, I'll say. This morning I was so excited that I took a bath in the bathtub and ate breakfast in the breakfast room.
What's so unusual about that?
Well, I usually do just the opposite.
If Omaha's listening in, I'd like to tell them that I've got a headache and I'm bringing her with me.
Yeah, and I'm going too.
Good. Incidentally, Ray, are all your boys packed?
Oh, rather, yes.
Are your musicians taking their wives with them?
No, only their instruments, old man.
Only their instruments?
Oh, yes, they'd be very lonely in Omaha without their instruments, you know.
Isn't even the flute player taking his fife?
Oh, please don't.
Say, Gracie,
Yeah.
got a present for you.
Again?
Every week he's got a present.
Oh, Ray, it's beautiful.
Oh, nothing. Just a little something to throw over your shoulders.
What is it?
Confetti.
Well, wear it in good health.
Thanks.
Frank and Truman, you all set to go?
Sure, my bags are outside of the elevator.
Yes, so am I, Mr. Vice President.
Frank, I'm not the vice president.
I don't know. You look like a garner to me.
Frank, you know, Frank is almost as funny as a temporary filling.
Ain't it the tooth? Ain't it?
Now, let's see. I checked the trunks. The bags are by the elevator. Gracie's got the ticket.
I'd still have them, too, if I didn't meet that man.
So right after the Man? What man?
Now, don't get excited, George. You
Gracie.
see, I was standing in
Gracie,
front of...
don't tell me you haven't got the ticket.
Why, aren't you interested?
Look, I gave you tickets for Salt Lake City and Omaha. Where are they?
Well, Salt Lake City's in Utah and Omaha's in Nebraska.
Gracie, where are the tickets?
Well, what happened was I was standing in front of the studio listening to two people talking like I always do when I'm minding my own business.
I know.
And a man came over and he tipped his hat and his toupee fell off and he
I'm
said...
not interested in the man's toupee.
Oh, sure, it's no hair off your head.
What happened?
Oh, well, so he said, aren't you that pretty little Gracie Allen? And of course he had me there.
Yes, I'm biased a little bit.
And then he said, if you're elected president, are you going to enlarge the Navy? And I said, enlarge the Navy? They can hardly get into those tight trousers now. And then he turned to his
Gracie,
face.
where are the tickets?
I don't want to rush you, George, but if you want to make that train, we got to leave this studio in 12 minutes.
Gracie, where are the tickets? I know that.
I say, George, will I have time to say goodbye to my musicians before we leave?
Goodbye to your musicians. I thought you were taking them with you.
Well, no. Their wives won't let them go unless they take them along.
Well, that's simple. Let their wives go along.
And then the musicians won't go, old boy.
Gracie, where are the tickets?
Say, George, you want to hear a laugh?
Yeah. Look, I'm slowly going out of my mind.
You've got 11 minutes, George.
Gracie, where are those tickets?
Well, my little nephew won't need a ticket.
Good.
I packed him inside my suitcase.
Gracie, you packed him inside the suitcase?
Well, that's the only way I could close it. While I push from the outside, he pulls down from the inside.
Try to understand this.
But when I locked it, I left one of his hands sticking out.
You left one of his hands sticking
Yeah,
out?
so he could carry the suitcase.
Gracie, who did you give the tickets to?
The man in front of the studio.
What did he look like?
He looked like he wanted the tickets.
Well, maybe he's still there. I'm going to go out and try to find him.
Losing those tickets, Gracie, has certainly gotten us in a terrible mess.
Yes, it has.
Well, Laura, my kangaroo's in a terrible mess, too.
Your kangaroo?
Yeah, they won't let me take her on the train.
But, Gracie, we can't go to your convention without her. She's your surprise party emblem.
Why didn't you box her and put her in the baggage car?
Oh, we tried to, but she boxed right back. She's a boxing kangaroo, you know.
Oh, gee, that's awful.
Awful?
Yeah.
She knocked out the baggage man with one blow.
Where did she hit him?
In the caboose.
Well, what are we going to do?
Oh, well, don't worry. I've got it all fixed. Bubbles is going to meet us at the station, and she's got my kangaroo dressed up like a woman.
No.
Yes, with a hat and veil and long black coat and everything.
Is her tail covered?
Yeah, but only for fire and theft. And you boys will have to help me get her on the train.
Did you say she was a boxing kangaroo?
Uh-huh.
Let Truman do it.
No, let Frank do it.
Now, wait a minute, boys. I've got an idea. Let's get George to do it.
Oh,
yeah.
And we'll tell him it's my Aunt Clara.
Sure, he'll be glad to help an old lady.
Especially when she kicks him in the face.
Well, I couldn't find the man with the tickets.
Say, George, while you were out, my Aunt Clara phoned that she's going to Omaha with us.
To Omaha?
Uh-huh.
That's a long hop for an old lady.
Oh, well, she won't mind it. She's been hopping around for years.
Gracie, what about the tickets?
Say, George, will you help my Aunt Clara on the train?
You can count me out.
We probably will.
George, will you help my Aunt Clara on the train?
Well, all right, I'll help her.
Thanks.
You'll love Aunt Clara, old man. You'll get a big bang out of her.
All right, so I'll get a bang out of her.
Right in the caboose.
Gracie, how could you give a strange man the tickets?
He wanted to see the broadcast.
Well, why give him the railroad ticket?
I didn't. Here they are.
You mean you had the railroad ticket?
Sure.
Then why did you let me worry like this?
Oh, well, I thought you were worrying about getting into the broadcast.
Well, come on, everybody. Let's get into the cab.
Hey, wait for me. Say, do you think Truman and I can squeeze in this cab?
Why, Frank, I didn't know you two cared.
Quiet. Come on, get in. Driver, Union Station.
Okay.
I think I'm going. Screw it.
You've got 8 minutes, George.
Step on it, driver.
Oh, don't forget, George, you're taking care of my Aunt Clara.
Okay.
You know, she's rather nervous, so don't mind her if she's a bit jumpy.
Well, don't worry. I know how to take care of old ladies.
Aunt Clara, you know, just finished a picture.
What picture?
Hop along, Cassidy.
Say, driver, are you sure this is the way to Union Station?
Oh, I'll have to turn around. I thought you said Bureau of Immigration.
Bureau of Immigration? Do I look like an immigrant?
You're wide open for a crack, brother.
Oh. Step on it, driver.
George, would you mind opening the window?
Why, Ray?
Well, I want to look inside the cab.
Look inside the cab. Well, where are you?
Standing out here on the running board.
This cab hasn't got a running board.
Really? Well, don't tell the driver. He sulks terribly.
Get in here. Wonder how long you have to study to become an imbecile.
You've got 7 minutes, George.
Driver, are we getting near the Union Station?
Oh, I missed it again. I thought you people wanted to see the birth of a nation.
Birth of a nation? Get going, get going.
Say, George, are you sure you've never seen my Aunt Clara?
I've never seen her.
Oh, well, you can't miss her. She has on one of those bustles.
Well, what does it look like?
Well, it's a long tail.
Well, then you can tell me some other.
Yes.
Oh, she's beautiful, George. Beautiful eyes, beautiful teeth, beautiful nose, and boy, what leaps.
What leaps?
My Aunt Clara.
Your Aunt Clara leaps?
No, she sleeps.
Sleeps?
She creeps.
Creeps? What kind of a...
She creeps in her sleep. I mean, she lisps. That's what she does. She lisps.
Oh, she has an impediment.
Yeah, but she traded it in for a Buick.
Wonder how long a person can live without brains.
You've got 6 minutes, George.
Driver, are you sure this is the way to Union Station?
Oh, I bet you people despise me. I thought you said Rooney's Plantation.
Rooney's Plantation. Get going. Why would I say Rooney's Plantation? Faster. Fast. Oh, nuts.
All right, pull over there. Pull over there.
We weren't doing anything, officer.
I know it.
Then why did you stop us?
I'm lonesome.
Well, I'll call you up sometime. Go ahead, driver.
Say, George, have you got all my campaign speeches that I'm going to make on the trip?
Yeah, I've got them right here on my coat.
Well, don't lose them. I've got sandwiches wrapped up in them.
Sandwiches?
Yes, Swiss cheese sandwiches.
How can you make a speech while you're eating a Swiss cheese sandwich?
Oh, I can talk through the hole.
Why can't I think of those things?
I've got an apple for you, George.
Driver, step on it.
Why? Do you like applesauce better?
Quiet.
George, can you keep a secret?
Yes?
Those sandwiches in your pocket have mayonnaise in them.
Mayonnaise? How do you know?
It just leaked out.
Ray, will you cut it out? You've got a whole lifetime to make a fool of yourself.
You've only got 5 minutes, George.
Driver, you're going the wrong way again.
Oh, I'll just hate myself in the morning.
Hurry. Hurry!
Say, George, if you've never met Aunt Clara, you've got a kick coming.
A kick?
Yeah, in the caboose.
Caboose? What's this caboose?
Well, Caboose, that's my little nephew's name.
His name?
Yes, of course, we only call him Caboose for short. His whole name is Nincompoose.
Oh, Nincompoose. Yes. Must be a smart kid.
Well, he was born with a gray hair.
With a gray hair?
Yes.
A lot of gray hair? Just one. Nephew was born with gray hair?
Yes, we come from a very old family.
From a very old script. Yes. Now what's he stopping for?
Hey, Mamie! Mamie!
Who's he hauling up to?
What is it, Orson?
I'm driving these people to the Union Station, and they don't know where it is.
We don't know where it is.
Who are they?
Heinz Honey and Almond Cream people.
Heinz Honey and Almond Cream? What's that?
What's that?
It's the best hand lotion that money can buy. It makes rough red hands soft, smooth, and white.
Hello.
You can get it at any toilet goods counter in 10, 25, 50 cent, and dollar sizes. That's what it is.
Atta boy.
You know everything, don't you?
Why, certainly.
Then if you're so smart, why ain't you driving a cab?
Come on, driver. Step on it.
Orson, did you have the car fixed yet?
No, it's running pretty good.
What about the dirt?
They're going to the Union Station.
We hope so. Come on, get started. We'll never get to the Union Station.
Oh, yes, we will. And then you'll meet my Aunt Clara.
Can't wait.
You know, the people next door to my aunt's house once put up a 20-foot fence to shut out her view.
Was your aunt sore?
Yeah, but she got over it.
Well, just 2 more blocks and we're there. Well, that's fine. Now it's a traffic cop.
Hey, you with the big nose. Didn't you see me put up my hand?
No.
Didn't any of you see me?
No, we didn't see it.
Darn it, nobody pays any attention to me.
Come on, step on it.
Union Pacific Challenger leaving on track 5 for Las Vegas, Salt Lake City, Sun Valley, Denver, Chicago, and all points.
Oh, what trouble, but we finally made it.
Yes, I'm going to get a magazine. And Truman,
Yes?
will you run over to the information desk and explain to Bubbles that George is going to take care of my Aunt Clara?
Sure, I get it. I'll explain everything.
Good.
What is it, miss?
A copy of Radio Guide, please.
Here you are.
Oh, my, what a pretty girl on the cover. She looks familiar, though. Oh, I know I've met her someplace.
Miss, that happens to be Gracie Allen.
Oh, her. What's she got that I haven't got?
That was a double picture, and they left me out of it. Whatever happened to my face?
Yeah, whatever happened to her? Looks like you fell on it.
Oh, it doesn't look too good. Say, clerk.
Yes, sir?
Give me this week a life, a pick, and a look.
Say, George, do you want to click?
Yes.
Well, stop singing Ain't Misbehaving,
Oh,
brother.
quiet.
Here are your magazines, sir.
Thanks.
I say, would you sell me some cigarettes for the boys in my band?
Camels?
Only the drummer, the rest are musicians.
Train leaving on track 4 for South Carolina, South Dakota, South Bend, and south of the border, down Mexico
Well, come on, everybody. We better go.
Oh, there's Bubbles.
Bubbles where?
Pulling in on track 6.
Oh, hello, Bubbles.
Well, Gracie, I've got your Aunt Clara standing over there with Truman.
Say, Bubbles, you've got on too much mascara.
Mascara? This is a black eye.
Well, how did you get a black eye?
I was dancing with Aunt Clara, and she hit me in the eye with her bustle.
With her bustle?
And boy, does she swing it.
Wait. My goodness, Gracie. Don't tell me that's your Aunt Clara over there.
Yes.
Why is she bent over like that?
Well, you see, she used to be a contortionist, and she was in the middle of her act when vaudeville went out.
Well, she certainly looks funny.
Oh, here they are. Hello, Andy.
Here, Gracie, you take care of your Aunt Clara.
All right.
Well, what's this?
Oh, Aunt Clara, this is George Burns.
Maybe it's something she ate. Is something wrong?
Well, she's got a cold.
Oh, she's a little horse, huh?
No, but you're getting pretty warm, brother.
She sounds like she used to be with Shep Fields.
Oh, come on, George. Shake hands with Aunt Clara.
Well, how do you do, Aunt Clara? Ouch! She pretty broke my hand. She's very strong.
Oh, she ought to be. For years, she's been punching her bag.
My hand feels like a hamburger.
Yo, now, Andy, take it easy.
What makes her jump up and down like that?
Well, you see, old boy, she was born a bouncing baby girl, and she never got over it.
Well, come on, Aunt Clara. I'll put you on the train. Wait a minute.
No,
Aunt Clara's out in front.
Them like a second.
Well, now, come on. We better get on the train.
Say, Bubbles, I've never seen my kangaroo act this way before. Are you sure you fed her?
She ate a half a bale of hay.
Well, did she like it?
Like it? She ate my half, too.
Well, we better get started.
We're all ready to go. Say, where's George?
Oh, George is on the train. Laura's on the train. George is off the train.
Say, George, are you hurt?
Only in the caboose. Well, that was a swell joke, Aunt Clara. Why, that's the kangaroo.
Oh, somebody told you.
All aboard for Omaha.
Well, come on, everybody. Let's get on the train.
Okay, what track are we on, 5?
Oh, well. Now, listen, fellas. What? You gotta help me put that kangaroo in an upper.
Okay.
I thought she had a lower.
Yeah, but her baby's sleeping in that.
Well, come on, boys. Now help me.
Okay.
Well, there she is. Get a hold of her, Truman.
Okay. Oh.
Well, she knocked out Truman. Grab her, Frank.
I got her.
Oh!
She knocked out Frank. Come here, Laura. Out.
Oh, she knocked out George. Oh, Laura knocked herself out.
You know, Gracie, this is the first time you and I have ever been alone.
Oh, I know.
Did you ever think of having a husband all your own?
Well, that's part of my life I'd rather not talk about.
Why, did he and you quarrel?
No,
Was he killed?
no.
Well, what happened?
He married Carol Lombard. ever think of getting married?
Yes, but I only make $20 a week.
Well, that's enough. A week passes very quickly when you're in love.
You know, my drummer's a very lucky man.
Why?
Well, he's got a wife and a cigarette lighter, and they both work.
Oh, it's the first robin I've heard this spring. Ray, do you mind if I move a little closer to you?
I wish you would. This time of night, I always get a little chilly.
When the train stops in Pasadena, we'll get a bowl.
With beans?
No, with you.
Mm-hmm. Say, Gracie, I know a joke about Spanish food.
Why don't you tell us?
Oh, no, I can't. It's too spicy.
I love Spanish food.
Would you like an enchilada?
Yeah, but let's eat first.
I say, Gracie, I'd like to whisper something in your ear.
What is it?
Potatoes are now 12 cents a pound.
Oh, may I whisper something in your ear?
Mm-hmm. What?
So are you.
I say, Gracie, do you like big weddings or little ones?
Well, without big weddings, you can't have little ones.
Thank you. Well, Gracie, say good night.
Oh, good night. And say, George, you want to hear a scream?
Yeah. Good night, all.
Hello, my friends, the Heinz Honey and Almond Cream Program.
Thank you very much.
Hello.
Well, before we start, I want to tell our listeners that we're here in Omaha, Nebraska for Gracie's convention, which will be held Friday night. Right now, we're broadcasting from the Exarban Coliseum in front of thousands of people.
Oh, yes, it's wonderful to stand up here and look out into those wide open faces.
I want to thank Omaha for its wonderful reception, and that goes for all the towns and cities along the way.
Oh, yes, and we traveled on the presidential special.
That's right.
And oh, what service on the Union Pacific, and what a train. Well, in honor of it, George has been wearing nothing but railroad ties.
Gracie, aren't you thrilled? Everybody here in costume, thousands of men wearing beards.
Oh, yes, it's a hair-raising experience.
You said it.
Oh, well, I'm all in from hollering Viva. Oh, there's one. Viva!
Viva? What's that?
Well, it's a game everybody plays. If you see a man with a beard and you holler Beaver, it's 5 points. And if you see a man with a mustache, it's only 3 points.
Well, what would you get for a face like mine?
A mask.
Well, thank you.
Oh, thank you. Say, George, one of those whiskerinos took me home last night.
Did he make a fuzz over you?
Well, I had to kiss him through a straw.
Well, Muff said. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to meet the members of our cast. First, our announcer, Truman Bradley. Well, Truman, what have you got to say?
Ladies and gentlemen, members of the Chamber of Commerce, citizens of Nebraska and friends, it fills me with great pleasure to say that you can get at any toilet goods counter in 10, 25, 50-cent sizes.
Truman, we traveled thousands of miles to get here. Didn't you forget something? Oh, yes.
Also the dollar size.
Well, that's fine. And now I want you to meet our romantic tenor.
Viva!
Viva, quiet. Frank Parker.
Thank you very much, and I want to thank the Secretary of State for this introduction.
I'm not the Secretary of State.
I don't know. You look like Hull to me.
Frank, you said that 2 weeks ago.
Well, you better have an answer for that, brother. You're going to hear it often.
And now I want you to meet our orchestra leader, Ray Noble.
Thanks awfully. And I want to thank the Secretary of Agriculture.
All right, so I'm the Secretary of Agriculture. What's the joke?
Well, I don't quite know, George, but I'm working on it.
Ray, are you nuts?
You'd better think up an answer for that, brother, because I'm going to hear that often.
Say, Gracie, I hear at the Indian village last night that Chief White Buffalo Hide inducted you into the tribe.
Oh, yes, my new Indian name is Census Malajo.
It's too bad they didn't do anything for George.
Oh, well, don't worry, Truman. In his happy hunting ground, Sitting Bull is watching over George. Because when I'm in the White House, he'll be sitting pretty.
Truman, did you know that Jim Farley was made a member of the Omaha tribe?
Yeah, but they scalped him.
That's rather a bold statement. Come in.
Oh, Viva!
Quiet. What is it, mister?
Miss Allen, here are the 19,000 straws you ordered.
19,000 straws?
Oh, well, I'm going out in the audience and take a straw vote, if you know what I mean.
I think I know it. Sort of a mouth-to-mouth canvas.
Yes.
Yes.
Miss Allen, as they say in Omaha, ta-ta.
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 Ta-ta, 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 ta-ta.
Where did that come from?
From the picture of the same name.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to meet the rest of our cast. And here they are, Bubbles Kelly.
Thank you, and I'm very glad to be here. You know, I was born in this part of the country.
Where, Bubbles?
Missouri, Kansas, and Nebraska.
Well, that's you all over.
Now, you better be careful with those cracks, partner. I've got a gun. And when I shoot straight from the hip.
What, from way out there?
You know, Bubbles is really worth the weight in gold.
Now, wait a minute. Fun is fun, but I'm tired of this. I think I've got a little beef coming.
Oh, congratulations, boy or girl?
You know, Bubbles never gets off. Look at her. Isn't that a pretty face?
Oh, you know, I love to watch Bubbles laugh. There's so much of her has a good time.
As a matter of fact, the freight agent of the Union Pacific... come in.
Mr. Burns?
Yes?
Me Indian Brave.
Indian Brave?
Me got arrow.
Arrow?
Yes.
Where's your bow?
In my hair.
Well, is there anybody in this program that isn't a complete imbecile?
Oh, coming, old boy.
I was afraid of that.
Gracie, I bought you a present.
From Omaha?
No, from me.
Oh, I just can't wait to unwrap it. Why, it's beautiful. Oh, Ray, you shouldn't have done it. Look, George, this'll take your breath away.
Well, what is it?
A package of Sensen.
Ray, don't you ever think of bringing a nice present to a girl?
Well, George, once I took a box of chocolates to a girl, and we sat in the parlor, and she turned down the light.
What happened?
I couldn't find the chocolates.
You know, George, I met a girl last night who was nuts about you, and I just couldn't help making a date for you.
Well, thanks, Frankie.
Yes, and she's a very important person, too. You know, she wants you to take her down to the Jubilee ceremonies.
Golden spikes?
Oh, she's got a mouth full of them.
Frank.
Beaver.
Quiet. With those beavers. Frank, I can dig up my own girls.
Yeah, that's the way they look.
Frank, if you think you can rib me, you're silly. You've got about as much chance of burning me up as Gracie has of being elected.
Oh, yeah? Well, you don't think I'm going to be elected, huh?
No, I don't.
Oh, well, I'll show you. Oh, all you ladies in the audience who are in favor of seeing me in the White House, please hold your husbands up in the air.
Come on.
Oh, George, I forgot to tell you, I was out with a fellow last night, and he's coming up here to tell everybody who's going to nominate me Friday night.
Is that so?
Yeah, you know, I've never been nominated before.
I know.
Oh, well, my daddy is half nominated all the time.
You're telling me. Where did you meet this fellow that's coming up?
At the other end of a straw.
At the other end of a straw. Well, who is he?
Mayor Butler.
Mayor Butler of Omaha?
Yes. And after I paid for the sodas, he said to me,
Just a minute. You met Mayor Butler?
Well, yeah, last night. And we were both talking about running the government, and we laughed so much I fell out of the hammock.
Out of a hammock?
Yeah, oh boy, can he swing it.
Swing it? You were in a hammock with the mayor?
Of course.
Well, while this was going on, where was Governor Cochran?
Well, who do you think was pushing the hammock?
Gracie, where did you meet the mayor?
Between 18th and 19th on Chestnut Street.
That happens to be a hot number.
So is the song.
Look, Gracie, all I want to know is Mayor Butler really coming up here tonight?
Well, if he isn't, may I never live to see a third term.
Well, if the mayor is really coming up here, I better get a little speech ready to introduce him. Say, boys, see how this sounds. Ladies and gentlemen, citizens of Omaha, honored guests and friends, I know that you're not here to listen to a speech from me.
Say, George, you want to see the mayor do a one-step.
One step?
Yeah, one step and he's finished.
Too danced out, huh?
No, just a little plump.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Beaver.
Quiet. Ladies and gentlemen, citizens of Beaver. Beavers of Omaha.
Beavers of Beaver.
Beavers of... please, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, I know that you're not here to listen to a speech from me.
Hey, Gracie.
What is it, Bubble?
I'm not feeling well. I've got a pain.
Where?
Between 18th and 19th on Chestnut Street.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know that you're not here to listen to a speech from me. Hello?
Then why don't you shut up?
Wise guy. If he were here, I'd punch him right in the nose.
You'd punch who in the nose?
Wonder what took him so long. I was only kidding, you see.
George, call him Beaver and you get 5 points.
Call me Beaver?
No, nice beard you've got on there, buddy. You know, once I had a beard like yours, but I cut it off.
Yeah, once I had a face like yours, but I couldn't cut it off, so I grew this beard.
What's wrong with my face?
You'd better have an answer for that, brother. You're going to hear it often.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, the mayor will love your speech.
Thanks.
Oh,
Ladies...
you ought to hear the speech he made last night.
What did he say?
Well, he said, does Ipsy Dipsy President love great big mayor?
That's a pretty silly speech.
Well, the old gray mayor ain't what he used to be.
I suppose Governor Cochran was still pushing the hammock while this was going on.
No, he was busy snapping his bubble gum.
Gracie, are you sure the mayor's coming up?
Oh, I'm positive,
Then they
George.
must get up with the speech. Ladies and gentlemen, I know that you're not here to listen to a speech
Gracie.
from me.
Yes,
Gracie.
Ray?
Does Mayor Butler give you presents like I do?
Why, Ray Noble, I believe you're jealous.
Well, not anymore. I've been naturalized.
Naturalized? Where?
Between 18th and 19th on Chestnut Street.
Boys, will you listen to this speech, please? Ladies and gentlemen.
And George is right. If Mayor Butler is coming up here and George is trying to get a speech ready, why, the least we can do is listen to him.
Yeah, fun is fun and George isn't.
Yes. Quiet.
And I mean it. Now, let's give him a chance. And if anyone opens his mouth, I leave.
Ladies and gentlemen.
That did it.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know that you're not
Hey,
here...
George, that was pretty rotten of Frank to build you up and walk out on you. Well, I'd be burned up, too, if I were telling people that Heinz Honey and Almond Cream made rough red hands soft, smooth, and white, and somebody walked out on me between 18th and 19th on Chestnut Street. Where does he get that stuff?
All right. Ladies and gentlemen.
I'll go out and get him.
Ladies and gentlemen, citizens of Omaha...
George, look, there he is.
Who, the mayor?
No, Beaver.
Look, Gracie, if anybody yells that word once more, I'm going to leave.
What word?
Beaver. That did it. I'm going.
Gracie, I tell you a secret. If it weren't for this huge crowd...
I can take a hint. So long.
You know, Gracie, this is the first time you and I have ever been alone.
Oh, yes, especially in Omaha. Do you like my convention?
Yes, you've got pretty eyes, too.
Oh, you have too.
Two what? 2 eyes?
Yes, but your ears are more outstanding.
I say thanks awfully.
Say, Ray, I've got a choked up feeling inside, and it's hard to talk.
Is it love?
No, it's my girdle. Ray, did you ever dream of having a home?
Yes.
With me?
No, with the FHA. You know, I'm building a home, and all I need now is a wife.
Well, why don't you get a wife?
Well, how about you?
Oh, I'd rather get a husband.
Would you rather that I had a beard than just my face?
Yes, wouldn't you?
Yes, but it would take so long to raise a beard.
Well, how long did it take to raise your face?
Oh, a long, long time.
Oh, it's a long, long face. When you were a boy, did you ever have mumps?
No, only marbles.
Oh, mumps are they as painful as marbles?
Well, I don't know. I've never sat on mumps, you see.
Oh. I'd like to sit on mumps, and I'd like to eat crackers in bed.
You get a bang out of them?
Only if they're firecrackers.
You know, Gracie, when I get married, I'd like an ivy-covered shack where the roses bloom all year long and sun shines all the day.
Oh, I know just the place.
Where?
Between 18th and 19th on Chestnut Street. So, George, I was at Creighton University yesterday, and I went through the fraternity houses, and I had more fun. In fact, I must write a letter of thanks to the principal.
Gracie, colleges don't have any principals.
Oh, no wonder I had such fun.
The name of the fraternity was probably Beta Lata Nibba.
Oh, well, on
Thumbs
my
up.
way, yes.
Yes.
On my way to Creighton University, Mayor Butler fell off my handlebars.
Look, Gracie, why don't you lay off Mayor Butler?
Well, why should I lay him off? He's doing a swell job.
Oh, George, I went through Boys Town yesterday, and you know what surprised me the most?
No, what?
Do you know it's full of boys?
Well, what did you expect?
Oh, a bigger laugh.
A bigger laugh, huh? Well, things are bad all over. Boys, I've got to rehearse the speech. Mayor Butler's coming up, isn't
Yes,
he? Well,
yes.
I better get this ready. Ladies and gentlemen, citizens of Omaha, come in.
George Burns and Gracie Allen?
I'm sorry, but we're in the middle of a speech, you see.
Oh, who's that?
I don't know.
I want to welcome you and Miss Allen and the rest of your troop to Omaha.
Well, that's nice of you, kid, but you see, we're busy. Any minute now, I've got to introduce the mayor of Omaha, and I'm rehearsing my speech, but you wouldn't know about that.
What are you going to say, Mr. Burns?
Well, listen to this. Oh, well, listen. Ladies and gentlemen, citizens of Omaha, honored guests and friends, I know that you're not here to listen to a speech from me, but without further delay, it gives me great pleasure to present Mayor Butler of Omaha.
Thank you very, very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Wait a minute. You're Mayor Butler?
Well, I ain't Yehudi.
Gracie, why didn't you tell me this was Mayor Butler? I thought you knew him.
Well, I didn't recognize him without the hammock.
Without the hammock?
Yes.
What hammock?
Well, what I mean is, this isn't the man who was with me last night.
Well, who was?
Well, what happened was I was in a hammock with a man, and I told him I was the next president of the United States, and he said, well, if you're the next president of the United States, then I'm Mayor Butler.
I say.
Oh, it's all right. I'm delighted to meet you and Miss Allen. And on behalf of the great metropolis of Omaha, I want to take this opportunity to welcome the surprise party candidate and her entire company, and to extend our heartfelt felicitations. And furthermore, pardon me, Beaver?
Mr. Mayor, where did you pick up that word beaver?
Between 18th and 19th on Chestnut Street.
I don't know. Am I nuts?
You'd better get an answer for that, brother. You're going to hear it often. And furthermore, on behalf of the citizens of Omaha, I would like to ask Miss Allen a few questions about her platform.
Why, Mayor Butler, is it showing?
Forget the formality. Call me Dan.
Oh, now, please, you know you're not allowed to say Dan on the radio.
Don't mind her, Your Honor.
That's all right, Mr. Burns. I think she's very amusing.
Oh, thanks.
There's a big wait here. We can build an auditorium.
All right.
What is his wife
Miss
think?
Allen, would you give me an angle on how to run the government?
Oh, well, now, what does your wife think?
I'm not married.
Oh, say, he's pretty.
Oh, yeah.
You know, when I'm in the White House, I'm going to make you Secretary of the Interior so we can have some X-ray pictures taken together.
Gracie, please.
Miss Allen, if you're elected, will you bring back prosperity?
Oh, Danny, for you, I'd do anything.
That's a load off his mind.
Miss Allen, are you in favor of treaties with Europe and Asia?
Well, no, I'd rather have treaties with sugar and cream. Of course, if you like oatmeal. But personally, I like mush.
Yes, mush is very good with Europe and Asia.
Miss Allen, what do you think of Senator Wagner's latest proposal?
Oh, well, I turned him down. You're more my type.
Gracie, please, after all, he's the mayor.
Miss Allen, what are you going to do about the Federal Reserve?
Oh, if you like them, Danny, I'll be glad to put up a few jars.
Look, will you stop, please?
Miss Allen, I know you won't have any trouble with the Senate after you're elected, but will you be able to manage the House?
Oh, Danny boy, for you, I'd even scrub floors.
Look, don't mind her, Mr. Mayor.
Have you got an aspirin, brother?
Well, yes, I always carry them, Your Honor.
Would you mind getting me a glass of water?
Oh, gladly, Your Honor.
You know, Gracie, this is the first time you and I have ever been alone.
Oh.
washing, ironing, cooking.
I'll vote for Gracie, so I could be by myself. Please vote for Gracie, then I'll be happy on the shelf. If she's elected, I'll be neglected. Then I can stay home and play solitaire and get that silly dame out of my hair.
Vote for Gracie. Vote for Gracie. She's the best little skipper in the land. Vote for Gracie. Vote for Gracie. Won't you please give this little girl a hand?
I'll bring honor and fame to the feminine sex. If you can't write your name, you can vote with an X.
Vote for Gracie.
That's right, you can't go wrong. Vote for Gracie. Isn't it fun?
Well, Gracie, say goodnight.
Oh, good night. And I want to thank Mayor Butler for being so nice and joining in the fun. And to show my appreciation, Mayor Butler, I've got something for you.
Oh. Tonight's program is Clark Gary's Orchestra, directed by Ray Noble. Good night, all. This is Truman Bradley speaking.
Tonight's Burns and Allen show is broadcast through Columbia's Omaha station, KOIL.
Hello, my friends. The Heinz Honey and Almond Cream program.
Hooray! Vote for Gracie! Vote for Gracie! She's the best little skipper in the land!
Thank you very much.
Hello.
Well, boys, we're back in Hollywood after the convention in Omaha, and what a time we had.
Oh, yes, wasn't it a wonderful reception?
Do you realize, Gracie, there were about 100,000 people on the streets and in the station to greet you?
What about the one man that said hello to me?
Yeah, weren't you thrilled?
You said it.
You know, I love those torchlight parades and thousands of girls throwing kisses at me. Oh, that's...
Gesundheit.
Yes, well, what a kick I got, Gracie, when I saw you riding down the main street with a police escort, and Mayor Butler of Omaha sitting on your right hand, and Governor Cochran sitting on your left hand.
Oh, well, yeah, you see, it was cold and I forgot my gloves.
Well, that covers that. Did you ever see so many people in your life, Bubbles?
No, and it was the first time I ever saw a crowd bigger than I am.
Gracie, that was a beautiful dress you wore when you made your acceptance speech.
Well, I had it made especially for my campaign.
Had a pretty low cut back.
Well, I'm not like the other candidates. I believe in coming right out in the open.
Well, at least you were showing plenty of backbone.
Well, I'll tell you. I nearly didn't wait, George. You know, I never saw so many people in one place in my life, I'll tell you. The congestion was awful, and boy, what a time I had parking.
Well, now, you know, I never have trouble parking, Truman. I usually have trouble after I park, if you know what I mean.
I think I know what you mean.
You see, when I'm out driving with a boy, we just pick a spot, pull up the brake, and clutch.
Frank, by the way, what happened to you the night of Gracie's convention?
Oh, I was out all evening with a very cute girl, and did we have fun?
I see. You don't bother with conventions.
No, that's why we had so much fun.
I get it.
You know, George, my biggest thrill was to be made honorary mayor of Boys Town.
That was a thrill.
But you know, I was surprised. I couldn't find Mickey Rooney there.
Well, maybe Boys Town didn't take up his option.
Oh, don't be silly. He's too big to wear options.
Oh, yes.
Just looking at those boys, Gracie, reminded me of my childhood.
You mean the awkward age?
When you look kind of funny and the girls won't go with you. Starts at 13, you know.
When is it over?
I don't know, but I hope soon.
Mine is coming to an end next year.
Oh, I say, Gracie, I'm sorry I had to fly to San Francisco after the broadcast and missed your acceptance speech.
Ah, Ray, it was beyond description. Simply breathtaking. Thousands of people, 10 bands, people cheering, delegates from all over the country.
Oh, yes, and when Raymond D. McGrath made the nominating speech, I'll never forget it, Ray. His words are still ringing in my ears. And when he said...
I shall not speak of the qualifications of our candidate for this high office. Everyone knows the qualifications which she possesses, and knowing them are for her anyway. And so, because of these things which I have said, and because of many things which I have not said, and because of the Omaha Chamber of Commerce, and because this is the time designated for me to do so, and because I have to get back to my peanut wagon, I hereby nominate for President of the United States, Gracie Allen.
And now, the roll call of the states. States of Alabama. Hooray! States of California. Hooray! States of New York. Hooray! States of Nebraska. Hooray! States of confusion.
And now that the tears are dying down, we're about to hear the acceptance speech of our candidate, the Honorable Gracie Allen.
Ladies and gentlemen, members of the surprise party, citizens of Omaha, and friends, I want to thank you for nominating me your candidate for president. As I look around here in this Coliseum and see thousands of trusting, believing faces shining up at me with love and respect, tears come to my eyes. And you know why? My girdle's killing me. If I'm elected next November, and it's bound to come, it usually does, comes right after October, I'll be the first lady president that this country has ever had. This campaign of mine hasn't been easy. My opponents haven't given me plenty of worry. But I said to myself, Grace, I always call myself Grace when I'm talking to myself. I said, Grace, be like a tea kettle. When you're up to your neck in hot water, continue to sing. You see, when you sing like a tea kettle, you can also let off steam at the same time. If you've listened to my opponents, you will have to admit that they have been very outspoken. And I'm the one who outspoke them. Their attacks have only made me all the prettier. The mud that they threw turned out to be beauty clay. I've been in the Library in Congress time and time again, and I want to tell you that it's a shame there isn't a good love story in the place. The newspapers have asked me what I think of the little man. Well, I think they're cute. The reason we need a woman in the presidential chair is to pave the way for other political jobs for women, such as lady senators and lady congressmen. Anybody knows that a woman is much better than a man when it comes to introducing bills into the House. Now, just look at all the famous women in history. The mother of Julius Caesar was a woman. Napoleon's wife was a woman. Why, half of the married people in the United States are women. Naturally, there are candidates running in opposition to me. Now, I have been in the city of Omaha only 3 days, and I kissed Mayor Butler twice. Can my opponents match that? Some people say to me, don't count your chickens before they're hatched, Gracie. You haven't been elected yet. Of course, there is a remote possibility of that. But should such a thing happen, I'll say what Mr. Dion said to the nurse when she told him that he was the father of quintuplets. I demand a recount. So, in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for nominating me. Be true to yourself by being true to the surprise party. Stick with us until we get to Washington. Remember the banana. When it leaves the bunch, it gets skinned.
Well, Gracie, I'm certainly sorry I couldn't stay in Omaha to hear that speech.
Yeah, and Ray, the night of the convention, a very funny thing happened to me. I tried to get into the Coliseum, but they didn't know who I was, so they threw me out of the back door.
So I told them who he was.
That's right. And they invited me in again.
And threw him out the front door.
That's right. Gracie, until I saw your convention, I didn't think a silly campaign like this would get so far. But now that we're nominated...
We? Don't be so plural, George.
Yeah? Well, this is no time for modesty. I feel our party needs a business leader. A person with foresight, ingenuity, brains, intelligence.
Oh, we'll have to get somebody else, George. I can't be everything.
So as your new campaign manager, I've got some ideas in my head that will lead us to victory.
Sort of a hollow victory.
That's so. Anyway, we're going to San Francisco next week. And, come in.
Good evening. I'm Ed Pettis.
What are you taking for it?
Please. I'm George Burns.
Oh, you're wanted on the phone outside.
On the phone? Say, it might be important. I'll be right back.
He's not wanted on the telephone, Miss Allen. I just wanted to bring you a message from the surprise party headquarters. I've come to tell you about one mistake in your campaign.
Well, shouldn't George hear about this?
He's the mistake. And we've got to get rid of him.
What? Have you any idea what George means to me? Have you any idea what we've been to each other? Get rid of George. How can I get rid of George? Has anybody got any ideas?
Miss Allen, you're going to San Francisco next week, and you're going to do a campaign speech and a broadcast. And we of San Francisco are very progressive. We got rid of ferry boats. We got rid of miniature golf. We got rid of horse cars. So you can certainly get rid of George. Goodbye.
That's that. The question is how to get rid of him.
Now, let's see. How about throwing him off a high building?
No, he gets dizzy.
Gracie, how about drowning him?
No, he catches cold too easily.
Well, I've got a peachy one. How about giving him some cyanide pills, huh?
No, they're too fattening.
How about shooting him?
No, I couldn't possibly do that. I haven't got a license.
Oh, Gracie, I've got an idea. Let's make him think he's sick and worry him to death.
Oh, that's true.
Oh, well, here I am back again. Mr. Pettis, I was in every phone. Where's that man that was in here?
The man? What man?
The man who sent me outside.
There was no man here.
Then why did I go out?
Well, you didn't go out.
Now, wait a minute. If I wasn't here and I didn't go out, where have I been?
George, do you feel all right?
I never felt better in my life.
Frank, get him a glass of water.
I don't want any water.
Well, then why did you ask for it?
I didn't ask for it.
Well, then give it back to me.
I haven't got it.
Look here, George, you trying to make us think you're crazy or something?
Look, I was never saner in my life.
That's what we're worried about.
Look, we haven't got any time to lose. Now, next week we're going to San Francisco.
Oh, Gracie, when is George's birthday?
Next month.
Oh, too bad. He would have been 39.
What do you mean would have been 39? I will be 39.
You want to bet?
Buy it, Frank.
I'm not Frank. I'm Truman Bradley.
If you're Truman Bradley, who is this? I said, who is this?
George, where you're pointing, there's nobody there.
Now, look, folks, I've had a hectic week. And I really don't feel well.
Oh, George, you're just worrying for nothing. You're not half as sick as you look.
Oh, thanks.
You've probably got a little touch of Frizola of the Brazola.
Brazola of the Brazola?
Yes.
What is that?
Oh, it's really nothing. Very few people ever die of it.
Oh, good.
Only the ones who've had it.
Well, how long do you think I've got to live?
Well, I'll give you a little hint. Don't buy an all-day sucker.
All right, so I'm sick. But anyway, we've got to go to San Francisco and Say, what are the symptoms of Brazola of the Brazola?
Oh, why get upset? If you've got it, the autopsy will show it.
Well, what if I haven't got it?
Well, then you died of something else.
Well, now I feel better.
I'll tell you how to get rid of it. The first day you cut out meat, the second day you cut out starches, and the third day you cut out liquids.
What do I cut out the fourth day?
Paper dolls.
Brazola of the Brazola. I never heard of that.
You know, I don't think we should talk that way about George. He's such a nice fellow.
Yes, wasn't he?
And that song of his ain't misbehaving. I don't know why we let that upset us. I mean, other people sing off key, don't they?
I wonder how that'll sound on a harp.
There never was a better pal.
Yeah, he was a nice kid.
He was kind, considerate, and free with his money. I'm going to miss him.
Oh, I'll never forget his face. Isn't it awful?
It's like a bad dream.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, due to conditions over which we have no control, George is still living. However, with the help of a sleeping powder and a small mallet, we now have him strapped in bed here in the Studio Emergency Hospital with the cast acting as the medical staff. And here we are.
Look, he's breathing heavy.
Oh, I hope it can last a few minutes longer. Why? Well, he's got 3 more balloons to blow up for our party tonight. 4 more.
Oh. Well, look, he's coming too. His eyelids are starting to flutter.
What a time to flirt.
Yes.
Ain't misbehaving all by myself. Ain't
Oh, Jim, quick, before he gets to the chorus, give him a sleeping tablet.
Which one?
The one with the handle.
Hey, now remember, before he comes to, we've got to keep him here so he can't get to San Francisco.
Oh, well, now, don't forget, Bubbles and I are nurses, and Truman, you and Ray are doctors, and Frank, you're the patient in the next bed.
Okay, but let me give George the next sleeping tablet.
Oh, yeah, George will get a bang out of it.
Ain't misbehaving all by myself. Ain't misbehaving. Where am I?
Oh, and now just lie quietly, Mr. Burns. You're suffering from a very horrible malady.
What malady?
Ain't misbehaving.
What happened? What am I doing here?
Well, you were operated on for Perzola of the Perzola.
Oh. Did I have it?
Back to back.
Back to back? Gracie.
Yes, just lie quietly. Gracie will be here in a minute.
No, wait. You're Gracie.
No, I'm Nurse Crowley. You're delirious, Mr. Burns. Just take it easy.
Oh. Why am I tied down?
Well, this room happens to be upside down. We don't want you to fall out of bed.
Now, listen to me, Ray Noble.
I'm not Ray Noble. I'm Dr. Frankfurter, a skin specialist.
Well, this is going from bad to worst. Frank, what are you doing in the next bed? What's the matter with you?
Do you mean me, buddy?
Yes.
My name isn't Frank. I'm J.V. Dittenfest, Jr.
J.V. Dittenfest, Jr.?
Yeah, I was named after my son.
Why, you haven't got a son.
Well, could I help it if he died before I was born?
Oh. What is this? Say Truman.
I'm not Truman. I'm Dr. Alvin Johnson.
I'll see if he's Truman, Bradley. What's good for rough red hands?
I don't know. I'm an ear specialist.
You are, huh? What do you get at toilet goods counters?
The salesgirl's phone number.
Bubbles, come here.
You mean me?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I can't talk.
Why not?
I'm an oxygen tent.
I don't know. I hope this is a dream.
Now,
folks.
open your mouth, Mr. Burns. Wider. Now, swallow a spoon.
Oh, spoon. Swallow the spoon.
Yes, I gave you some medicine before, and I forgot to stir it.
Hurry up. I want a sleeping tablet.
Oh, gladly, old boy. This one's on me.
Oh. Give the gentleman a cigar.
Thanks, fellows.
Truman, we'd better get a bottle of beer for George.
Oh, really? Is he thirsty?
No, he's anemic. I want to give him a transfusion.
Yes, but Gracie, what if it kills him?
Well, we still get a nickel back in the bottle.
Oh, poor George. Does he look awful?
Oh, yeah. Doesn't he, Bubbles?
I wish he'd get well or do something. I've got a date to see a double feature.
What is a double feature?
Don Wilson.
Oh.
Oh. Look, George's waking up again. Perhaps we ought to give him something to really put him to sleep.
Well, we're not allowed to give him any dope. We're not allowed to give him any dope.
Ain't misbehaving all by myself.
Oh, what a terrible clunk.
Yeah, he certainly is.
Hey, look. Look, folks, George is hardly moving. Get up. I say, George, come on, get up, will you?
Truman, let's tap his knee and test his reflexes.
Okay, Frank. I tapped his knee, but nothing happened.
Yeah, what about the jerk?
He's still unconscious.
No, but I say this is getting serious. Frank, you better go out and get a real doctor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Poor old George, to think he won't be able to get up and go to San Francisco.
Yeah, look at that bump on his head. It looks like Treasure Island.
Yeah, and his nose looks like Knob Hill.
And look at him with his mouth open. It looks like the Golden Gate.
Yeah. I can see the bridge.
This way, Doctor, right this way.
Uh-huh. How long has he been dead?
Oh, Doctor, that's Ray Noble. This is a patient.
Yeah. Let's see. No pulse, no color, no blood pressure, no respiration, no reflexes.
He ain't got nothing, has he, Doctor?
Pretty void. This is a very serious case. He's got to be removed immediately.
Oh, good.
There's only one place where we can save him. That's the Grandview Sanitarium, and I'd better take him there immediately.
Oh, well, where is it?
San Francisco. Well, Gracie, say goodnight.
Oh, George, just think. Next week, Ray, Frank, Truman, Bubbles, and I will all be up in San Francisco.
Gracie, aren't you forgetting me?
Now. Oh, good night, all.
next Wednesday, join us at this same time. This is Truman Bradley wishing you good night for Heinz Honey and Almond Cream. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hello, my friends, the Heinz Honey and Almond Cream program. Starring George Burns and Heinz Honey, Gracie Allen with Frank Parker, Ray Noble and his orchestra, and Truman Bradley speaking.
100 million strong, that's right, you can't go wrong, my friend. It's going on and on.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much.
Hello.
Well, I'm very happy to be here on Treasure Island at the San Francisco World's Fair.
Oh, so am I. You know, I've met all my friends. You know, George, I was born in San Francisco. As a matter of
If I
fact...
were you, I'd keep it a secret.
Well, that's right, George. You know, as my daddy said when he first saw me, why bring that up?
Well, then, let's drop it.
Yeah, he did. Want to build up?
Yes, sir. It's my life's ambition.
You know, my whole family lives in San Francisco, but my daddy lives with my uncle in a house across the bay.
And he commutes, huh?
Yeah, every 10 years.
That's very interesting.
He's an old-fashioned man.
I know.
One old-fashioned after another.
Was your daddy born in San Francisco,
yes, South San Francisco.
South San Francisco.
Yes.
Have you always been this dizzy, Gracie?
Well, I got that way from following in my daddy's footsteps.
Well, at least your daddy has his good pints.
Oh, he said it.
Don't mind George, folks. He's a Los Angeles boy.
Well, if it isn't at Market Street, Donamici, Frank Parker. And Frank, I'm not a Los Angeles boy. I was born on the outskirts of Los Angeles, Boston.
Say, Frank, what do you think of my hometown?
Oh, I think it's terrific. You know, Gracie, there are 40,000 beautiful girls here.
Frank, what are you up to?
3,634.
Stop with those girls. You know, there are other ways of getting a bang out of life.
Oh, you and your bubble gum.
Yeah.
Well, it's a noble experiment.
Gracie, isn't it grand to be back in your hometown and get such a nice hand?
And speaking of nice hands, Heinz
Truman
ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. You know, I bet Gracie San Francisco never thought that you'd be a presidential candidate this year.
Well, why not? Why should I be an exception?
Tell me, Gracie, has the town changed much since you were here last?
Oh, yes. Well, I've been reading the local papers, and I see where men's clothes cost a fortune now.
Men's clothes cost a fortune?
Oh, well, that's what it said. It said Billy Rose just got a $20,000 suit.
Gracie, that happens to be a Seattle model.
Well, I don't care if it has 2 pairs of pants. It's still not worth $20,000.
Look, when it said suit, it meant lawsuit. And the model happens to be a girl.
Oh, well, then maybe Billy Rose kissed her.
Kissed her? How can he kiss a girl so much taller than he is?
Well, maybe some of his friends put him up to it.
Either that or he jumped.
Say, Gracie, have I been having fun here?
Oh, really, Bubbles?
Yes, I had lunch today in 3 restaurants.
Three restaurants?
Yes.
Bubbles eats all over town.
Yes, I'm big that way.
I know. Bubbles, do you like Italian food?
And how?
Have you tried the Maggios?
Yes, and they're delicious with meatballs.
Bubbles, the Maggios are ball players.
Well, maybe she had them on the home plate.
Well, I certainly slid into that one. Oh, Ray Noble.
In the place.
What there is of it. Yeah.
I say, Gracie, so sorry I'm late. You see, I'm playing at the Palace Hotel, and I had a little trouble getting here. The streets are all torn up.
Why, Ray Noble, that's impossible. I read in the paper where the street commissioner said that as a whole, the streets in San Francisco were all right.
Yes, they're all right as a whole. But how are their streets?
Well, when I'm president, I'm going to have a long talk with Mayor Rossi.
Why?
Oh, he knows some cute stories.
He does.
Grace, I was going to pick you some flowers here at the fairground, but there was a sign there that said, "Do not pick the flowers."
Oh, well, that's all right.
So I picked the sign.
Oh, thanks, Ray. I'll wear it in my hair.
You picked the sign?
Well, why not, George? There was no sign there saying do not pick the sign.
Oh, I say.
Hey, come here, Ray. I've got a present for you, too.
Oh, really?
Uh-huh. So put your arms around me.
Like this?
Uh-huh. A little closer.
Like this?
Mm-hmm. Now put your face next to mine.
Right so. What do I do now?
Why don't you go on Major Bo's amateur program?
Yes, why don't you?
Gracie, how do you like it here on Treasure Island?
Well, Truman, it's pretty enough to be a fair.
It is a fair, Gracie, and it's called Fair for 40, and it is beautiful.
So is yours.
Beautiful?
No, fair for 40.
Listen, everybody, I've got it all arranged. I just spoke to J.J. Clifford, and he's coming over here tonight.
Not J.J. Clifford.
That's right.
Who is that?
Who is that?
Yes.
Politically, he's the most powerful man in this part of the country. And as your campaign manager, I'm telling you that if we could get him on our side, you're as good as being in the White House.
Oh, well, what do you think I ought to do?
Well, when he comes in, let me do the talking, and you just smile.
Oh, leave it to me. I'll just drop my eyes.
Yes, just drop your eyes.
And if he's a gentleman, he'll pick 'em up.
Stop with that silly talk and listen. J.J. Clifford is the man who gets behind you, takes hold of things, and makes you click.
Oh, an osteopath.
An osteopath?
I hope he doesn't rub me the wrong way.
Now, look, Gracie.
Say, George, you deserve a lot of credit lining up a big shot like J.J. Clifford.
Thanks. I met him at the press club.
That's all.
I don't let any grass grow under my feet.
Well, a little grass wouldn't hurt. It might cover up those shoes.
Yeah, well, J.J. Clifford is just about sold. And there's one thing you want to know before he gets here.
What's that?
Now, he's got a red beard, and he's very sensitive about it.
Well, if I had a red beard, I'd be very sensitive about it, too.
Yeah. Well, you'd be sensitive if you had a brain.
Yeah, so would I.
Well, with a red beard, Gracie, we can play that game Beaver.
Oh, yes.
Beaver?
Yeah.
Look, he happens to run this part of the country, and if any of you holler Beaver, you know what you're going to get?
5 points. Holla, Beaver.
Look, we're not playing Beaver, and don't mention his beard. Yeah. Hello. Oh, just a minute. Gracie, it's for you.
Oh, hello? Oh, hello, Betsy. It's my sister.
Good.
Yeah, what? Oh, you don't say. Oh, that's a scream. Goodbye.
What happened?
Oh, dear. Well, I left my car parked at the top of Fillmore Street Hill, and I forgot to put the brakes on.
I see.
And the funniest thing, the car is running down the hill.
Well, what's funny about that? Somebody might get killed.
Oh, it's impossible. There's nobody in the car.
What about the pedestrians?
Oh, the car is moving so fast, they won't have time to get in.
Well, it's your headache, and you can wear it.
Oh, by the way, chap, you mustn't miss that incubator building here at the fair. You know, they've got tiny babies there that weigh only 3 ounces.
Well, how do they live?
They charge admission.
They do.
Well, you see, those babies can always use a little change.
Now listen, everybody. This may be J.J. Clifford. So no wisecracks about his beard. Come in.
Good evening. Miss Allen?
Yes?
My name is Agatha Pinwhistle.
My, how do you remember things like that?
Listen, yes, miss?
Gracie, don't you remember me? I was your teacher in the third grade.
Oh, Miss Pinwhistle. Oh, well, I didn't recognize you without your slip showing.
What?
Boys, this used to be my teacher.
Hello, Penny.
How do you do?
Miss Pinwhistle, I'll bet Gracie gave you lots of trouble in school.
Oh, no, you can be very proud of your daughter.
Well, My daughter?
Yes, Gracie always had an active mind. She learned things very quickly, but always backwards.
Yes.
I think I know what you mean.
Miss Pinwhistle, remember how I was always getting mixed up in arithmetic and history? I used to think that 2 times 3 was Napoleon.
2 times 3 was Napoleon?
Well, of course, I was silly when I was a little girl.
Oh, sure.
I know better than that now.
Of course.
Anybody knows that 2 times 3 is Julius Caesar.
Yes. For a minute, I thought I had you.
See, Miss Pinwhistle, whatever happened to Oakland and Berkeley?
Oh, they're in Kansas City.
Oakland and Berkeley are in Kansas City?
Well, those are the twins who sat in front of me.
Oh. Well, why did they name twins Oakland and Berkeley?
Well, because they were only 5 minutes apart.
I know they're twin sisters, Minneapolis and St. Paul.
Oh. Gracie, whatever happened to that little girl you used to play with all the time?
Oh, which one do you mean?
Oh, the one that sat in back of you, that sickly little girl who was so frail and anemic.
Oh, well, she's still my girlfriend. Bubbles, you remember Miss Pinwhistle?
Sure.
Oh, hello, Miss Pinwhistle.
Why, Bubbles, I hardly know you. Haven't you taken on a little weight?
Oh, about 275 pounds.
Yeah, that's all. Say, Miss Pinwhistle, seeing you here reminds me of my school days. You know, my teacher used to slap me when I was naughty.
Yes, he was a regular Mickey Rooney.
Yes, but it never hurt. And the reason it never hurt was that my teacher had soft hands.
Cut, Coleman. A little music, boys. All right, you can take it, Truman.
And Miss Pinwhistle?
Yeah.
Because she used Heinz honey and almond cream.
Yeah.
And it wasn't the 10-cent size.
No.
No, it wasn't the 25-cent size or the 50-cent size.
Yeah.
No, it was the dollar size.
Uh-huh.
And would you believe it, Miss Pinwhistle? Today you can get it for only 49 cents.
That's right.
Oh, Miss Pinwhistle.
Yes, sir.
Miss Pinwhistle, whatever happened to that silly boy who sat next to me? You know, the one who called me Googie?
Which one?
Well, you know, the one with the buck teeth. The one who used to bite I love you on my desk.
He bit I love you on your desk?
Yes. Don't you remember, Miss Pinwhistle? He'd sit for hours and go like this.
Let me see. Oh, Stinky.
Yes, that's the one. Miss Pinwhistle.
Yes, Gracie?
Whatever became of that good-looking history teacher?
Well, I got to go, Gracie.
Well, remember when he tried to kiss you?
Well, I didn't kiss him, did I?
Well, I don't know, did you?
No, not because he was a history teacher. It was the principal I was thinking of.
Oh. Yeah, he was pretty, too.
Well, Ray, that was grand. I certainly enjoyed it.
Oh, thanks, George. Shall I play it again?
Oh, no.
Never mind. All right, then. Oh, by the way, Gracie, right after the broadcast, how about you and me being my guests at Billy Rose's Accolade, huh?
Well, I'll be glad to go once, but I've been there again.
Well, that's more better. You know, I was there the other night, and Johnny Weissmuller is really a swimmer. He starts out with the Australian crawl.
George, have you ever seen the San Francisco crawl?
There's no such a thing as the San Francisco crawl.
Oh, no? Did you ever try to drive down Market Street at 5 o'clock?
Anyway, that speed of Johnny Weissmuller's is great.
Oh, yes, he's fast.
You bet.
I saw him last night, too.
Did you see him go into all those dives?
See him. I was with him. To me, Dan.
He's a good dancer. Oh, now this is probably J.J. Clifford. Now remember, Frank, and that goes for everybody. No wise cracks about his red beard. And Gracie, be on your toes.
Yeah,
Your
I
whole
will.
campaign depends upon this.
Yes.
Come in.
Is Gracie here?
Well, I'm Gracie.
Who's this? Don't you remember me, Gracie? I'm Rollo. I used to go to school with you.
Why, Rollo, how you've changed.
Yeah, I've grown. I've got on long pants.
Oh, so have I grown.
Gracie, take it easy.
Gracie, you remember the day you left school 20 years ago? You gave me a sandwich.
Uh-huh.
Well, I brought it back to you.
You mean you kept the sandwich all these years?
I don't like peanut butter.
And vice versa.
Say, Rollo used to be the smartest boy in the 3rd grade.
I still am.
Say, Rollo, remember the fun we used to have in school? We'd drop our books under the desk, and then we'd bend down and pick them up.
Mm-hmm.
And then we'd drop them again, and we'd pick them up again. Oh, you had more fun?
Where did the fun come in?
Under the desk.
Yes, well, your book's read.
Hello, Rollo. Oh, Rollo, this is Bubbles. Remember Bubbles?
I remember part of her.
Why, Rollo, I hardly recognized you without your dunce cap.
I don't wear it anymore. It makes me look too tall.
Yeah. You look much prettier this way.
Say, Rollo, whatever happened to the little boy who sat right across from me?
You mean all he used to do was Stinky?
Oh, yes.
I haven't seen him in years.
Well, why did he do
Well, he was practicing to go with Sheffield.
Well, I wouldn't pal around with Stinky. He was a dope.
Oh, quiet, Einstein.
Gracie, who is this fellow Ray Noble who always wants to be alone with you? I'd like to punch him right in the nose.
Now, look here, I resent that, old boy. I'm Ray Noble, and if I want to be alone with Gracie, I'll be alone with her.
Yeah, what about me?
No, I'd rather be alone with Gracie.
Oh, isn't this fun? I've got two men fighting over me.
And look here, I say, if you'll step outside, I'll repulse you.
Oh, yeah? Then I'll repulse you.
I'll repulse you first.
And I'll repulse you right back again.
What's going on here?
Well, these boys are really repulsive.
You said it. And boys, step outside.
Who'll hold my coat? All right, I will.
Say, that sandwich that Rollo brought back couldn't have been 20 years old.
Well, it was.
It didn't taste like it.
Bubbles, you ate a sandwich that was 20 years old?
Oh, why shouldn't she? It's too old to be outside.
Well, that's nice because the sandwich in there will meet a lot of nice pickles.
Yeah.
Yes. Now, listen, everybody. This must be J.J. Clifford. And remember, no jokes about his red beard. Come in. Quiet. How do you do, Mr. Clifford?
How do you do, Mr. Burns?
Quiet. Mr. Clifford, this is Gracie Allen.
What are you laughing at, Miss Allen?
Oh, if I told you, Mr. Clifford, would your fuzz be red?
She means this is the first time she's met you. She has an impediment.
Oh, yes. Miss Allen, no doubt Mr. Burns has told you I'm in a position to sweep you into office.
Well, thanks. You've got just the face for it.
Not to change subject, Mr. Clifford, but I want you to meet Bubbles and Truman Bradley.
How do you do?
And this is Frank Parker.
Beaver.
Beaver? Well, Beaver, can you spare a dime?
One cycle to railroad.
Yes. What's going on
But you
here?
see, he's a tenor. He's got to rehearse.
Oh. Now, Miss Allen, if our district is going to support you, we want to know what you can do for us. So let's not beat around the bush.
No, not by the hair of your chinny chin chin.
Who said that?
The three little pigs.
Mr. Clifford, what about the Power and Water Project? Remember?
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Hetchy.
What?
Hetchy.
Oh, coochie.
Gracie, please.
Look, I haven't time for all this foolishness. Now, Miss Allen, let's get down to brass tacks.
Well, wouldn't you rather go to the Bell Tavern?
Look, this is a very important man.
Miss Allen, if you're elected president, what are you going to do about our street maintenance? You know, most of our streets run uphill.
Oh, don't worry. I won't let them run down.
Well, that's a new slant. Gracie, he means what kind of aid will you give California?
Well, there are only two kinds of aid.
Federal and state?
No, orange and lemon.
You certainly squeezed in that. Come in.
Look, it's a policeman with Ray Noble and Rollo.
A policeman?
Mr. Burns, you better keep these two fellows in here. We don't allow that kind of stuff here at the fair.
What were they doing? Fighting, huh?
No, dancing together at the pavilion.
Dancing? Well, Mr. Clifford, I want to apologize for all this confusion.
Oh, yes, I do beg your pardon. I say, George, who is this chap?
J.J. Clifford.
Looks like Santa Claus with high blood pressure. I can see that you people are taking my coming up here as a joke. My standing in this community is a very important one, and I do not intend to subject myself to ridicule. Good
Just a minute, Mr. Clifford. You see, we're here at the World's Fair, and we're all having a lot of fun and a lot of laughs. Truman, will you talk to him?
Okay. Mr. Clifford, we realize that you're one of the most influential men in the state, sir. And if we did have a bit of fun, it wasn't premeditated, I assure you. As for having fun at your expense, it's out of the question, sir. After all, what can we possibly say that would be any funnier than that broken-down beard you're wearing?
Oh, well, there goes California.
Well, I've had enough of this. And, Mr. Burns, if you ever happen to be in the Richmond district, don't bother to look me up.
Richmond District? I used to live on 4th Avenue.
So did I, 668.
Well, so did I, on the first floor.
I lived on the second.
Stinky!
Well, Gracie, say goodnight.
Oh, no, wait, George. Ladies and gentlemen, the Chamber of Commerce has asked me to think of a way to make San Francisco more beautiful. Now, let's see.
Well, I'm going back to Los Angeles.
Oh, that'll do it.
Good night.
Hello, my friends, the Heinz Honey and Almond Cream Program. Starring George Burns and Heinz Honey, Gracie Allen, with Frank Parker, Ray Noble and his orchestra, and Truman Bradley speaking.
100 million strong, that's right, you can't go wrong, my friend. Keep going all day long.
Thank you very much. Well, Gracie, say hello.
Well, I'm pretty burned up, but I'll say it. Hello.
Good. Well, ladies and gentlemen, tonight we're going to offer the second episode.
But you can say that I'm not a law-abiding citizen.
The second episode of RKO's Swiss Family Robinson.
Laws are laws, and I'm going to obey them.
You remember, folks, last week...
He followed me out of the bakery, into the meat market, out of the meat market, into the grocery store.
Who followed you?
This morning.
This morning?
Said to me, aren't you Gracie Allen, that beautiful and pretty little girl on the radio?
Well, here we go.
Oh, I could have told him that I was far from pretty and that I was skinny and homely.
But you didn't.
I should say not.
No.
You're not going to get me for perjury.
I see you're a law-abiding citizen.
Well, sure. So he kept on following me.
Of course.
Of course, I could have stopped him by turning on my personality and flashing my eyes and giving out with a big smile.
But you didn't.
No, they're not going to get me for using deadly weapons.
That would be against the law.
Certainly. And then he grabbed me in his arms and he hugged me and kissed me. And then he hugged me again and kissed me some more.
Didn't you do anything about it?
Well, I could have hollered and screamed and yelled and kicked.
But you didn't.
I should say not. They're not going to get me for disturbing the peace.
You know, Gracie, every day you get more imbecilic. Every hour you get dappier, and every minute you get nuttier.
Well, sure, there's no law against that.
Oh, quiet. You remember, ladies and gentlemen, our play stopped last week with our boat being wrecked. The Swiss Family Robinson were floundering in the water. I played the leading part.
The flounder.
And now Gracie, as Mama Robinson, is going down for the third time. And even I'm beginning to sink.
You can talk plainer than that, brother.
There I was in the middle of the ocean, with my wife and 3 sons depending on me. What could I do?
Deduct them from your income tax.
I struck out in one direction. My wife struck out in another. And my 3 sons struck out in another.
Who's pitching, Bob Feller?
I was on my back, sinking very rapidly. Only my nose was visible above the water. My family was swimming around.
Around the horn in 80 days.
As tonight's episode opens, we're still struggling in the water, with no land in sight.
Well, I'll take it. Hello, I'm Sonny speaking. What? Oh, is that so? That bad, huh? Well, goodbye. What? Driving 60 miles an hour? Oh, that's impossible. I wasn't out an hour. Goodbye. What? Oh, yeah. Goodbye. What? Well, you can't do anything to me. In the first place, the car doesn't belong to me. And anyway, I didn't have a license. Goodbye. What? The owner isn't here now, are you? No, I'm not. See?
Gracie, give me that phone.
Goodbye. He hung up, George.
Gracie, who was that talking?
Me.
I mean, on the other end.
That Magnums. They'll do anything to sell a dress.
Gracie. Look, what happened to my brand new car that I let you drive this afternoon?
Oh, your car.
Yes, my car.
You mean the one with the 4 wheels, the body, and the steering wheel?
Yes, the new one.
You mean the brand new one?
Yes, the brand new one.
Oh, the brand new one.
Yes, the brand new one.
You couldn't mean the old one.
No, I don't mean the old one.
Whatever happened to the old one?
Never mind, Gracie. Look, what happened to my brand new car that you were driving?
Well, let's not talk about me. So, you're Papa Robinson, and you're going down for the 3rd time, I hope. Continue with the play.
Gracie, you're the only one who can answer this question. What happened to my car?
Signed, Anxious.
Look, I'm a taxpayer, a nice fellow. I send money to my mother every week. What? All right, every other week. Gracie, what happened to my car?
Well...
Yes? Yes?
Give up?
Yes, I give up.
Yeah, well, here's what happened. You're Papa Robinson, and you're going down for the 3rd time.
Wait a minute.
George, old boy, perhaps I can help you out.
I wish you would.
You see, I've written some Father's Day poems that I'm selling very cheap.
Ray, I've got enough trouble on my hands.
Hand troubles? What a spot to mention Heinz Honey and Almond Cream if I could only think of something. What do you suggest, George?
Quiet.
Look, George, these Father's Day poems only cost 5 and 10 cents apiece.
Selling poems? Why are you selling poems?
Oh, I need the money.
What about the salary checks I give you each week?
Oh, that's what I write the poems on.
You write poems on the back of my checks?
Yes. Oh, here's one entitled Insufficient Funds. Oh, pardon me, that's the wrong side.
Gracie, where's my car?
Say, Ray, what's the difference between the 5-cent cards and the 10-cent cards?
Oh, the 10-cent ones fit the envelopes, you see.
Uh-huh.
Gracie.
I love Father's Day.
Gracie.
I'll never forget when I was a little baby, my daddy would tuck me in bed and watch over me for hours until I fell asleep.
Gracie.
And then he'd kiss the maid.
Gracie.
My mother found out, and she taught my daddy a lesson. He kisses the maid much better now.
What happened to my car?
Truman, what do you think I ought to get my daddy for Father's Day?
Let's see. Is he an outdoor man?
Well, he will be in 30 days.
Gracie.
Well, I can see your predicament.
Oh, is that thing showing again?
Where's my car?
Mr. Burns?
Yes?
Mr. Burns, have you got a car?
Yes.
Have you got a wife?
No.
I got a wife.
So what?
I haven't got a car.
So what?
You want to trade?
Oh, go away. Go away. $4,000 car, and I don't know what happened.
George, what about my song?
Go ahead, sing it.
Sing it? I just sang it.
Well, it was good. It was fine. It was great.
Oh, well, thank you, George. I'm certainly glad you liked it.
Shut up. Shut up.
Wait a minute. You can't talk that way to me.
Who can't?
You can't.
Well, I did.
Yeah? See this muscle?
What muscle?
Well, that's funny. It was here a minute ago.
Look on the floor. Maybe it fell down.
Well, and now for the play. Actors, music, curtain.
Gracie, there's going to be no play. There's going to be no talk, no nothing. I want one question answered. Where's my car?
You're pretty stubborn, aren't you?
Where's my car?
Well, anyway, I didn't hit the vegetable wagon.
What vegetable wagon?
The one I missed when I hit the truck.
You hit a truck?
Did I turn white?
White?
It was a milk truck.
A milk truck?
Yeah, it's hard to drive with your eyes closed.
You were driving with your eyes closed?
Well, I can't bear to see accidents.
No, it's fine. And I just bought it yesterday.
Oh, George, here's a Father's Day poem that'll cheer you up.
I don't want to hear it, Ray.
Well, then turn your back. Here's to Papa Dion, a man we all admire. His wife presented him with 5 children.
Ray, is that all?
Isn't that enough?
My brand new car. Gracie, was there much damage done?
Oh, just a teeny-weeny scratch in the fender.
Oh, good.
You ought to see your car.
My car? Did you get any witnesses?
2 of them.
Where are they?
On the front bumper.
Gracie, where is my car now?
Well, to the Swiss Family Robinson. They're all struggling in the water.
And to think I paid $4,000 cash for that car, and I don't owe a cent on it. Hello?
Liar.
Wise guy. Well, at least there's one good thing. I had Truman to pay my insurance on my car last week. Hey, Truman? Truman, you did pay the insurance, didn't you?
So the Swiss Family Robinson were all struggling in the water, and all of a sudden they see
Truman, what did you do with the $90 I gave you?
Well, to tell the truth, George, I paid the insurance on my uncle's truck.
You used my money to pay the insurance on your uncle's truck?
Yes, and it's a very lucky thing, too. Some woman driver ran into him this morning.
A woman driver?
And so the Swiss Family
Quiet,
Robinson were all
quiet.
struggling in the water.
Gracie, where is...
Hello.
Oh, hello, Bubba.
Oh, hello.
Say, Gracie, I've got some wonderful news. I just got... Why, George, what's the matter with you? You look awful.
Just had a wreck.
Congratulations, boy or girl.
I mean, Gracie just ran into a truck.
Really? Anybody I know?
Yes, Don Wilson.
Say, Gracie, I just got a telegram that the book you wrote is ready for publication.
Book? You wrote a book?
Yeah, How to Become President.
When does it go on sale?
June 19th.
And isn't that a coincidence? Your book is coming out on the 19th, and my tonsils are coming out on the 20th.
Yes.
Ah.
Quite a coincidence.
And my daddy is coming out on the 21st.
I hope the 3 of you will be very, very happy.
Oh, you know, George, I come from a family of writers.
I know.
Except my brother. He wrote for 10 years before he found out he had no talent.
Did he quit?
No, but that time he was too famous.
What's no talent doing now?
Looking for his car.
I don't think that's funny. I've got enough troubles.
You call that trouble? Listen to this. I was at Ciro's last night dancing with the most beautiful girl.
Yes?
I didn't know she was married.
Yes?
And we were in the middle of a rumba when all of a sudden the husband comes in and he...
What happened?
I don't know. It was cut out rehearsal.
Is there anybody who isn't completely stupid?
Oh, coming, old boy.
Oh, who's got an aspirin? Hello?
Liar.
What's that for?
Oh, pardon me. I skipped a page.
Oh.
I say, George, old boy, here's a poem that costs 10 cents. Your father is a man's best friend, and he deserves it, too. Some fathers are laid end to end, and others have eyes of blue. Rather charming, think.
Ray, I'm not interested in your poems. I'm not a father.
That's right, Ray. He's only Dad from the neck up.
Oh, go.
George, are we going to continue to play Swiss Family Robinson, or aren't we?
First, I want to find out where my car is.
Well, I told you, George. I ran into a truck.
That I know. Did you get the driver's number?
Yes.
Well, what is it?
Gladstone 1131.
It must have been very friendly.
Well, he couldn't wait to come through the windshield to meet me.
Probably stuck his head through the middle and said, how do?
Yeah, and the tears were running down his cheek.
That's very sad.
So I turned on the windshield wiper.
Gracie, I want you to answer only one question. Where is my car now?
On Vermont between 9th and 10th Street.
Well, is it near 9th or near 10th?
Near both.
Well, right after Ray's number.
And now for those who didn't hear our first episode of Swiss Family Robinson, and I know that there are oodles, we'll give you a brief resume of what has gone before. After deciding to leave on a voyage for a new country, the Robinson family gather all their money together and put it in a strongbox. Papa Robinson is heartbroken and says goodbye to his Morris chair.
Goodbye, Morris.
Goodbye, Sam.
Despite many obstacles, Mama Robinson gets her family off without a slip.
Ooh, it's cold without a slip.
Our little family has been out at sea for 3 days when suddenly the skies overhead darken and the sea gets choppy and we hear...
Typhoon coming! Typhoon coming!
Where?
Soon at your neighborhood theater.
The following day, the ship hits a rock and we find the Robinson family struggling in the water.
Mama, you've gone down 8 times.
I know it.
You can't go down more than 3 times and live.
You call this living?
Going down 8 times. That's remarkable.
Oh, well, if you think that's good. Ladies and gentlemen, I will not only go down once more, but I will drink a glass of water at the same time.
Where are my sons? Frankie. Truman. Raymond.
We're right here, Papa. Truman and I are fishing.
Where's Raymond?
We're using him for bait.
Raymond.
Yes, Papa.
What are you doing down there?
I'm playing cards with a fellow with long white teeth.
Why, that's a shark.
You're telling me he's winning all the pots.
Getting good hands, huh?
Oh, he's got one of mine. Ouch, 2 of mine.
Well, Mama's coming up again. Look, she looks like she's going out of her mind.
Oh, an octopus. An octopus. Take it away. Take it away.
An octopus? Mama, it's me.
Look, and it talks, too.
Well, my children, it looks like we're not going to be saved.
And I can't swim another stroke.
No, neither can I.
I can't swim any longer either.
Children, Papa, there's only one thing left to do.
You mean?
Yes. We'll have to walk to shore.
Hi-ho, hi-ho, la-la-la-la-la-la.
Look, we're on an island in the middle of the ocean.
I wonder where we are.
There's a sign there.
What does it say?
Los Angeles city limits.
Well, children, we've got to find a place to live and get something to eat.
Papa, Truman is missing.
That's right, he is missing. What a dope. He must be lost.
We're not, huh?
Come, we must go into the jungle and look for him.
Oh, look what I just found. A green snake.
Oh, drop it, Mama. Those green snakes are just as dangerous as the ripe ones.
I must find my son Truman. We must press onward and onward into the jungle. Frankie, why are you putting that sarong on the ground?
I'm setting a trap for Dorothy Lamour.
What would you do if you caught her?
Are you kidding?
I must find my son. We must press onward and onward into the jungle.
Help! Help! It's choking me. It's squeezing me to death. It's squeezing me to death.
Mama, what is it, a boa constrictor?
No, my girdle is killing me.
I must find my son. We must press onward and onward into the jungle.
Why, say, Papa, look, there's a gorilla.
A gorilla? Ah. Ah. Ah.
Oh, darn it, I just can't scare anybody today.
I must find my son. We must press onward and onward into the jungle.
Moolah! Moolah!
Papa, here comes the cannibal.
Well, maybe he knows something about Truman. Say, cannibal, you see my son?
Moolah.
Him tall fella. Him sell Heinz honey and almond grain.
Moolah.
Moolah. You can catch him in 10, 25, and 50-cent bottles.
Dollar bottle now catch him for 49 cents?
Yes.
Me no see him.
Moolah, moolah.
Wait, I call my tribe. Chloe!
We're surrounded by cannibals.
Oh, Papa, here comes the chief.
Hunger! Hunger! Got 'em plenty to eat for everybody.
Mama, there's Truman. He's tied to a stake.
Tied to it? He is the steak.
Say, cannibal. Cannibal, what's the matter with you?
Me got wishbone stuck in my throat. Me make wish.
What do you wish?
Me wish it was stuck in your throat.
Mola, mola.
But, Papa, these cannibals must be your babies.
How do you know?
Well, I can tell by that baby. She's sitting on her mother's lip.
Oh, me no feel good. Must be somebody I ate.
I must think of some way to get out. Mama, Frankie, Truman.
Yes, Papa?
Yes. You try and hold the cannibal's attention while I go over there and rescue Truman.
Okay. Hurry, 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 boys, get around me. Me and my kid brother are going to tear up a hunk of black magic.
Oh, yes, and they're wonderful.
Now, Raymond, take a card. That's fine. Now show it to the boys. Now, Raymond, what does the card say?
Father dear, on Father's Day, I really need you quite a lot. Just as you have always said, your son is going to pot. P.S.
Well, Chief, how you like 'em black magic? You like 'em poem?
Are you kidding? Now we eat you.
Oh, natives, wait. You cannibals ought to be ashamed of yourselves. Eating people. What are you, cannibals? Go ahead and eat, my son. But I'll make you pay for it. $1.65 apiece, and believe me, boys, I'm losing money.
Oh, look over there. What's Papa doing?
Truman, where are you?
Here I am, Papa.
Where?
Under the mayonnaise.
I can't see you.
Push aside those anchovies.
Oh, there you are. Ouch. Well, I couldn't help it, my son. You looked so delicious.
Mama!
Truman, what's eating you?
Papa.
Unga! Monarco ni soliparato. Mahida kada. Na
What does that mean?
That means we throw whole family in pot.
Now you're cooking with actors.
Light fire. Who got match?
Right here, old boy.
Thanks, kid.
Not at all.
Now, while dinner cooking, we broadcast them banquet.
Good schnavitz, everybody. This Cannibal Broadcasting Company. Moolah V. Kaltenborn speaking.
Cannibal Broadcasting Company? What program is this?
Eat the people.
Eat the people? Well, Gracie, say goodnight.
Well, good night.
Gracie, who's taking you home tonight?
Moolah.
Moolah. Well, I suppose anything can happen here after it's all said and done. This is a comedy program, you know. Hello?
Liar.
Good night, all.
Hello, my friends. The Heinz Honey and Almond Cream Program. Starring George Burns and Heinz Honey, Gracie Allen, with Frank Parker, Ray Noble and his orchestra, and Truman Bradley speaking.
100 million strong. That's right, you can't go wrong.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Say, George, did you enjoy the broadcast we were on Saturday night for the Red Cross?
I certainly did.
It was quite a love scene I did with Edward G. Robinson.
You did a love scene with Edward G. Robinson?
We kissed for 10 minutes.
You did?
Yeah, then the curtain went up and the show started.
What's Robinson got that I haven't got?
Well...
Quiet.
Eddie Robinson put his lips against mine, and boy, oh boy, what burning kisses.
Burning kisses?
Yeah, he forgot to take the cigar out of his mouth.
Probably smokes his kisses very short.
Oh, he does?
I thought so, yeah.
Dad was sure great talent on that Red Cross show. Donna Mitchie, Charles Lawton, Paul Muni, Jimmy Cagney.
George Burns.
Don't change the subject. Pat O'Brien, Orson Welles.
Gracie, what happened to you Saturday night after the show? Where did you disappear to?
Come here.
Oh, a secret, huh?
I drove home in a rumble seat with Eddie.
With Eddie Robinson? Huh?
And he put his arm around me.
He put his arm around you?
Twice.
Twice?
He has very long arms.
I've seen Robinson in all of his pictures, and he never puts his arms around a girl.
Did you see him in Little Squeezer?
No, I'm waiting for it to come to my neighborhood drive-in.
Listen, when we got home,
Yes.
we parked in front of the house, and just after I kissed him goodnight,
Yes.
he was held up by 2 men.
He was held up by 2 men?
When I kiss them, they gotta be held up.
Or call for Dr. Kildare.
You know, George.
Oh, hello, Ray.
Hello. I heard your broadcast on Saturday night while having dinner at Frank Parker's house.
Did you like it, Ray?
All except the soup.
I'm talking about the radio show.
Oh, you were very good on the program, George. Especially when you were doing that grocery store sketch. You sounded as full of pep as if you were drinking scotch and soda.
Ray, that was Lum and Abner.
Well, whatever it was, I keep on drinking it because I've never heard you funnier.
You ought to see me when I've had a couple of Tony Martinis. Frank, did you hear the show Saturday night?
Oh, sure I did.
Hello.
Hello, Gracie.
How did you like me?
Oh, you were great, colossal, marvelous, it says here.
How did that get in the script? I really was terrific. You know, that audience laughed every time I opened my mouth.
Well, you ought to get your teeth fixed.
I happen to have a beautiful set of teeth.
You said it. They're the best money can buy.
Well, anyway, ladies and gentlemen, tonight is our last broadcast for Heinz Honey and Almond Cream. Next Monday, we go on a different network for a new sponsor.
Yeah, it's all over, George.
That's too bad, Gracie.
Yeah. Just as I was getting to know that pretty usher, too.
Everybody has been wonderful. The people we worked with, the radio station, the sponsor.
The usher.
Past year has been one of the happiest in my life. And now that the time has come for me to leave this program, I'm not ashamed to say that there's a big lump in my throat.
Why did you swallow it?
I can't.
You mean you're afraid it'll spoil your dinner, huh?
Yeah, the radio business, what is it? You don't see the people you're entertaining. You work day in and day out with those jokes, thinking, struggling for new ideas. Then comes the end of the year and the program is over. And what have you got?
A fortune.
Money. After all, Frank, what can you do with money?
Are you kidding?
Memories, and now it's all over.
Yes, it's all over. And, well, I can't go on. I just can't go on.
Oh, you must.
I can't, George. I just can't.
Why not?
There's a page missing.
Oh, memories. Truman, I can remember the first time I met you.
Sure enough, George.
Was in the Brown Derby having lunch, and it just so happened I needed a fellow like you.
Yes, to pay the check.
If I remember correctly, Truman, I gave you a contract that day, and you took the check.
Well, I had to. The contract was written on the back of it.
Poor Truman. He doesn't know yet whether he's working for George or the Brown Derby.
Well, he couldn't work for a sweeter guy.
You really mean that, Frank?
Oh, sure. I think the guy who owns the Brown Derby is a swell fella.
Memories.
Oh, yes, the good old Brown Derby, where you find directors, picture stars, extras.
Extras?
Yeah, extra for bread, extra for butter, extra for
Look, Gracie, let's forget all these jokes and wisecracks. You know how I feel. We've been together for some time, and it feels just like one little happy family.
And honest, I'm going to miss you all. Will you miss me? Memories. Come in.
Mr. Burns?
Yes?
I'm going to miss your program.
You will?
I missed it for 7 years, brother, and I'll keep right on missing it.
Memories. Oh, quiet. Isn't there somebody on this program who can say something nice about me? Just to make me feel good. Isn't there somebody who can lie a little?
Oh, coming over.
Oh, thanks.
I say, George, I just received a telegram from a real fan of yours.
Really?
Yeah, here's what it says. You can have your Jack Benny's, your Fred Allens, your Bob Hope. Just give us George Burns.
There you are.
Signed, Forest Lawn.
Ray, it might be a surprise to Forest Lawn, but I'm not dead.
P.S. We can dream, can't we?
Memories. Oh, quiet. I'll never forget the first day on this program. There was Frank Parker singing a song and winking at a beautiful girl.
And I winked right back at him.
Yeah. And the nervousness of the first day. There was Ray Noble's band all gathered around him, and Ray was shaking. I can remember his first number.
Yes, it was 10, and he made it the hard way.
And that Truman Bradley. I remember how cute he was in his first audition. I can see him now, standing there with those dimpled cheeks, those short pants.
And those long commercials.
Memories. That really was beautiful, Frank. And when you're at the Bon Air Country Club in Chicago this summer, we're certainly going to miss you.
Oh, stop worrying, George. There are several singers who are just as good as I am.
Oh, now you're being modest.
No, I mean it. There's Lawrence Tibbett and Nelson Eddy and John Charles Thomas.
Of course, they're good, too.
Yes, they're good. Of course, they'd expect more each week than a pass to the skating rink.
Maybe they don't skate. Of course, I'll admit, Frank, that for the salary I pay you, I couldn't get Bing Crosby.
Listen, brother, for the salary you're paying me, you couldn't even get one of his records.
Is that so?
That's so, yeah.
Oh, now, boys, stop arguing. I think Frank is swell, and we're certainly going to miss him.
Yeah.
George.
What?
I've got a new singer.
New singer?
Yes, he's very good, and he won't cost you so much money either.
I suppose he'll work for a pickle.
He'll work for anybody as long as he gets paid.
All right, Gracie, where is this genius of yours?
Oh, sitting right there. Come here, Felix.
How do you do, Mr. Burns?
Oh, so this is Felix. What kind of a voice have you got?
Are there different kinds?
Well, this is going to be good. Gracie, has he had any experience?
Well, every Saturday night he sings in the bowl.
In the Hollywood Bowl?
No, the wash bowl. He can't afford a bathtub.
Looks like he came to California by drain pipe. Gracie, will you let me do my own hiring? And firing, too.
Oh, now, please, George. Felix has never ruined a radio show in his life, and all he asks for is a chance.
Well, was he ever on a radio show?
He was sponsored on a morning program.
Yeah, but what about his voice?
Well, that's what the sponsor was mourning about.
Well, go ahead, Felix. Let me hear you sing.
Oh, no, wait a minute. I'm his manager, you know. How much are you going to pay him?
You're discussing salary before I hear him sing?
Well, sure, he gets more money that way.
Turned out to be a unit, Fanchon and Gracie. Well, go ahead and sing, Felix.
You go to my head, and you linger like a refrain.
Gracie, where did you find him, in Griffith Park?
Yeah, under a rock.
Under a rock.
And I find you spinning my brain in bubbles of champagne.
Yes. Sounds like the voice of no experience.
Oh, is he that good?
Yes, he's great.
You go.
Oh, that's fine.
And you sip burgundy brew.
Kidding, isn't he?
No, last week he had his tonsils removed.
He threw away the wrong part.
And I find you mentioned in
Take your time, kid.
kicker or two.
Oh, beautiful, yeah.
The thrill.
Felix, back up a little bit.
The thrill.
Felix, a little farther, Felix.
The thrill.
Just one more step, Felix. Well, Truman, I'm sorry that you're not going to be with us this summer. But I'm really happy that you've got that picture deal.
Well, thank you, George. And I really want to take this opportunity to tell you how much I've enjoyed working for you for Heinz Honey and Almond Cream.
Well, thanks, Truman.
And sometime I'd like to try working for you for money, George.
You can't tell, Truman. Sometime maybe you will.
No, seriously, George. I want to wish you and Gracie a lot of luck on your new show for Spam, and believe you me, this Monday night I'll certainly be listening in.
And we're certainly going to miss you.
Oh,
Thanks,
yes, Truman. We won't know what to do without you. George.
What?
I've got a new announcer.
You're his manager.
Yes.
Is he good?
Well, the fellow who recommended him thinks he's terrific.
Well, who recommended him?
Felix.
Oh, Felix. Has he done any announcing?
Has he done any announcing? Has he done any announcing? Oh, has he done any announcing?
Well, has he?
Has he?
Yeah, has he?
I don't know.
Oh.
Come here, Roger. Roger, this is George Burns.
Oh. Well, here, Roger, maybe I'm wrong. Read this commercial.
Ladies and gentlemen, do you know what women are saying to each other over the card tables and beds? Get the Heinz Honey and Almond cream dollar size for only 49 cents. This is the famous half price.
Well, wait a minute, Cecil. Wait a minute. I've got a TL for you. I can't use you. You're awful. You're terrible. And, Gracie, I'll talk to you later.
You don't like me.
No, I don't.
Let me tell you something. I heard you on the radio, too. And you're stingy. You miser.
Miser. You take that back.
How do you like that? It took me 15 minutes to say it. No, we won't let you take it back.
Oh, get out. Get out. How do you like that guy? Wasn't that awful?
You don't want him as an announcer, George?
No.
Too tall, huh?
Yeah, he's too tall. Well, Ray, that was your farewell number on this program after 2 very pleasant years.
Ah, memories.
That's right, Ray. Well, how do you feel now that you and your boys are finished?
Oh, wonderful. This is the first time we've ever finished together.
I sure miss those poker games I had with you boys.
Oh, they'll miss them too, George. Wonder what my boys will do now for a living.
At least, Ray, you haven't made up any funny cracks about the salary I paid you.
Oh, well, old boy, it's nothing to kid about.
Oh, thanks.
It's nothing to joke about, and it's nothing to laugh about. It's just nothing.
I don't know why you're all picking on me for being cheap. Gracie was with me last night at Cyril's restaurant when I picked up a check for 25 people.
Well, that's right, he did.
No? You call that being tight?
Well, you would never have done it if you were sober.
Why did I do that? Wasn't that silly of me?
Gracie?
Oh, yes, Bubble?
Well, your things are nearly all packed to move to the dressing room in the new studio.
Good.
But I had a tough time getting Clark Gable's picture in the trunk.
Well, what did you do?
I folded his ears.
Oh.
What about my picture?
I left it on the wall.
What for?
Just for laughs.
I say.
Say, Bubbles, did you pack the bowl of goldfish in the trunk like I told you?
Yes.
You packed a bowl of goldfish in the trunk?
Well, sure.
The goldfish won't be able to breathe.
Oh, yes, they will. I made a little hole in the bottom of the bowl.
Well, that takes care of that. But what about the water? Won't it leak out?
No. Those goldfish know enough to keep their mouths shut.
I wish you did.
Say, Gracie, your trunk is packed so full there isn't any room for your toothpaste.
Oh, well, then make room. Just squeeze the paste out of the tube.
Yeah. Give you more room.
And throw the paste away?
No. Put it in the pocket of my robe so I'll know where to find it.
Yes, hurry, Bubbles, and don't forget to clean out the Frigidaire.
I did, and it tasted delicious.
Oh, good.
Say, George.
Yes, Frank?
Well, it's getting close to the end of the program, and we've done a lot of kidding and a lot of clowning, but I want to take this moment to tell you that if in the past 2 years I've done anything to hurt your feelings, insult or ridicule you, I thank you.
Well, that's a fine thing to say.
Oh, George, he's only kidding. Frank even chipped in for the farewell present we got you.
Present? What present?
Oh, go ahead, Ray. Now's the time.
Well, at a time like this, it is customary to give one's boss a farewell gift.
I know all those things you said before were just a rib.
Well, I prepared a word of presentation, if I may read it, George.
Sure, go right ahead, Ray. I'd love to hear it.
Well, here's to the boss who's been a big brother. In fact, he's been almost like an old mother. No gift can repay such friendship true with a hey nonny nonny and a hitchy coo.
That's beautiful, Ray, but where's the gift?
Oh, yes. Yeah, well, where is it, Gracie?
Oh, well, I told Frank to get it.
Oh, I told Truman to get it.
I told Ray to get it. I told Gracie to get it.
I told Frank to get it.
Wait a minute.
I told.
That's a fine how do you do.
Well, George, you don't care who buys the gift, do you?
I know.
Well, then you buy it.
Well, anyway, Ray, I want to wish you and your boys a lot of luck this summer at the Palmer House in Chicago.
Thanks, George, and I know your new program for Spam starting this Monday will be a great success.
Thanks, and we're certainly going to miss you, Ray.
But nobody will miss you like I will.
Oh, really?
We'll never be able to replace you, Ray, George.
What?
I've got a new band leader.
Recommended by Felix?
No. Roger.
You ought to be a doll.
Oh, this fella's sensational. He's the society band leader.
Now, listen, Gracie,
now,
I don't...
Please, here he is. Randolph, come here. George, this is Randolph Clark.
How do you do, Mr. Clark?
Mr. Boyne, this is a moment momentous to me. To have the pleasure of wielding the baton for such a well-integrated group of artists.
Where do you find these guys?
Houston, you hear me in New York at the concerts in the park? Houston?
No, Houston, no.
George, he plays with one hand.
Plays what?
Oh, he plays with one hand.
Plays the piano?
Yeah.
Or he holds his nose with the other?
Yeah, he does.
Excuse me, but my music is never forgotten because in the invited chords of my symphonies, there is always prevalent the undercurrent of print and counterprint.
Didn't I see him wrestle last Monday?
Yeah, he was the fella underneath.
I thought that was that fella.
You know, music ain't everything.
Is that true?
For instance, yesterday, I was at the art museum scrutinizing prodigiously Whistler's mother. And you know something, Mr. Boyne?
Shouldn't you wait on me in the greasy vest?
Most people look at a picture like Whistler's mother and they don't get the full meaning. They think it's just a picture of an old lady. Well, there's more to it than that.
Is that so?
Oh, emphatically.
Emphatically.
Now, for instance, they don't capture the mood or the thought of the artist. Whistler's mother is more than a picture of an old lady looking out a window. She's thinking.
She's what?
She's thinking.
So are you.
I choose to rise above you.
Some true.
Well, anyway, Whistler's mother's thinking like this in her mind. Where's my boy tonight? What can he be doing? Is he in bad company? Is he maybe out with a broad?
Oh, let's hear it.
Or maybe is he trying to get the one ball in a side pocket? Where is my boy? Where is that ball?
Oh, get out! Get out! Now, what do you think of that? Now, I want to thank the Heinz Honey and Almond Cream Company and tell them what the grand association this past year has been. And now I want to say farewell.
Oh, not me. I'll never say farewell to Heinz Honey and Almond Cream. I've used it ever since I was a little girl, and I'll continue using it until I'm a little girl again.
Oh, good night, folks.
Good night.
Truman Bradley saying good night, everybody. Good night, George and Gracie.
The song You Can't Brush Me Off is from the Louisiana Purchase. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.